internet. Hope you guys are doing well. So we're working still on this WINota list. I want to get it to the point where I feel like it's okay if I retire it because there are many, many, many more cards on the horizon. They're coming up. They're coming up. So I do think that the red requirement and the occasional white requirement would benefit from us playing Arbor Elves. So let's go back to an Arbor Elf build and let's see if we can't just make that work. I do think that Arbor Elves is probably where we might need to go because it's really the only fixing that you like. Yes, it's awkward with like the canopy, like some of these lands like Gorge, Thicket, Canopy even, and the Sunbaked, the Caverns, like all these different lands. These would have to be shrunk. We'd have to cut down on this stuff in order to make Arbor Elf function. We'd have to cut down on this. I think that's doable. Hey, what's up, Jade? You are here on time. Sorry, I thought I was in the right interface. I was not. Sitting here just talking in full cam mode, not even realizing. That's funny. I'm trying a couple new cards today. One of them's Post-Mortem. I'm surprised we didn't even consider Post-Mortem earlier in this build. You know, Devoted Druid combo uses Post-Mortem lunges. They're using it, obviously, on X's 2. For us, you know, we're paying a lot more mana on this thing, but I think it's going to have some great synergy with, like, Spyro. It's going to have great synergy with, not the Strangleroot Geist, which is why I'm kind of leaning on this is what I'm maybe slimming to just to fun of. It's not like I have any early game spirits anyway. It's just this, if we hit it, it has a few different ways it can branch. Visionary's back because I wanted something that Arbor Elf could pyre into that results in a seasoned Spyro, so this is back. I'm just main decking the Teague and the Spirit to make room now in our sideboard. I'm back up to 2 Timelies. Just lots of little adjustments, but I think this will actually be really sweet. Right now I'm trying to adjust this part of my mana to accommodate Arbor Elves again. I think I just want to play Elves. I just want to come out of the gates faster. Yes, they're weak. So are the birds to, you know, all the Renin 6s and the Lava Darts. But I think I just want us to be doing our thing. I just want us to be doing our thing fast. Now, one of the weaknesses of Arbor Elf in lieu of Magus of the Moon is something like Llanowar Elves or, you know, Gilded Goose or whatever. They're still going to produce colors for me, even if I moon myself off of my green sources. So that is a concern that I have. Maybe it's not time, actually, to switch over to these. I might still rather, like, Sunbaked. Yeah, I might still rather all this stuff filter us into our white. It's not... We don't have a ton of white stuff. Just a few cards. Not a ton. Yeah, maybe it's actually not time to do the Arbor Elf thing. But I hope you're doing well tonight, Jade. I remember your comment last stream. You were saying that this is the most I've like worked on or riffed on something in a long time. Yeah, I guess I have been really trying to make this work. Part of it is this deck is fleeting and passing away, right? Because, you know, we're about to have a huge influx of new stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. Yeah, the extra stuff entering the format certainly, yeah, just certainly means that there's going to be a switch up. Let's continue to run the Llanowars. And again, I still haven't figured out how many 1-drops. I've been thinking that Arbor Elf doesn't really count. I've been thinking 8 is fine, but maybe it should be 9. I mean, most of these WINota lists, they play... it'd be nice for us to just consistently be able to power out this stuff. And, like, honestly, a lot of the time, these 1-drops just turn into a Spyro. Like, if I have... Especially if I have an extra evolution, I just turn the first... like, we can just evolve these straight to a Spyro. Birds, I cut the other thing that they can be... I cut the other card I was originally playing that these could be pired into. I was running a singleton, the Bird Cleric or whatever. That would be something I'd be interested in, maybe to cut this extra Llanowar Elves, because it would be nice for birds to have something more than just Masked Vandal. All of these 1-drops can pyre into Vandal because it's a changeling, but Dryad, I can go from Arbor to Loam to Spellskite, because this is a Dryad, this is a Dryad Horror, and then this, of course, is a Phyrexian Horror. Teague I can't pod to, but I can pod away from him into the entity. I was even trying the other changeling. There's another changeling that's at the 3-drop slot. I don't know. I have always disliked that the deck is really chunky on the 3s. And it's too bad that Elves just doesn't help us cast Spyros. That's the thing. You know what? No. I'm flip-flopping here, but I think let's just go Arbor, and let's change up our mana base, which, yes, means I'm giving up the extra Cavern, probably giving up a couple other things that I don't want to give up, but I'm going to give up. Aren't there fancy schmintz Arbor Elves? Yeah, with the watermark. So we would need, like, second Temple Garden. Definitely second Stomping Ground. That should do it. Then it's just a matter of what lands am I cutting? I mean, the Firelit Thicket fixes us really, really well. I think we'll keep that filter land. I'll cut the Gorge. That looks good to me. Not too many lands now that don't interact with Arbor, and I don't think I necessarily want the playset of Arbor Elf. I think I'm happy with the 3 of. I mean, you could make the argument, okay, Bruce Spy, should you really even be bothering with Visionary? Because, like, the Masked Vandal is what allows us to go up the chain. Yes and no. We'd technically be better off running something that pods here, but really the important place where we're podding is from 2s to 3s. It's nice to have something that the 1s can pod to, though, or pyre to. That's where Visionary's nice because it works with the Elves. Birds, we had, what is it? Not Shalai. What is that? What is that bird we were playing? It's a Bird Cleric. I might actually bring that back. Shale, that's what it is. Dean of Radiance, so this is a bird. So we can go from bird to either Skyclave. No, we can't do that anymore because I'm not running the other cleric I was playing before, and I think that's fine. It wasn't that great. Let's just... I mean, Shale has enough synergy here that I might not necessarily want to pyre it. I might just want to go up from a bird, pyre something else. I even thought about playing more Pyre of Heroes. Funny enough, you can post Mortem the Dryad Arbor, and you're just paying life for a mana. Just kind of funny to me. That came up when I was first messing around with the post-mortem lunge. The lunge is just trying to act as a 5th WINota, if you're wondering what it's really doing here. If I'm going to play this card, it's just trying to be the 5th WINota. It's the 5th Seasoned Pyromancer. It's the 2nd Skyclave. It doesn't have synergy for everything in the deck. Let me show you where the synergy lies. And I'm not going to include, like, Lena, even though she technically does. She's just too much mana to really talk about this card, I think. So the cards that I'm thinking of most with post-mortem are these cards. Yeah. This 12 or so. But these cards are really, especially the Spires and the WINotas, they're really important to the deck, so I think we're very happy to have a 5th copy. And there's, out of the sideboard, the, I don't think there's actually anything in my sideboard right now. We're the Remorseful Cleric. Remorseful Cleric has synergy for post-mortem. You get to reuse it. Because it's not an exile Remorseful Cleric, it's actually sacrifice Remorseful Cleric, so you do get to reuse this card. So it's a little better than it looks. So yeah, let's get our hands on some Arbor Elves and roll. Yeah, Postmortem Lunge is old tech from the speed variants of, or the speedier builds of Devoted Druid combo was doing this, right? So let's see. I mean, 8 1-drops is normal, although the Loam Dryad and the Dryad Arbor aren't typical to the WINota archetype. Let me just pick up a 4th Arbor Elves just in case we want to play it. Just don't know what I would cut to squeeze that in. Maybe the Rando Strangleroot. It's nothing that I would ever evolution to. It's certainly something I would happily evolution. That's really all it's doing here. Yeah, it might be better just to consistently be able to go up to 3 mana. More consistently. So Dryad Arbor to Loam Dryad to Skite, or Arbor Dryad to Mass Vandal. Arbor Elf to Visionary, or what are these? Elf Druid. Visionary or the Mast. Selfless Spirit to Apparition or Entity. Shale to just Entity. Visionary can go Entity or Spyro. Vandal can go to anything. Skoos can only go to the Entity. Stringroot Geist can go to Skyclave Apparition or the Entity. Gaddock Teeg can only go to the Entity. Spellskite can only go to the Entity. And then of my 3-drops, Spyro can go to any of these. Magus of the Moon, same, any of these. Skyclave can't. So that is where we stop if we go for Skyclave off of Pyre of Heroes, if you're wondering what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Pyre of Heroes. Sacrifice a creature, search your library for a creature card that shares a type. So I think it's okay if we dead end in some places and there isn't like playing a 4-mana Changeling wouldn't actually like help us, right? It wouldn't get us to the WINota. It'd be cool if we could go back down the curve somehow and then back up. I can't really think of any things that let us do that in this color combination. I guess Rallier kind of does. Rallier lets me go up to 3 but also keep my 2-drop, but only for, let's see, Renegade Rallier. But we would have to share a type, right? So Rallier is a human warrior, so they would need to be either human or warrior, and none of these fit those. None of those fit that. But I would like to come out of the gates faster, as like we have so very many 3-drops, and the Dryad Arbor, the Loam Dryad, like neither of those really are turn 1 accelerants. I do just want to be careful that we don't just, have a lot of just weak 1-drops happening. I mean, like, WINota certainly redeems them, right? Like, she redeems all of these early drops that are pretty underpowered through, through the triggers. These are the 4 human finishers that I've been really happy with. Blade Historian, Heron's Grace, Kenrith, Lena. Most of them are hard castable, with Lena being kind of the exception. But she's another main deckable Selfless Spirit effect, and this effect has been really good. I just decided to start main decking this effect. Yeah, we could just cut the Strangleroot Geist. It's kind of the most fillery card. It's not like I can go from any of my 1-drops to it. It's just if I incidentally draw this, it's nice because it can go to the Skyclave without me going down a creature, or the entity, again, without going down a creature. Visionary serves a similar purpose. We're not really going down a card if I go from Arbor Elf to Visionary to whatever. You know, Spyro. I might just cut the Strangleroot. It's like, traditionally this is very good for our archetype, though. Wonder if I could just like even sideboard the some of these pieces. Maybe it's time to reassess the, because again, like, this deck would really love to just go, I mean, it might be nice to hedge with Teague, but really this archetype usually just only the only silver bullet that they run normally is just Magus of the Moon, and then these are all more so sideboard options. I do really like Skyclave, though. Like, I think if I had to keep some, it would be I'd keep Skyclave, I'd keep Magus, and I'd keep Skoos. But then Teague, Selfless would go into the sideboard. And I think that's where they belong. And then that would give me room for not cutting Strangleroots, but actually adding a second Strangleroot. Because the deck really does need a certain number of 2-drops, because you're an Eldritch Evolution deck, so this would give us 7 2-drop creatures. As good as Veil and Timely are, like, I can't tutor for them. Maybe that's what we should look like. Do you have any thoughts, folks, or Jade, or anyone? There we go, 5.1. Let's roll with this. This looks good to me. This looks good to me. We're still main decking the 2 changelings so that we can kind of always have a fallback Pyre of Heroes target for wherever we're at. To more consistently go from 1s to 2s, 2s to 3. You weren't paying attention. Don't worry about it. All right, let's jam. This looks good to me. I think the mana is going to support the Arbor Elves. We're running a lot more fetches. I doubled up on the Temple Gardens. I doubled up on the Stomping Grounds. Still going to run the Singleton Foundry. Still going to run a couple Horizon lands. Still going to play the Thicket in the Cavern, but I cut some of the other land choices we made. Let's just jam. Let's do our thing. Strangleroot's great for the archetype. So let's do a... Ooh, let me just make sure my hotkeys are still fixed. I had to reload. After today's update, I had to redo... Yes, no. Those aren't actually the buttons I use. That's fine. These look right. Always yield. Yield through. Remove yields. Pass. Pass until you can respond. Cool. Looks like most of my hotkeys are still more or less intact. Lunge looked interesting. Yeah, this will be really interesting. It's kind of trying to be the 5th WINota. It's the 5th season Pyro. It's the 2nd Skyclave. It's a 2nd Visionary. It's a 2nd Masked Vandal. That's about it as far as what it does in the main deck. It's a 2nd Heron's Grace champion or Blade Historian. It doesn't really double up well with Kenrith or Lena. It does double up with Dried Arbor. It actually is quite good with Arbor, funny enough. Like, we can maybe more aggressively fetch this out if I have a postmortem. Because if they do kill the Arbor, you just pay 2 life and you get this land back, and it's hasty. It's going to play well with the sideboard Selfless Spirit. It's going to play well with Remorseful Cleric. Sorry, not Selfless Spirit, excuse me. It's going to play well with just the Remorseful Cleric, I think. All right, let's roll. Yeah, the new 1-drop Goblin Shaman, the Ignoble Hierarch, is maybe the main one, Pro Peeves. How's it going, Peeves? Kind of the main one. Hope you guys are doing well out there, by the way, as we get queued up here. It is a Wednesday night, the middle of the beginning of June. Sorry, I thought I was already queued. I thought I was queued. But yeah, Trying some new camera angles. I got the green screen up again. How's it going? It's Corpsey. Corpsey. What's good? I saw your list in the Discord, the 4-color doing some cool things with Titania. Titania is going to be awesome. I like that you're synergizing it with Knight of the Reliquary. For those of you that don't know Titania, she is a legacy staple in things like Nick Fit or other Go Big decks. She's great. She's great in the lands archetypes. She'll be great. All right, we've been paired. Let's be prepared because we've been paired. Well, this hand looks sweet. Like, even if Magus of the Moon isn't very effective against my opponent, like this opener seems great. Fix a couple things. Doesn't this opener look solid? Granted, they're on the play, but this looks great. And this hand would even support a Dryad Arbor, which is what I'm going for. Excited for the Omnath synergy, lots of fun stuff. Yeah. You use Knight of the Reliquary. Go get a fetch land. Double trigger the. Oh, we're probably an Ice Vein Codal deck, right? If they're going prismatic. Or I'm just getting this killed by Renin 6. No, they didn't fetch immediately. Still probably getting my bird Renin 6'd. Happens a lot. Plains Forest do nothing. Well, Magus of the Moon is no bueno here. Might just go get Spyro. Our hand's not doing a whole lot. Might just want to go get Spyro. I mean, I'm not convinced that they're only 2-color. So this would certainly be an option. Our colors look so good at this point. I could maybe even just go get a basic. I think Caverning is also fine. Just play out the Cavern named Human is good. Not take any damage. Evo the bird, go get Spyro. So let's go Human. I just didn't want to take damage. We've tried a lot of weird things now with WINota. We even tried Companions last stream, so we've kind of done it all. All right, Spyro, draw me some cards. I think I'm just gonna let go of the Magus of the Moon, just to make my tokens. Hey, there's the WINota, sweet. Just like we drew it up. Pass it back. So this is our turn 2 Spyro. A little expensive. We had to pay 2 cards, but I think it's worth it. All right. I mean, we have an uncounterable WINota. Feel pretty good about that. Do you want to just even grab the Soul Snare with our Apparition? I don't think we worry about it, right? Like, what am I going to lose? A Pyromancer or an Elemental? I don't really care. I don't really care about that. I would like for us to have access to red, so I don't know if I want to... Like, this is a red source and this is a red source. I don't think I want to... I'm sitting here thinking that I could play the Apparition. I actually can't. We're just going to Visionary. I should have waited on what land I played. Whoa, Loam Dryad. Yes. Sorry, we went down a mana source because I had to sacrifice the bird to tutor up the Pyro, which is fine. I think it's fine. I don't really know. Did I miss the memo? Did Horizons hit? I think it did. On the update today? Am I just like living under a rock? Did they put it in? Moto? I think they did. If this is a Soul Snare. So our opponent's playing their take on Enchantress with new cards. And maybe it's a good thing, right? I mean, there's certainly, like, I would be playing Ignoble right now. Yeah, it's out. It is out. That's hilarious. I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize that was on the update today that they put it on Moto. Did they put it on Magic Online kind of early, though? Or did it also drop in paper? Am I just living under a rock and I missed it? These are pretty. I can't rent them yet. So if you go on Card Hoarder, just like any of the other rental systems too, I can't actually rent these cards yet. Ignoble Hierarch. Yeah, I can't actually rent them. Paper has 2 weeks to be released, for release. Yeah, look, see? None available, none available, none available. Yeah. So there might be a couple cards I might be able to get my hands on for us. But anyway, so let's just get WINota onto the table. We're very, very likely to find, and there's my white source, we're very likely to find another red source anyway. So let's go uncounterable. They could have like a path in their hand as their last card. I think we're fine with the Soul Snare, exiling one thing. Don't think it's a big dealio. They should wait to see what I get off this. Wow, they're just going to go ahead and exile the Spyro. I don't agree with that, because they could exile one of these big juicy things I get off these triggers. Anyway. Like, yeah, they could grab the Historian instead. We take Historian over a Spyro, right? I think we do take the Historian over the Spyromancer. So we're playing Green-White Enchantress. Playing against Green-White Enchantress. I mean, maybe it's super tech that I'm not playing any new cards. Do you think they have big enchantments that Gadget T can stop? Anyone? Bueller? Magus of the Moon seemed very weak. That's coming out. Skoos didn't seem like they were doing a graveyard thing. Maybe they are, though. Maybe they're playing that Suspend spell. And maybe they are playing that. But I don't think Scavenging Ooze can keep up with it. If they are playing that Suspend spell, Cleric is really where we'd need to be. We don't need the Heron's Grace. They're not pressuring us, so the lifelink Anthem is not needed. We're better off with Entity, Historian, Kenrith, Lena being our kind of finishers. There's really not much else in my sideboard that works here. Like, Masked Vandal will be great. We're very happy to reuse that card. Yeah, I'm playing Pyro of Heroes. Sorry, Pro Peeves. That didn't explain this card. So I go from Dryad Arbor, which is a Forest Dryad, to Loam Dryad, which is a Dryad Horror. And then Loam Dryad can become either Spellskite, because Spellskite's also a Horror, or it can become Masked Vandal, which is a Changeling. And then from there, either of these can go... Spellskite can go to the Mirror Entity, which is also a Changeling, or the Spellskite... Sorry, Spellskite can't go to anything other than Mirror Entity. But if I went to Vandal, Vandal can go to anything. Vandal could be a Spyro. Vandal could be the Skyclave. Any 3-drop Vandal can pyre. Think they'll probably play big enchantments. Yeah, so let's just play Teague. I think you're right. Teague has anti-synergy for my Singleton Post-Mortem Lunge. I don't care. I'm not worried about that. That's not going to come up very often. That is something that to think about, I suppose, but it's not a huge dealio. So we have room for one. I think Spellskite's fine. They might have like paths in their sideboard if they didn't have it main deck. I think Spellskite could stay. So we're gonna run Skoos. They're probably playing that Suspend spell that gets back all their enchantments from their graveyard, I would assume. Why else would you be doing it? Ferocidon, stop them from gaining life. They showed us a life gain card. Let's just play the Ferocidon. Did I cut all my life gain? Yeah, I did. Right, we cut Ooze and Grace. Yeah. Yeah, let's just play Ferocidon. They showed us a card that gained them life. And they're probably building around that new legendary 2-drop that gains you life and draws you cards. Oh, this hand looks great. Burden to Spyro. Can't go wrong. Have one of our sideboard cards. Keep. Burden to Spyro. Can't go wrong. Probably won't go wrong. We took out the Magus of the Moon, so let's go ahead and fetch Temple Garden. No need to grab a basic. They're not pressuring our life total. Turn 2 Spyro. Set up. Do our thing. Thanks for the rundown. Yeah, we have a couple different chains. I like Pod. We played Pod and Legacy for quite some time. Like, Strangleroot Geist in this deck can either be Mirror Entity, or Strangleroot Geist, since it's a spirit, it could be the Skyclave. Visionary is really cool. I wish I had room for more. Visionary, so we go from Arbor Elf to Elvish Visionary. Elvish Visionary can go to Spyro, or it can be the Entity. But I'm really excited that I have something that goes to Spyro other than just the Vandal. Oh, Shale. We go from Birds of Paradise to Shale, or Masked Vandal. But Shale can go to, since it's a... oh, we're not running the card for Shale anymore, right? Shale had something else it could become in an earlier iteration, but we cut it. Which is fine. We used to have something that Shale could become other than the Changeling, but we cut it. It wasn't good enough. I'm going to dump Kenrith, and I'm going to keep the Remorseful Cleric. I think for the sake of variety, I'm going to... I should have maybe dumped the WINota. It's fine. Need to find a third land. Would really love a third land. So there's the Enchantress's presence. It's now in Modern. Yeah, I guess like what people might be jamming in the leagues right now is after the update, ooh, should I just Spyro again or should I hit this? I should probably hit this. I can't imagine I wouldn't hit this. Be really weird for me not to go after the Enchantress's presence. So we can spend an evolution to go get Skyclave or something, or even I could use up I could instead of killing Bird, I can go get the Changeling actually off of this evolution. I really wish we could also play Elf out. I can't let this just chill. We should react. These matches will indeed be spice. I'm not going to attack with an elemental anyway. So let's go get our Masked Vandal here. We do have a creature in the bin, which is Kenrith. So we'll get rid of this. Yes. We can swing with the Seasoned Pyromancer into their Herald. I suppose if oh, they want to trade. By all means. No? Okay. I'm thankful we're up a game. I'm kind of a little interested in what like Enchantress could do. Are they going to suspend the Utopia Sprawl? A modern Enchantress could be a thing, certainly. A lot of the engines are now in the format. What a great time to start watching again. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Botlike? I see you there. Oh man, Sterling Grove. All right. All right. Nice, we do the land. We probably win. Our deck can be really explosive. Yes, it can. I'm only swinging with one non-human here, though, which is disappointing. But I think we swing out. Wow, never mind. Now I'm swinging with Elena, and we're going super wide. I make 5 soldiers. Could sacrifice the Lena to protect the elemental. I don't think that's worth it. I'm going to let that go. They need, like, Ghostly Prison right here. And even that I can pay for several triggers. We attack with, like, a few soldiers into it, or birds, actually, would be better to attack into it if we draw land. Show me, they need, like, Ghostly Prison. They need, like, Wrath of God, Ghostly Prison. This is what they need. Looks like they're casting Prison. If they're not casting Prison, they're probably sacrificing Sterling Grove. They could have done this during their upkeep before they drew. They could have sacrificed the Sterling Grove and guaranteed that they drew the guaranteed drawing. Sterling's going to be great for their archetype. This is the other enchantments have Shroud, and you can sacrifice it, and it's an enchantment tutor. So we win. Good games, and good luck with the rest of your... Whoop, I really butchered that typing. Good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. So we beat Enchantress. Modern Enchantress. Is Automaton in this deck? No. No, it's not. Pillow Fort. Yeah, Pillow Fort would be interesting, Jade. I'm sure you're going to be working on... Wow, so we took down our first game. I'm not playing any new cards, and I maybe should have been seeing at least what reprints I could shove into a deck. Maybe we'll look through the spoiler, and we'll have a little bit of Brewer's Moment. It's going to be a while before I can rent cards from Modern Horizons 2, but maybe we'll hang out after the league and see if there's something that there's reprints from, you know, Legacy and such that we could be playing. Good luck, and hey, good luck and have fun. Pillow Fort was the first. Thank goodness. Huh. Alright, so this hand actually not as bad as it looks. I'm actually going to keep. The reason being is next turn, unless they have some disruption for me, I can play the Arbor, and I can still cast my Visionary. Even if I don't draw a different land, like I can play the Arbor, tap the Dryad. Oh boy, Tower of Power. We got to evolve for our Magus of the Moon. We've got an avenue. Just wish we'd had birds or okay. We drew a land. Perfect. So I can. How can I do this? I might still need to play Arbor though. I think I play Arbor, and play Visionary. And then we'll evolution next turn. The Loam Dryad or the Visionary for Magus of the Moon. Cool. So we have a plan. Tap you, make mana, play the Visionary, draw a card. Would love to have more basics, but the Loam Dryad will fix us into our colors. It's always risky to go for Magus of the Moon. Obviously, I hope they don't have one of their main deck dismembers going on here. That would be very sad for us. It's very important that we won the dice roll. And this looks to be Greentron, not... because of Chromatic Star, this is Greentron, not Eldrazi-tron. I hope you guys are having a nice Wednesday. Thanks for coming and hanging out, and we're messing... We're fighting in a format with people playing the reprints, at least, if not... They're drafting Horizons and trying to grab, trying to buy their way into some of the new cards and strategies. And, oh, man, are they dismembering my Loam Dryad? That's maybe great for us if they're killing Arbor or Loam Dryad, because I should still be able to evolution. So this is going to be a weaker Magus of the Moon, because this actually was giving me color. Yeah, I mean, we just go for it. So we're going to attack them, and then I could have potted the, evolved the Loam Dryad into the Magus. I can't do that with Visionary. I can't do that with Dryad Arbor. It's X+2. But what we could do is I can play... I probably still should play Plains instead of the Firelit. Because if we draw another basic, it might be relevant for like my Strangleroot or something. Well, probably not Strangleroot, but because Dryad Arbor is actually going to tap for... It's fine. We just go for this. There's no other play available to us I can think of. And we're going to get to Spyro, so we do have things we're doing after getting the Magus. It's much less likely that they have another Dismember. They usually only main deck 1 to 2 Dismember. Tron also got a lot of hate from Modern. Oh yeah, did it? I can think of a couple cards. It's funny, we could just hit their Expedition map, but I'd rather go for the Moon. Shoot for the Moon. So maybe they were hasty on the Dismember. I mean, watch them have the second one. Certainly they could have two main deck Dismembers. Dismember's just that good. You just play it. There's lots of decks that are just rocking Dismember right now. They're probably trying to draw to it even, right? We do need to put a clock on our opponent. Like, I can't just sit here with my, 2-2 and my 1-1. I do need to get something going, so... Very, very thankful that they were a little greedy with this Dismember and killed a Mana Dork. Look at the Loam Dryad carrying for us, right? Taking that Dismember like a champ. Ancient Stirrings. All right, what do you got? See what they find. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I've got a new setup tonight. We've got new lighting. Set up the green screen. They find a Chromatic Star. They probably cast that Chromatic Star. They don't. They play another Stirring. They find Power Plant. Ooh, Pyre of Heroes. Anyone? So I can't actually Pyre the Dryad Arbor, but we'll certainly set up to Pyre the Spyro. That's fantastic for us to draw. That's an excellent. That's one of our better draws in this situation. So I'm going to dump Strangleroot and Kenrith and keep the Pyre. And next turn we'll grab WINota off of Pyre of Heroes because, lo and behold, Spyro can be transformed. Ancient Stirrings to find a mountain, you mean? Yeah. It's very important that I take game 1 against. So that's why the WINota decks do play a Magus of the Moon. We're not being clever, or I'm not doing, at least with the main deck Magus of the Moon as a tutor target, I'm not doing anything revolutionary here. There's plenty of plenty of Eldritch Evolution decks that could be doing this. Certainly the WINota archetype does do this because Magus of the Moon is also a hit off of the WINota triggers itself that you're trying to set up. So we're not doing anything revolutionary here, but some of the revolutionary stuff that we're trying, or just edgy or new things we're trying to do, is Pyre of Heroes in a WINota shell. This is new. I've not seen, to my knowledge, anybody else trying it. I think there was maybe like a Yorian Humans build of WINota that was trying to do this, that was playing Pyre of Heroes, but I've only seen one list that was doing that. And I can't remember if they were or not. Oh, we won. I can't remember if they were. So we do have quite a few things to bring in against Tron. Ferocidon stops them from gaining life off of Wormcoil, which is actually not irrelevant. Favor and Mark don't really do what we need. I mean, Favor protects me from Dismember. This is like a maybe. This is a maybe. These are for sures. Skoos can go. Visionary and Shale, only if we have room. They're just kind of filler. Same with the Geists. They're just filler. Skyclave doesn't really hit what we need. Heron's Grace can go. Skyclave hits 4 mana Karn. That's about all it does. Abolisher even stops Dismember. That'd probably be a better way to stop Dismember than Favor, perhaps. Remorseful Cleric, no. Linvala stops Walking Ballista, but so does Collector Oath. And I know I'm running Collector Oath alongside Pyre, and there's some anti-synergy. There's anti-synergy also with Spellskite. But that's still going to be a creature for WINota triggers. Moreover, we'll still run the Post-Mortem, I think. I want to test this card. Moreover, we don't care, right? I don't care if I have Collector Oath on the table, I'm probably already winning. It's not a big deal if it shuts off a card or two. Yeah, these selfless effects, I don't think they really do. Actually, no, they're Greentron. They're not playing the Eldrazi Sacrifice Everything. They're playing Oblivion Stone, so actually we should play these. I forgot that's what they're up to over there. Could just play Apparition even still, because it does have some targets, not many. Could even just like play the Shale or the Visionary. We're still going to be playing our 2 Changelings, just so we can reliably Pyre up the chain. They scoop us before seeing the tech. Yeah, they don't know that we're on WINota necessarily. They might guess. I have players sometimes guess that this is what we're doing. There are people that are aware that this is a card you could conceive of brewing around, perhaps. We did say the good luck have fun to a Tron opponent that we mooned. So, wow, this is a lot of birds. It's got a sideboard card. Probably should play it, right? Teague is great in this matchup. Doesn't stop everything they're doing, but certainly stops quite a few important things. It's not like this hand has nothing. We've got a Visionary, so it's not like this hand is just a pile of birds. It is. This hand is primarily birds, but it's got a sideboard card. Should probably keep. And maybe they dismember my bird. Why am I adding a Post-Mortem? So Post-Mortem is kind of like the 5th WINota. This is the 2nd Skyclave. It's the 5th Seasoned Pyromancer. There's good synergy there. Yeah, it's the 2nd Masked Vandal, the 2nd Elvish Visionary. It actually has good synergy with Dryad Arbor too. If this dies or gets discarded somehow, I just pay 2 life for a hasty land. That's about it for the synergy. Maybe even Scavenging Ooze you could consider having synergy. That's about it for the main deck synergies. Shale would have haste to put counters on things. Other than that, it's only really got synergy for the Remorseful Cleric. I'm really just playing this as a 5th Spyro and a 5th WINota. 2nd Heron's Grace. 2nd Blade Historian. I don't really count it for these 2. It's a 2nd copy of some important pieces, but most importantly, it's the 5th copy of our Build-Around cards. So we're trying out a Singleton Post-Mortem Lunge. I hope I explained that okay. Should we still get a basic to just put the fear in them? Put the fear in their heart that I have. Put the fear in their heart that I have access to the... I mean, we should be getting basics anyway. Because I am trying to moon them again, if I can. Postmortem doesn't have good synergy with the birds or the Arbor Elves, though. We're back on Arbor Elf, by the way, if you're wondering. If you were wondering why I'm playing this again. I changed the mana base to compensate for it. We really, with us going back up to 8 fetch lands, we really needed more shock lands anyway. So I think Arbor Elf is the natural next conclusion. So I do kind of want to just get the Teagster on the table. We'll play another bird. However, I probably shock this time because I want this Windswept to be a basic plains, probably. So I actually could have made it so I didn't take damage if I played the bird off a temple, fetch Windswept, play Teague. That would have been more correct, but that's okay. It's not like we're playing against Burn. Like that, yeah, that was a mistake. I meant if my plan was with this Windswept to get basic plains anyway, I should have used the Windswept instead of the shocking in the garden. Ooh, nice. We might just hit the Magus here. Look at us doing our thing. I need red here. Look at us doing our thing. Doing our thing, doing our thing. Show me the Dismember. I mean, if they Dismember WINota, then Teak maybe lives. And Teak living is really good. I mean, like, sure, they might assemble Tron and play a big old Walking Ballista. That certainly is something that could happen. And now we've got a backup WINota, which is really sweet, but, like, I wonder if you see this. I have plenty of mana to post-mortem the... Like, let's say they do Dismember the WINota. We attack for 1, or we attack for 2. They play something that's not 7 mana Karn, because Teague's on the battlefield. I mean, I guess they could kill both of these, and that would be sad, and we got to go to game 3, but... If they kill the WINota, I might just play out this other bird this turn. If they don't kill this, we're going to attack with these 2. That's so much mana, though, Jade, to play O-Stone. And then... I mean, over the course of 2 turns, they can do it without Tron mana, right? They could play it out for 3. A couple turns later, when they have 5 mana, they could pop the O-Stone. Yeah, I mean, O-Stone is something they can use to get out of Magus, technically. It's just very slow to do it. Hopefully, we would have something going before they did anything. So, opponent is tanking because they're deciding, okay, where do I need to put my Dismember? I wish I had Veil in this hand, right? Maybe we should even bring in the Veil against these Dismember strategies. Probably not, right? Wow, they're letting me attack. Awesome. Find me a Magus of the Moon, please. That's a whiff, but that's okay. It happens. We're gonna look 12 cards deep, not just 6. Wow, there's the Magus. Wow, 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 wow. Look, we looked 12 cards deep. Found it. That's the only Magus of the Moon in our deck. 12 cards deep and we find it. That's great. Alright, good games. And better luck with the rest of your... I'm saying good games and better luck with the rest. Oh, they already disconnected. Alright. Sweet. Post-mortem lunge, bot like 47, is something that... Post-mortem lunge is something that Vizier combo in Modern used to play. They played 1 or more copies of Post-mortem lunge. So I don't think it's a completely bizarre card for us to be giving a try. Because that hit was fire. Oh man, Peeves with the jokes. Peeves with the jokes. Yeah, that was sweet. We gave him a little bit of that Magus of the Moon, right? That was sweet. I might be starting up our. We used to have some different subscriber programs here on the channel, trying to find out the best way to incorporate that back into the show. Jade and some of you others. Well, yeah, Peeves, you would have been watching the stream back then. I think that would be really cool to start up, especially with Modern Horizons hitting Magic Online. I think it'd be really cool for me to just, you guys have ideas, and then I brew up those ideas and we play the deck. I might be interested in doing that again. Anybody interested in that, perhaps? Hey. Good luck and have fun. But we don't want to get overwhelmed. Yeah, I got overwhelmed before, and that was why we stopped doing it. So this is a hand where the Arbor Elf is very sad, but we're going to keep it because we have a birds. Or two. Look at us, like, aggressively keeping these one-landers. It's a little risk. A little risk. Don't kill my bird. They're not a Luris deck. Is this Enchantress again? No, it's Elves. Okay, so, yeah, Elves. Elves is a thing. Elves is certainly a thing now. Alright, well, didn't see second land. Maybe we will now, but Pyre, can you get us out of this? Skyclave, their Heritage Druid. You'll clearly sub no matter what. Well, I appreciate that, Jade. Oh, they're attacking. Yeah, maybe we're just going to Skyclave Apparition next turn. Another Sentinel. That's the Sentinel they revealed. Okay. Most likely. They do have the Heritage Druid. I imagine, like, whatever their next card is, I have to Apparition. Right, that they're going to play off of the Druid. Like a Elvish Archdruid here. They could play Ziri here. They could play Realm Walker. Realm Walker, I don't know if I necessarily need Apparition. I'd rather just get rid of the Heritage Druid. They keep going, though, by the way. This is an elf. They can tap 3 again. Opponent could just be going off here, by the way. They have 2 Sentinels and a Heritage Druid draw. Third elf again. Yeah, maybe we're not bothering with this. Maybe I should just Spyro, keep the Pyre, and hope to hit second land. Ooh, War Master. Oh, boy. Opponent's just going off over there. It's awesome. No new cards yet. No new cards, really. Query and Ranger is the new card for them. Yeah, I think we just have to set up, like, yeah, I could remove the Heritage Druid. They have so much going on now. I think it's irrelevant for me. I think we just Spyro. I mean, I might still keep the Apparition, but we're definitely going to dump Kenrith. It's either Entity or Spyro. Entity could be really important, though, here. Now, let's keep the Apparition. Did not hit land. Holy cajoli. Holy cow. We did not hit the land. We're probably dead. That's fine. We're probably just dead. I could block with the Spyro, but I might just want to evolve Spyro so we get to attack with one more creature. Probably just dead. Elves, it gonna get you. But in fairness, like, a one-lander for me, even though we have dorks, like, a one-lander for me probably won't win. This is a big old Shaman of the Pack. We don't have much to bring in for this matchup either. And it's not like I'm playing Fiery Justice anymore. I could bring in, like, the Timely Reinforcements because they do go wider than us. Is that lethal on its own? Down to 2. I mean, these are summoning sick, but I have to pretty much block across the board, right? They're swinging with 2/2/2s, a 2/3, another 2/2. If I can possibly still have a semblance of a board, either Eldritch or get this on the table, there's a chance. So I can't take either hit from the Sentinels. Yeah, I can't. I think we're just dead no matter how I block, right? Actually, there is one block that lets me live, and that's this block. That's the wrong block. I want to kill the War Master probably. The advantage being they didn't see what I'm up to, but like maybe you would guess WINota. All right, elves. They go faster than us. The decks that can go faster than us tend to beat us. Revoker can name Quirion Ranger, which is the new card they're playing. Gaddock Teague turns off Collected Company, Cord, other things they might be playing. Neither of these are useful. They do put a lot of creatures on the table, so like Ferocidon can actually deal more damage to them than it deals to me. This might be something we want to be doing. These protection enchantments, nah. Timely could come in. They go wider than us. Linvala turns off some of their stuff, but that's kind of minimal. None of these other cards really do much. Heron's Grace could maybe stay in. Magus can go. I think Skyclave is too slow. I don't know if I want to cut our Changeling 2-drop. It doesn't actually have things it hits, though. Spellskite could probably go, too. Ooze could probably go. It's one cut. Could cut a Geist. Let's play the Ferocidon. It's a non-bow with the Heron's Grace I left in, but I think that's okay. Hey, this hand has lands. Sweet. We're being smart. Look at us keeping a hand that has some lands. Big brain plays. I think a lot of why we lost that first game actually had less to do with the fact that the matchup was elves and more to do with the fact that I missed 2 land drops. And I chose to, right? I didn't mulligan. I should have. Might just want to get the stomping for the Arbor Elf. Nah, let's not take a lot of extra damage, actually. Like, this gives us the colors. I don't need to get the colors off of Elf through Elf. That's what they revealed. Could get the Mirror Entity on the table and then play WINota next turn. I don't think that's correct. I think I'm supposed to go Arbor Elf, fetch out Dryad Arbor, play WINota. If you're wondering why I'm not playing any Air Mesas, it has to do with the Dryad Arbor. Elf. Passing, so we'll go ahead and get this now. So red source here, we can go basic white source here. We're going to attack into this brick wall, but I think that's fine. So birds. And I'd rather give up the Dryad Arbor than the Arbor Elf, actually. So one trigger coming. We do miss. It's very sad and very depressed about it. We could have also just played an Arbor Elf this turn. We're very sad. We're very sad that top 6 didn't have a human. Makes me wonder, did we slim on our human count in this latest build? I don't think we did. Should be 15, 16. That's kind of light. Maybe now I'm just dead. Usually I like to run with 16 or more humans. We're probably just dead. No big deal. Probably dead. Yeah, we could have spent that turn setting up a little bit. Instead of just attacking with the Arbor, we could have just played another Dork. Is this Collected Company? Realm Walker. Yeah, they had the double Sentinel Heritage Druid draw again. I mean, this is something you see Legacy Elves do. Heritage, Nettle. It's exciting. It's sad. I mean, Elves, yeah, they go faster than I can. You see them doing it twice. Elves usually thrives in a format where there's no disruption. And my deck doesn't tend to disrupt. We tend to just have, like, bullets. So we should see them play out pretty much their whole hand if they can. It's kind of comboing off here. 2 cards left. That's awesome for them that they only had 1 land. Like elves, like for elves, a one lander is actually really sweet sometimes. Because because it just means they have that much more gas. Look at all this. Need a terminus off the top at this point. Attack for 4 now. No blocks. And what's to rub salt in the wound, one of my better things to hit off the WINotas in my hand. That's amazing. I've not seen that good of a modern Elves draw. I'm not even angry. That's maybe one of the strongest Elves draws I think I've seen in a really long time. Like a one-lander with double Sentinel with Heritage Druid, they played out everything in their hand. It was amazing. Right? We're not even mad at this point, right? Well, they Realm Walker, if you're wondering why they had so much gas, it was Realm Walker. But a Realm Walker that never saw a single land the whole time on the top of the library, I mean, that's just nuts. This is just magical Christmas land. So I think it's okay. I don't think I'm going to change my sideboard just because we saw the absolute nuttiest modern Elves draw I've seen in years. I mean, it's awesome. We're not mad. We don't change anything. I could get the Blade Historian onto the table, but it doesn't really do anything. I think we just attack, see our triggers, see what we would have gotten. Really, really sad that we didn't even get an initial trigger. Man, we're not hitting. We're just not hitting today. The Ferocidon would have dealt them, if we had gotten this on the table, this would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. Something like that. It's crazy. Would have been a lot of damage. Alright, good games. And good luck with the rest of your league. It's fun to see the little green men, the little green people doing their thing. Quite okay with that. I mean, right? Anybody else in the chat? I mean, like, have you seen an elf draw like that in years? I haven't. I mean, I'm used to seeing that in Legacy. I'm used to seeing, like, one land and then everything else is elves. In Legacy, I'm not used to seeing that in Modern. That's awesome. I don't think we changed the deck whatsoever from that loss, though. But, wow. I mean, like, elves could really be a thing with the printing of Quirion Ranger. We didn't see them cast a single Quirion Ranger, though. I could maybe keep this. It's awkward because it's got the basic planes, and we have Strangle Root, but we do cast the Spellskite. We see another green source or red source, the sand functions. I'll keep this, actually. In the dark, I'll keep it. I mean, obviously, if we knew what they were up to... and I don't have to fetch immediately. We could try to coax more lands out of our deck. I've also seen Merfolk. I've seen a resurgence of Merfolk. I think instead of playing the Spellskite, Arbor Elf, you're late to the party. Play the Arbor Elf. We've seen a couple of new cards tonight. We played against Enchantress in round 1. Modern Enchantress. Fantress, this is a counter spell, perhaps? Yeah. Modern is a weird, crazy place now. It's awesome. Archmage's Charm? What can I play into the Archmage's Charm? Magus. Alright. Skite? We might see them if I go to combat, them just Archmages my Arbor Elf, which would be pretty problematic. That is much better for us if they just counter. Where's their other colors? I mean, surely this has got to be like blue-white or black splash. You got to be splashing something, right? You're not mono-blue control over here. There you go. There's your white source. Jace. Cryptic Command. This is where we wish we still were playing 2 Caverns. I only have 1 main deck Cavern. We gotta give something. I mean, the Magus of the Moon. Jace. I did miss a land drop. I'm surprised they're not considering... so what do we really need to resolve? We could get rid of the Jace with a... evolve this to go get Skyclave. A little risky because I kind of need this Arbor Elf. Might just be correct to resolve the Spyro. Honestly, it's probably what I do. Could also just attack the Jace and still resolve the Spyro. Unless they have a Subtlety. I don't know if people have their hands on that card yet, though. I really think that Magus of the Moon really isn't all that effective. Eldritch Evolution is quite bad in this matchup, though. I might dump those 2 things. Could be miracles. We could be seeing a Terminus right now. People who are maybe trying Brainstone in their blue-white decks. No Terminus. Okay. Yeah, just trying to set up that Terminus. We'll throw most of our team at the Jace if we get a combat step. Obviously, there's Cryptic. If they do Cryptic, we Magus cut them off the castles. Oh, blue-white's tough. I mean, a lot of the blue derivatives of modern deck are tough for us. We kind of really need some of our sideboard. Bring that into probably. The selfless effects are good because they play Verdict. Or maybe they're on Terminus. I'd love to see if they're on Terminus or if they're on Verdict. Field cast to Fairy. Is that what we're doing? It's unfortunate that the Lena's in my hand because she can sacrifice herself and protect everybody except for WINota, but like keeping creatures on the table is really important for us. Especially against blue-white. Like it's okay if they're even like, you know, 2/2s and 1/1s. I just need to keep some threats on the table. Let's go to combat and see what they do. See if they want to Cryptic my team. They don't. If I hang back on the Arbor Elf, I can double spell, but I don't like the Vandal doesn't really do anything here. They're maybe very happy that the Jace just eats all this. They may even just let this go. Like I said, they might just let this go. So do we want green for Strangle? There's another Strangle. So 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Or do I want white for my Singleton Skyclave? I mean, Skyclave's good. Skyclave's important, but I'm going to choose Second Forest. We already have basic planes out. I know I have Lena in my hand, but that's probably not happening. So they might just let this resolve. Okay, they do counter it. The mismatch. I'm not going to play out the Masked Vandal. I don't think it's worth it. We're 2-1 in this league, losing to elves, modern elves. I think my MTG bot maybe needs to be recalibrated. Yeah, so we'll go to combat and maybe second main, try to resolve this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would mean being suspect, not attacking with the Arbor Elf. Fetching out a second white source. WINota's actually still more so the prize than Lena. Lena, I'm just trying to get her to eat a counterspell, or like a Snapcaster counterspell. I will shock instead of getting out my planes. Probably want to go Foundry, actually, for the red for Spyro. Oh, we already have red for Spyro if Arbor lives, but I actually think it's probably smart to do. This is going to get countered. It's okay. Opponent's sitting pretty over there with 6 cards. You know, like you do. Very happy we got them to Archmage's Charm earlier in the game. Trade it for the Spellskite. Show me Cryptic Command. Now you might be like, Bruce Spy, there's no way we're going to beat them. They have 6, 7 cards in their hand right now, right? There's very little chance we're going to win. While that's true, I just want to beat them on the clock game 1 when it comes to, you know, blue-white or blue-black control, derivatives thereof. And we could always draw into the Cavern of Souls. That's always an option. We do have a singleton main deck Cavern. Kenrith, okay. He's hasty. Just got a nickel and dime, the opponent. Just nickels and dimes. We're looking for nickels, we're looking for dimes, we're looking to put a big... that's fine. I mean, it's a little sad because I would have liked to have flashed that back, but... or exiled it, but... get another basic. Looks like they were considering doing Snap. Looks like they were considering maybe Archmage's charming my something and doing some blocks and some cute things. But I mean, you play it out because if I can steal game 2. So I do think matchups like this are tough for us. But if I can steal game 2, like the Path to Exile, you know, Supreme Verdict kind of matchup. But if we can get game 2, it's very important that I draw this first game out as long as I can, especially since it's Magic Online. They shock here. What are we doing? Animating Colonnade? No, clearly we're playing a Teferi with Cryptic behind it. And I want to, at this point, I need to hang back a little bit on what I'm adding to the table. We've got 4 power on the table. Skyclave does not hit Teferi. Even if they let me attack with my team, it doesn't actually get the Teferi off the table. Might even be correct for me to put the WINota on the table. They might consider They might consider minusing their Teferi to put her back into my hand, but... Maxed Vandal might just be time for just to slap this on the table. It's probably not going to get to remove anything, and I need to have more of a board presence than just an elemental token after they bounce my WINota. Now, Masked Vandal, since it's a changeling, it counts as a human and it doesn't trigger WINota. Some players don't realize that. I've had opponents like go after my changelings. Well, the Masked Vandal is pretty a weak one to go after, but so they're just plussing. They're just plussing. Just plussing away. Snap path the WINota now. Go ahead and F6. I mean, yes, there's Jace to hit with Skyclave. I might just clear the Snapcaster with my Skyclave, though. Again, we're not playing to win at this point. We're playing for time. This first game, anyway. Game 2, that's going to be different. We're going to be coming out of the gates. We're going to have some sideboard cards. Ooh, this is a great card to try to resolve later. Let's start, though, with a Skyclave. They should ignore this, but maybe they won't. They got 4 cards. Try to resolve a Spyro here. Maybe this just gets counterspelled. Post-mortem. We don't have a WINota, but we do have other things that I could post-mortem. Let's start figuring that out now while they take their turn. Go ahead and F6. Yeah, oh, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, there's the Blade Historian. There's the Lena. I actually have enough mana to get the Lena back. There's Kenrith. No blocks. Verdict. All right. If I draw a land and they don't have path or... I mean, I kind of need them to not have anything, right? Ooh, Pyre's good to resolve if we can. Maybe I play Pyre and it's like, yeah, but you don't have any creatures. But I do have a creature. This is a good card for us to stick in the matchup. I'm not playing a 1-mana Changeling, so I can't go up from our Spyro tokens. They're going to counter my birds. Sure. I do have another good target for Postmortem Lunge, and it's Seasoned Pyromancer. So I'm going to do that. That seems great. Post-mortem, and I can punch the Time Raveler if they don't have another path. Maybe their last card's Force and Negation. Yeah, their last 2 cards are Force. All right. We're not completely out of gas. I have... I can exile the Pyromancer. So we're not like completely out here, but they should just start attacking me with the Colonnade, right? 2 attacks from Colonnade ends us. We did manage to get them all the way down past 14 minutes, which is good. So, like, you're like, Bruce Spy, but why are you happy here? You lost. No. We have not lost. We may have lost the battle, did not lose the war. I managed to take out... our clock started 25, so I've managed to shave off quite a bit of time for my opponent, over 10 minutes. Cavern drew it too late. That's very sad. Not going to show them that. Not going to show them that. We drew it too late. This could have been big game. Like, several of our threats got just straight up counterspelled, and several of them were humans. That's just too bad. So they got to win another game in 13 minutes or less, but we got to get them on the ropes. Got to get them on the ropes next game. Yeah, it's too bad that it got forced. So they're at 13 minutes even. So Prowling, Gaddock, Revoker, Veil. Rampaging Ferocidon's going to stop their sideboard. We don't need Grace. This stops their sideboard timely reinforcements. Some blue-white will even be main decking timely reinforcements. Favor is good, not Mark. So I don't want any of these. I want perhaps the... definitely want Glyph Weaver, Abolisher, Selfless. We're not going to play Remorseful. We can cut Shale because that's kind of just filler. Magus just isn't good enough. Apparition just basically hits Jace. I mean, that's important to hit Jace, but it's not enough targets. The evolutions are weak. I'm going to cut some number of evolution. Spell's Guide could stay. It stops their the paths that they're going to be playing against us. I guess they don't have room for the Ferocidon. We don't care too much about timely reinforcements. I care a little bit about their timely reinforcements, but not actually all that much. Eidolon comes in because they're a Snapcaster Mage deck. Let's just try to win with these humans. So they cut one card. I guess I could cut a bird. I'd rather keep the Dryad because we're keeping in the Pyres. I think you just, against blue-white control, especially now that they have, like, more counter magic than before that they're playing that's playable, I think Eldritch is just not worth it. It's just, like, getting 2 for 1 if they do have the counter spell is just too brutal for us, I think, in this matchup now. Vandal could have been something I cut. However, I like keeping the, oh, okay, wow, we keep this. Favor, Pyre. It's got the Glyph Weaver. Seems great. Seems good. I mean, they might have Spell Snare for us. If they do, what I mean, like, what am I okay? What 2-drop of mine am I okay losing? Or they're just like, all right, sweet, we can resolve this Pyre. I don't know what I need this to be yet. We're probably shocking this temple anyway at some point. Let's just play out the Pyre. I don't have to play into this. I could just go get... I could go... I could pot up my chain and not play into this counterspell here. Don't show me Shadow of Doubt. That would be brutal. Against the blue decks, me being able to do things with Pyre is sweet. Sure. Forest, please. This is where I would love to have a second Cavern of Souls in our mana base, for sure. Teferi. Oh, Ashiok. Okay. Ooh, they hit my Cavern of Souls. That's so sad. That's really sad for us. They hit my Cavern. Alright, so if we could resolve anything this turn, what would we want it to be? It would be Spyro, but I actually don't have the right colors for that. This should probably just Visionary and hope for a land. Wrong land. Ashiok. I mean, I'll still probably play this land out, but it's a little awkward for sure. If they don't deal with my Visionary... Oh, no, we can't search either. Yeah, the Ashiok's great. People bring that card in against me because I'm an Evolution deck for sure. They miss a land drop. That's good, I guess. I can get this Strangleroot counter. That seems bad for us. I might just want to play out the Glyph Weaver. Actually, that's not true. I have Postmortem Lunge, but I don't have enough mana to get this countered and then bring it back. It would take me a couple turns to do that. I do think that Glyph Weaver is maybe what I try to resolve. But let's hit the Ashiok. I mean, maybe that's not true because... Actually, let's just play Favor. That's not true because I think Selfless is really important in this matchup. I need to invalidate their... Supreme Verdicts. So it does eat a counterspell. They do hit their land. I drew an Arbor Elf. Awkwardly, because we had the Foundry here, I can't Strangle and Arbor. Let's go to combat. This is not what I want to be messing around with. I don't want to be sitting here messing around, chipping away at an Ashiok. This is really not good for us. Let's play the Arbor Elf. It's still my main phase, so that's actually kind of nice of them. Thank you, opponent. I don't quite understand that usage of Cryptic. Did they think it was not my... Huh. I mean, they might just have a glut of cards if they're doing that. That's a little loose, but they might just have a ton of stuff over there. So, it might not matter. That was a kind of a strange choice with their Cryptic, but it might beat us anyway. Because Ashiok reads spells and abilities that we control, we actually do control this, what's happening here. I do have white down packed. Let's just have more green mana. We were choked for green earlier. It's too bad I can't be searching with this Pyre. It'd be so sweet right now. Gosh, another? Okay, so if I post-mortem, they might consider doing something. Like, funny enough, post-mortem on the Arbor Elf gets through here. Would help me to kill the Ashiok, and then my Pyre works. These two fetches work. I think I might get them to fight over this. Because this is 2 creatures attacking the Ashiok. Right, sure they could have a Snapcaster, sure there's Path, sure there's all these things. I think I don't throw away the Strangleroot. I think I try to get the Ashiok off the table. This way. Wow, that got a counterspell? That's fantastic for us, maybe. Strangleroot. I think I should just shove both of these at the Ashiok because they need Path here. But if they do have Path here, I want to still be dealing 1 damage to the Ashiok. Like, I hope they don't have second Path. It looks like they don't. So there goes the Ashiok, and we can do some stuff. Good. Do we Spyro? Do I Pyre of Heroes? What am I doing? Probably just casting Spyro. It's going to be a little painful. Even if they Verdict here, I'm not out of gas. I still have Strangle. We're certainly not out of gas because Pyromancer's a silly magic card. Opponent has 8 minutes left. It's very, very good that I'm still playing Magic right now. Very good. Arbor Elf should still have the Changeling as a choice. It does. I was looking to see what we could turn this into. They should consider verdicting here, right? I anticipate this to get pathed, but I think I still go for it. So they're going to counter this Pyre, and then I'm going to stick another one. I don't think I play out the Arbor Elf that's in my hand. Hey, what's up, Arthur? They're down to 1 card. Did a much better job this second game, but it's not necessarily ours yet. Jace. Jace Storms. Thanks for that follow. Wooden Puddle, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Brew Spy the Magic Guy show. Welcome to the Brew crew. Part of the ship. Part of the crew. I'm making that up. That's something that my girlfriend really likes Disney, so that was in my brain. That was funny. Alright, Jace, drawing some cards. Did you find an out, opponent? You loving the Pyre of Heroes? I do too. I do too. It's a 2 of, but it's pretty important, especially for matchups like this. It's quite nice. Snap Path. Okay. We're not out of gas. I'm going to kill the Jace. I could even go get the, I think I took out the Apparition, though. Yes, we will. There's one more. Oh, no, we discarded the planes? Okay. Dryad Arbor hasn't been used yet, right, this game? Let me see. Yeah, Loam Dried Arbor have been used, so this is kind of a dead fetch. There's Spiromancer to think about. Can I swing through the Mage? Yes. I have the Jace dead if I swing the whole team. I can turn this Elvish Visionary into a Spyro. That's what I intend to do. So let's attack their Jace dead. Seems good to me. Just thinking if I have anything like Hasty, or I could pyre these into the Changeling, and then I'm not trading anything. That might be spicy, right? Go pyre Geist into Changeling, actually, and then I just have a huge team here. Actually, are they just dead? They're at 17. I'd only have to swing 2 threats at the Jace if I did that. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to do. Isn't that why we're running super spicy cards? Did I take it out? I didn't take it out. Yeah, I think we do this instead of getting Spyro, right? It's a little greedy, but I think it's actually better because Geist has great synergy for Pyre. Yeah, let's just do it. They might even just be dead, actually. Hang on, let's do some math here. I have 4 attackers. They're at 17. They can block 1 of my creatures, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I think they're actually just dead, right? 4 attackers. I'm hitting them for 18, and they're only going to be able to block 1 creature, right? Let's make sure that this has a target. I'm pretty sure I have some fetchables left. I think they're just dead. Yeah, they're just dead. I just attacked them and killed. Wow, awesome. Opponent is now going to try to play very fast Magic. I don't really need to win anymore. I just need to make them not win. Let them not win within the allocated time. So we might change up some cards just because the goal isn't really to win. I just need to kind of slow them down. I think we don't actually need Masked Vandal. It's nice for me to be able to go from my 1s to my 2s and up and everything, but Arbor Elf and Birds and Loam Dryad all have 2-drops that they can Pyre Heroes into. I'd almost rather just like have like Apparition, like some of the things that can let them win when there's that little time left. Like I almost would rather play like Shale or the Apparition. Apparition hits Jace, hits Little Teferi. Shale can block Colonnade. Shale pumps my team. Shale helps like the really fair, like playing, oh, we just win the match. Awesome. Yes, please. I think they understood what was maybe going to transpire there. I was just going to, and not slow play them, but just like sideboard in such a way that we're just going to try. Arthur came up with a new neat Scapeshift idea from the new spoil cards. You're always trying to do something with Scapeshift. I shouldn't say that. That's such an insult as a brewer, right? Actually, you're more of a Wargate guy. You're more of a Wargate guy. Glimpse of Tomorrow plus Shardless Agent. No, I'm just a lands player. You're just a humble lands player. All right, we're 2-2. Yeah, I think the thing below my head, the MTG bot thing, I think that thing below my head is not updating properly. We are clearly 2, and we're 2-2. We lost to, or we know, we're 3-1. Wait, we lost to Elves. I know that much. Let's check the standings. Hang on, league details. Win, loss, win, win. Yeah, our only loss was to Elves. They just trounced us. They went really fast. I don't really interact. And I think that's fine. Our blue-white opponent was like, I'm moving on. Might be tough for me to win. Yeah, Pyre Heroes was great. I wonder if we could play more copies of Pyre. I think 2 is the sweet spot, though. 2 is also the same number of Pyre Heroes that Modern Goblins plays or was playing. Alright, hey, good luck and have fun. Alright, so this opener is pretty weak. There's no acceleration. There's no... This hand's quite a bit better. We would tuck one of the WINotas. Also need to play some good 3-drops. Alright, let's get put to the burn test, shall we? Draw me a land. You're the Goblin Guide. Arbor Elf coming up. Alright, we're going to shock in a Loam Dryad, right? And I'm sure you're like, wait, what are you doing, Bruce Spy? If there's a mana dork that they kill, we want it to be the Loam Dryad, not one of these. It's not like Loam Dryad blocks and trades with Goblin Guide. We have some sideboard for this matchup. We're probably dead since they're on the play. It has less to do with the fact that I have a shock land in this draw. And we do have a lot more shock lands because we're playing an Arbor Elf mana base than usual, as per usual. So that does hurt my burn matchup. But this probably has less to do with me having to shock myself at some point, more to do with the fact that burn won the dice roll. We do sometimes win this matchup. Drew me a land because you're the Goblin Guide. Thank you, opponent. And I'm main decking the Heron's Grace for matchups like this. You know. Eidolon. Make me a sad boy. Ooh, Riftbolt. We have a chance. We have a chance because that's what they did instead. Yeah. Bird's Elf. Unless I could consider playing the Geist. I think I'm supposed to play Elf, though, right? Because this says haste. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we play Elf. And if there's any creature I have to block with, it's Loam Dryad, so we'll keep it back. This is them killing my bird. No, this is them killing my Arbor Elf. Okay. We can't afford to block with this anymore. Might as well hit them for 1. Because every point matters for our deck, for sure. If they're bolting an Arbor Elf, though, we might see them Riftbolt my Birds of Paradise. Nope, they're going face. Face is the place. They just really hated that Arbor Elf. Alright, draw us a land, because you're the Goblin Guide. We have a Seasoned Spyro coming up. Nah, we kind of needed that extra mana dork, actually, right? Skewer. Like, what am I doing here? Playing WINota and then blocking with WINota? Am I just supposed to Spyro, actually? Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to Spyro. Because, like, WINota doesn't actually start attacking yet. I'm just producing blockers. I'm not actually, excuse me, not... Yeah. We're going to dump the Lena and the Geist. That's unfortunate. Okay. I have 2 mana, but it's not enough. Show me 2 burn spells. Maybe they were thinking you're a Sprawl strat. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Black Iron. What's up, Black Iron? It's been a while since I've seen you, my friend. How you doing? Show me burn spell, burn spell. Show me burn spell, burn spell. I mean, I'd love for them to just draw more Goblin Guides and, you know, Monastery Swift Spears, and here's a Lightning Helix. Show me another burn spell. Like I said earlier, we lost a dice roll. I had to shock on a stomping ground. Probably a recipe for death. We're about to maybe get him next turn. All right, so things that I bring in against burn. There's not a whole lot. It's the 2 protection enchants. The Selfless Spirit is low enough to the ground. You could bring in Glyph Weaver as well. That's about it. We do quite a bit of cutting. Magus gets cut. I think Skyclave's too cute too. Maybe the same reason why we might not run Glyph Weaver. That's maybe a cut. Mirror Entity can maybe be a cut. Oh! We have another person for the Brew Crew. Sleeping Wolf Hearthstone. Thank you so much for that subscription. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Eye Show. Thanks, friend. Thank you for that. Masked Vandal hits. We can't be dawdling. I'll still run Pyre, but let's not dawdle. So, like, some of this stuff. These are, like, really vulnerable in this matchup. Or just weak. I just cut these. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Actually, we can cut the, I can cut the Loam Dryad and the Visionary and such before I can cut the Arbor. Arbor is still, no, this hurts us so much sometimes. I don't think it's worth it. Like, Skyclave might even be better. I think I just want Visionary because it just cantrips. Thank you so much for that support. Welcome back, or welcome to the Brew Crew. Definitely consider hopping in the Discord if you haven't. Sure, I don't catch your show often, but I love the content. Sleeping Wolf, have you hopped in Discord? I know not everybody uses Discord, but have you considered it? This is a mulligan, right? Oh, maybe I should have taken out the post-mortem lunge. That's my bad, folks, for not cutting that. Let's keep this and get rid of the Vandal, right? Well, no, Vandal hits Eidolon. I do need to hit the Eidolon. Pyre's actually maybe not what I want. It's a little slow. If I had a choice between Pyre and Evolution, I'm going to pick Evolution, right? Let's keep this and tuck the Pyre of Heroes. This hand is already hoping for a third land to function. Yeah, I'd love to see you in there. Definitely share with me what you're working on, Sleeping Wolf. All right, so we're not going to crack the fetch yet because there's a higher % chance that they give us a land. Okay, Arbor Elf coming up. I probably still have to fetch. Lena, that's not great. I mean, Vandal blocks the Goblin guy, but let's play Favor. Say go. All right, Arthur says I'm digging the Pyre in the deck in general. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe that was wrong what I kept. I mean, I'm trying to be mindful of Eidolon, but here's the thing. I don't have a creature in my yard, right? So that's where this is weak against Eidolon. Really just need a red source off the top. Draw us a land. Draw us a land, you're the Goblin Guide. Draw us a land. Swiss Spear, okay. Draw us a land, you're the Goblin Guide. Lava Spike me. Well, I was asking for a red source. Gonna go down to probably dead, but I have a protection creature now. Gonna go down to dead. Yes, we've got a pro all colors 2/2. Yes, we could draw a land that doesn't hurt us so much and play the WINota. And yes, we could hit the nuts and we could hit the life gain human off of our triggers. All the magical Christmas things could happen. Opponent has 4 cards in their hand though, so I'm probably just dead. Bolt, bolt. I am at 5. I mean, if they just have 3 1-mana burns, I'm dead anyway. Eidolon, okay. No attacks. I drew Timely. It doesn't get me any creatures, but that's got to be suspect, right? If I attack with an elemental of this card. I think we should just take our life, because like if I do attack, it's very suspect that I have something like Timely. You know? Yeah, exactly. They don't have a real reason to block. I think most burn players would sniff out Timely. Lazy says I don't see a world where they would block. So we'll go up to 9. We'll let them deal some damage to themselves with their Eidolon, right? We just need to draw a land. We draw a land, get to the WINota. Lava Spike me. Okay. I drew a Pyre of Heroes. Now, Pyre of Heroes does result in getting us to this. It would put me to 4, though. I think we're just going to die anyway. Like, I needed to draw a land that doesn't hurt me so much to win. I think we just lose the burn match tonight, and that's okay. Happens. It happens. Because, like, if I do that, I'm making it so they need 1 less burn spell. Now, if they attack all out here, I get to block the Eidolon. Oh, wow, or they're just being a little bit scared. I mean, we're on the draw 4th land, cast WINota plan. Like, if I was going to go for Pyre, that ship has already sailed, right? They're being a little scared of attacking into the Spiromancer, which I don't think they should be. I think they should just attack in. I think they should just wham jam, go for it. I don't really have great blocks or anything. Skill crack. Attack with the team. I go to 1. They have another burn spell. Therefore, it's irrelevant. Good games. And good luck with the rest. I am curious. We're not going to get to see when the land was, because it was our last match. But we did still 3-2. We did still 3-2. It's a little sad. Our losses were Burn and Elves. What is Modern coming to? I love it. Let's open this together. We got our play points back too. Oh man, Day of Destiny. But mostly 35 play points, but Day of Destiny. Chesty, still a Chesty. This is kind of a rough draw, to be honest. It was. I am playing 22 land. Usually we're fine. It happens. I like the postmortem lunge. I like that we beat blue-white. That was sweet. Like, I'm happy for what we did end up beating. I almost would just run this back nearly, maybe even card for card. There are little tweaks, of course, here and there to think about. Maybe even incorporating a 3rd Pyre of Heroes into this, because I think Pyre is just so juicy for what we're doing, right? I've thought about a 3rd Pyre of Heroes, but I think 3 is a lot. It's kind of a legendary, sort of. You could get 2 going at once. It's not crazy to have 2 going at once. They're very good in certain matchups. I don't know. It's a good question. I want to continue to test the postmortem a little bit longer. Could cut like an elf. I'd still have quite a few turn 1 drops. I mean, like we were hitting our acceleration very fairly consistent. Could cut an elf. That would be 3rd Pyre or 3rd Geist. Mana was good tonight. A little painful, though. That's the price you pay, I think, when you play with Arbor Elf, right? Like, if we were playing with different dorks, like, in other words, if we were playing with Ignoble Hierarch, I could play that instead of Arbor Elf, and we could play, like, Razor Verge and not take as much land damage. So. What about Avacyn's Pilgrim? Well, we've played Llanowar Elves and everything. I mean, like Ignoble's where I really want to be, because this is... this has the same Pyre, excuse me, I keep saying pod. The same Pyre targets as Arbor Elf, actually, because it's a Shaman, this could still hit the Elvish Visionary. I mean, just losing to Burn there makes me kind of want to... I mean, I just can't rent those cards yet, right? We already looked into it. None available. And even if they were available, they're not going to let us... They're trying to estimate how much it's going to be. Cardholder won't, just like any other rental service, won't let us actually get our hands on these. Oh, that's what we were going to do. We were going to look through the spoiler. That's right. We were going to look through the spoiler together and see if there's any decks we want to build that have reprints. Reprints. Did you like how my voice cracked there? Reprints. Are there any reprints that come to mind? I mean, like, that's kind of, like, boring, I guess, to start our journey into brewing with Modern Horizons 2. But that's all I can get my hands on tonight that we could actually play in a tournament. Are there any reprints that come to mind? I mean, yeah, I don't think I can rent the Ragavan either. We were thinking about Ragavan. I just don't think I can rent any of the new cards yet. Yeah, 0 available. Just trying to think of the different cards we were thinking about for this list. Recruiter. I could play a Recruiter. Recruiter's a reprint we should maybe be considering. What does Recruiter get? Recruiter's an extra Magus of the Moon. Recruiter is an extra Spellskite. This is an extra... I mean, it like doubles up on so many things in my deck. What does this double up? These are kind of irrelevant for that. It's an extra Blade Historian. Spellskite, Ooze, Vandal, Mirror Entity, Apparition. I mean, like, this seems good. It's the 5th Pyromancer. It's an extra Remorseful. It's an extra... What else is this? Yeah, it's an extra Remorseful. It's an extra Gaddock Teague. Is it a Serapod? No, it's not a Serapod. Is it a Ferocidon? No. It is an extra Selfless, Eidolon, Revoker. Yeah, I mean, I think we have enough synergy, folks, to play the first Recruiter. Enchantress could be sweet. Oh, you thought I meant New Brew? We played against Enchantress. I was just curious if there's any reprints we could just slot straight into this. Titania is interesting as a Eldritch target. I don't have anything that pyres into her, but this is a powerful card to be playing in Modern. Let's see. Upheaval is now in the format. I can't get my hands on the Harmonic. Harmonic would give us double Spyro triggers. Yep, Presence. Sanctifier could be cool for our sideboard, but is not a reprint. Braids is a reprint. Love to be playing with the Ignoble Hierarchs. Hey, what's up, Nitpick? Let's see. Solitary Confinement is now in this format. That's awesome. Oh, Goblin Bombardment. I love this card. I really like this card. I mean, that's not really... It's not really something we can be doing, though, is it? In this deck anyway? Goblin Bombardment. But, like, it'd be fun. I'd love to, like, brew... Like, honestly, this lets us just brew a whole deck. We could play a Zombardment deck. I was working on a Zombies deck. There you go. Play Zombardment in Modern. Be sweet. Yeah, I think Recruiter is the only thing that's a reprint that goes straight into this as at least a singleton. It's a little slow, is why. And we're not an Aether Vial deck. I still think it's good. Good for us, perhaps. Gorilla Shaman's in the format now. I don't think we want that. Somebody did mention Quirion Ranger to me. Does this card make sense for us? I don't think so, right? Return to Forest, untap a creature. I don't think it makes sense for us. Dragon Range is kind of sweet. We saw somebody playing Soul Snare earlier today. It was the Enchantress opponent. Yeah, I don't think this makes sense for us, does it? Prismatic Ending we could be playing. Oh no, that's a new card. Never mind. We're looking at reprints, right? Yeah. Reprints. The Zombardment deck could be playing Nested Shambler. There you go. It'd be cool to brew a Zombardment deck. Like, I'm already thinking I just want to go off and do that right now because it pretty much has everything it needs. Oh, can we get our hands on the commons? Can we do that? Faithless Salvaging? Nope. 0 available. Dang. Okay. Alright, once paper events start up again in a safe manner, you're going to be slotting in 1 to 2 Titania. There you go, Black Iron. We have a list in Discord that, who was it? It's Corpsey posted a Titania night list in the Discord if you want to hop in there, Black Iron. I think you already have a link, but I'll give you a fresh one if you've lost it. They've got a list that is using Titania in our in the Modern section. None of these are reprints, right? I don't think any of these are reprints. That's a reprint, but not for our deck. Silphus is interesting, not for our deck. Oh yeah, the Territorial Kavu is kind of cool. We could be playing that maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. Karth. Oh, General Ferris. Somebody was saying I could maybe play that in my deck. I don't know. So Ferris makes, it's a human that makes non-human tokens. It's got hexproof also from like Fatal Push and such. It is a human itself. I just don't know if we have enough multicolored stuff for General Ferris to work. Yeah, I don't see enough multicolored stuff, right? Like how many? It's our 4 drops that are multicolored, right? And that's about it. There's like Gaddock Teague. We can main deck the Teague. This could be a cool card for us, though. Like it fits the banner of it's a human that makes non-humans similar to Spyro. I do like that it's got that built-in hexproof. We would just maybe need more multicolored cards. Then we would maybe get a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe you'd even start to play like a Glittering Wish build and like put the WINota in as a wish target. If you played like General Ferris, it's an interesting thing to think about. We can't get our hands on it tonight, but that's something to be thinking about. Seems interesting. This just puts Outlast on our whole team. It's an interesting card. Not a reprint though, but interesting. Cool. So that's about it. Sadly, that's about it. It's kind of interesting that Stoneforge is going to have another living weapon to tutor for if you wanted to play it. I mean, it's no Batterskull. Oh, Dermotaxi I thought was a really interesting card. This is cool. It kind of reminds me of, I bet they even have it referenced. Yeah, it reminds me of Mimic Vat. I have a buddy who really likes Mimic Vat. Dermotaxi, it's a vehicle. Imprint, as it enters the battlefield, exile a creature card from a graveyard, not necessarily just ours. Tap 2 untap creatures you control until end of turn. Dermotaxi becomes a copy of the imprinted card. Like this could be a copy of, this could become a Griselbrand. This could become all sorts of weird things. Be like a really, it'd be like a Stitcher supplier Dermotaxi Griselbrand thing. Zuran Orb is a reprint. That's about it. Cabal Coffers, Riptide Laboratory are reprints. Yavimaya is new. Factories in Modern now. Yeah, interesting. All right, cool. So that's about it. So sadly, the only thing I could add to us if we want to keep jamming leagues is a recruiter that I can see. Play Zuran Orb, Fortifying Drought. Why don't we go ahead and fix our mana? I don't really want to be on Arbor Elves. I feel like it just makes our mana base too painful. Like, sure, okay, one of our few losses this league was, what? Burn? But I think we need to respect Burn, right? I think we should respect Burn. The post-mortem should have come out, too, and I didn't take it out. I meant to take it out against them. If we want to be better against Burn, you just play more Timelies. And play a less painful mana base. So the Arbors made me switch into second Stomping, second Temple. If we cut those, I could play Copperline Gorge. I could also play the second Cavern. I think we should just play 2 Caverns right now because everybody's trying to jam Counterspell. We did only run into one Counterspell deck tonight, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see more. So yeah, I would maybe make that change. That would be our 22, and then let's take a little bit less damage from our mana. 3 cards coming. We could play Llanowar Elves as a placeholder until we get to play Ignoble Hierarch. Just play some Elves for now. Could we just jam a Workshop in here? I mean, Workshop, similar to Mutavault, like, yeah, it gives me a non. I mean, at that point, shouldn't we just be playing a different creature land, one that actually taps for color for us? Like, we could be playing, like, a Treetop Village at that point, right? Like, or, you know, and insert any different. Like, I would rather it give us color. Treetop could be fine. It's a lot of mana, though, for me to attack with it. You're excited to see Modern Horizons 2 drop. I think the meta will be wild for a while. Well, it already is. We already saw a lot of weird stuff tonight. Elves, which I haven't seen in forever. We saw Blue-White Control with Counterspell, which, I mean, there's still plenty of Blue-White Control. We saw... Let's get this Recruiter. If we can. We can't play with the new art. Ooh, I like this one because it's got the watermark. Yeah, or we could play with the classic. Let's get the watermark Recruiter. Treetop entering tap, though, is too slow. Maybe. I don't think I want color. I'm with you, Zine. I see what you're saying, right? You're suggesting, okay, Bruce By, just play Factory, play Mutavault, right? Well, not Mutavault. We would rather it be Factory because, yeah, maybe you're right on with Factory. Maybe Factory is right. The problem with Mutavault was, of course, that it's all creature types, whereas Misha's Factory. Yeah, maybe we could try to squeeze in a factory. I don't know what we would cut for it. Maybe you would cut the either the copper line or the firelit. Copper line can sometimes screw us over when we're trying to cast these higher mana things. I don't know. If I'm playing factory, I probably would be less on the firelit thicket train. Yeah, factory's a cool idea, actually. It's greedy, but so is Double Cavern of Souls. Jade says Bruce By isn't our colors already too hard to add this in? Probably. Instead of playing Llanowar Elves, we would have to play like we're already having issues. Well, Cavern does give us colors, but it doesn't give us non-human colors, right? Cavern is typically giving me colors for this side of our deck, right? Minus the apparition. Yeah, so like Caverns is giving us colors here. I do think that the factory in the second Caverns is rough for us. It's been an issue more than once. Yeah, it has. This is a cool idea. Yeah, maybe we should continue to just play Gilded Goose as a placeholder even. My problem with Gilded Goose is, of course, that it doesn't... the problem with Goose is that it doesn't produce mana after the first usage. My issue with Llanowar Elves is it's only green. My issue with... Yeah, I mean, like, Ignoble Hierarch is really important for us moving forward. Arbor Elf is fine. It's just really painful. Or it just makes our mana base want a lot more shocks. Technically, the shock that... I mean, we could still play Arbor Elves for now. I don't think I needed double Temple Garden, actually. I think I went overboard with my Arbor Elves. Yeah, I think I went overboard. Oh, why am I not seeing Arbor Elves? Hang on. Reset all filters. Quantity. We've even tried a Boreal Grazer. Let's play 3 Elves. And let's play second Stomping Ground. Like, my concern now is that we're going to run into situations where I don't... I mean, I guess the way we would fix that is we would just play... Instead of the Copper Line, I would play 1 Arid Mesa. Just make us more consistent to... And again, it might still even be better than a Mesa to just play a green fetch, just any green fetch. Because it would give us access to the Dryad Arbor. It would give us access to everything except, what? The Sacred Foundry? But maybe that's minimal. Maybe we should just play like a random green fetch instead of Arbor. I mean, instead of Arid Mesa. I don't know. We've played with Mesa to some capacity before. It's just that Prismatic wouldn't give me Dryad. Like I guess if we want to always have access to this or have... And like Verdant does fetch for the relevant Arbor Elf lands anyway. I think maybe that's what I would do. Let's get the second Cavern in there just because people are jamming a lot more Counterspell. I mean, we won that match despite shaving some of our stuff for it. Yeah, I think the Recruiter will give us a little more redundancy. And it also improves my human count. I think our human count was a little bit low for today. We whiffed on quite a few of our WINota triggers, didn't we, today? Let's look at that briefly. Human count is now a little healthier. That's 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15 because that's a changeling, 16 because that's a changeling. These are tutors. And the postmortem. That's a 16-16 split. That looks pretty good. These green fetches are an extension of the Dryad Arbor. No basic mountain. I'm not running a basic mountain. The first basic mountain would certainly make us take a lot less damage occasionally against burn. The problem is I only have these 4 foothills. We would have to like start playing with Prismatic Vista. We'd have to start playing... yeah, we would just need more ways to fetch for it. It doesn't really play well with the Magus of the Moon strategy anyway. So yeah, why don't we mess around with an Imperial Recruiter? Ooh, ooh, Brew Spy, you're playing a new card. Ooh, you're playing one new card. I know. You think it's worth it though? Yeah, it might very well be worth it. We'd have to switch around our fetches a little bit. It would be, let's see. Maybe we would have to cut one of our Horizon lands. Whoops. We did play a basic mountain at some point. Maybe the second basic plains is too greedy as well. I mean, like, I do have a few white cards, so I kind of like having it. It also makes us less likely to get screwed by our own Magus of the Moon. You like the idea of Vista? Yeah, Vista was something I was doing. I kind of like the first Vista. We were playing a Vista. I do like the first Vista before the Arid Mesa, I think. Right? Arid Mesa can't get Dried Arbor anyway, but neither can Vista. I mean, that's exactly right, right? Like, we're thinking about Counterspell. We're thinking about that we just faced Burn. Maybe Burn's really popular because everybody's trying to jam their Counterspells right now just to kind of play test. Cutting the pain lands, you're cutting these down a little bit will also make us take less pain. I think he actually might cut Sunbaked instead of Horizon Canopy because, like, our early game is so much more green. I think I'd actually not run Sunbaked. I'd rather run Canopy, wouldn't I? If I had to choose between my two, if I had to give up a Horizon land, I think that's the one I give up. So yeah, we take a little bit less pain if we do that. If we wanted to be better, still against... Let's see, I have room for something. Oh, no, I don't. I accidentally cut an Eldritch. Evolution. If I sideboard, like, the Skoos or we trim a Strangleroot, I could, like, sneak in the Teague or one of the Spirits, like the... I'm trying to make room for a second Timely Reinforcements and maybe a second Veil of Summer, because I do think that those are the cards we need right now. Right, I just listed off Burn. I was playing 2 Timely, 2 Veils prior to tonight. Veil. Burn and Control are always popular when meta shifts. We did see them tonight. Did you test the Hero Bladehold? Hey, what's up, Dos Equis guy? Hero Bladehold doesn't really have the synergy with WINota that you would hope, because it doesn't make tokens when you pull it out of the deck with WINota, and then it also doesn't... the tokens that it does make the next turn also don't trigger the WINota. I am aware, Dos Equis guy, that the creatures that Hero Bladehold make are soldier tokens. I am aware of that, but it takes... It's the third combat if you hit... Now, granted, if you just naturally draw the Hero Bladehold, now we're talking, and it's different. But it's the third combat after you pulled it out of the deck off of WINota before the soldier tokens that she made on the second combat actually start to trigger the WINota. It's a little bit too slow. I'm off center with my bow tie. Have I thought about any dual-sided creatures? Oh, yeah, that's what you and I were talking about, Steve. So the dual-sided creatures we've tried, there's that black rogue, bog, the like rogue. This card, Black Bloom Rogue, we were playing in our mana base. It was just really, really bad for a multitude of reasons. But this is a human on the front side, which is what we want for WINota, and on the back side, it's a land. I would be interested to see if between the different sets of, like Steve brings up a really good point, in that Kaldheim had split cards, where one side we would want the front of the card to be a human, and then a bunch of them were gods, as you can see. We would need something that's a human on the front. Yeah, human on the front in our colors, and it needs to be a non-human on the back. We did like Magda, by the way, a little bit, because she makes a treasure. So it's kind of cool when we were trying like a Mox Amber build yesterday. Sigrid is not split. Creature on the back if possible. Yeah, so like we would want human on the front. Henry, you are not. Yeah, human on the front, different creature type on the back. Does anybody know of any? I can't think of any off the top of my head. We'd have to dig pretty deep to find it. I feel like we would have already figured this card out, though. This is a human warrior, doesn't have a flip side. Okay. What was the other set that had these, like, the Harry Potter set? There you go. Why are you still streaming? Last time you were trying to cast Beck and Call. Oh, Denium, that was Brain in a Jar. Welcome back. I actually never stopped. We did go on hiatus while I was getting some stuff figured out. But we never really, like, left the streaming world. Welcome back, Denny. It's been ages. Yeah, it has been a really, really long time since we were doing Brain in a Jar. How you doing, friend? We're working on Modern Horizons 2, as you can see. Trying to see if I could still be doing the WINota thing for even a little bit longer. I'm really excited. I did not realize, folks, that I could get my hands on some of the Modern Horizons 2 cards for tonight, even. This is also a changeling. It doesn't help us. Human on the front, something else on the back. Does it exist? You are a god on the front, and not a creature on the back. God on the front, artifact on the back. Vehicle. Something else that's popular in the WINota shells, if we get the right creatures for it, is that 1/2 enchantment that or equipment that I can't think of. Excuse me. Vehicle that I can't think of. Throne of Eldraine, no. Strixhaven. Sean, look up Strix for Mila. Yeah, we've played Mila before. I like Mila. Mila also, the flip side of Mila being a planeswalker. Mila, where is Mila? Mila's going to be down to the bottom, right? Mila is something we have tested. She flips into a planeswalker, Luca. But it's a fox on the front, not a human. Yeah, it does flip into a planeswalker, and it's pretty sweet. The -2 on Luca Wayward Bonder brings back WINota for a turn or something else. Woke up early. It's probably why I see you online now. Oh, yeah, Denny, are you from Germany? Where are you from again? I forget. Forgive me. It's been so long since you and I have talked. Where are you from again? This is a human on the front, but it's 8 mana. This is a bird advisor. I need something that's human on the front. Something else on the back. Human on the front, party on the back. That's what we need, right? Eight mana is okay, right? Because it's WINota. It's also not in my colors, though. I'm still trying to play this list as WINota castables, like things that I could actually cast in theory. Otherwise, we should just be jamming the 7 mana, deal like double our damage, 4/4 pirate humans, and those while they're in our colors, they're not castable. Oh, you know what? Oh, we can't play it yet because I was gonna play an infinite combo in this deck now that the new combo came out. What is it? The tree folk. We can't get our hands on that yet, right? There's a tree folk that has an infinite loop with a 4-drop. Saffron Olive was talking about it. What about Elite Spellbinder? Yes. So we've played Elite Spellbinder. We've also played Ranger. We've played a Ranger build of this deck before as well. I actually have some Spellbinders right now. Yeah, Spellbinder, Ranger, Ranger Captain. Ranger Captain of Eos is great for us because of the silence. It's better than it looks. Trust me. We played with a playset for a while because I was just very impressed with the card. This is a human that's stapled to a non-human, which is sweet. I mean, so is Recruiter. Recruiter is a human that's stapled to a potentially a non-human, so he definitely fits this category. Human on the front, sorcery on the back is Exitus. Human on the front, party on the back. All right, let's go back to the top. I think I missed it. If there was one, we missed it. So human, human, human. Where are humans? Human cleric, no flip side. Blade Historian, we're already playing. A singleton. We're already playing the Selfless Glyph Weaver, but the backside is not. Oh, here we go. Oh, but the backside is not a creature. It's a silence. Flame Scroll Celebrant. Whenever an opponent activates an ability that isn't a mana ability, it deals 1. It gets bigger. This is not what we need. Just check. There is none. Thank you, Bot. You sped up. You sped us up. So I don't think there are any creatures that work the way we need out of this set. I was trying to build around Quintorius a little bit in like a white-red prison. Well, that's a little disappointing. Are there any other sets that had the flip side mechanic? I thought it started with Kaldheim. Does anybody know? I don't think there are any other cards that do that where it's a human. Somebody suggested to me Tithe Taker, by the way. Let me show you this card. I didn't think it was a thing, and then I realized that we're maybe playing some number of Pyre Heroes, and it actually might work. Are the new cards in chests already, says Denim? I don't think so. So riddle me this. Let's just talk about this card very briefly. So this is a human that if we manage to sacrifice it to the Pyre or if it died naturally, it has Afterlife 1. Afterlife is it comes back as a flying spirit, right? Isn't that what Afterlife does? But the problem is the front side of Tithe Taker is pretty weak, right? During your turn, spells your opponent, blah, 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 right? I think our human... Excuse me. I think our human count's already fine. Seriously, I do. I think our human count's already fine. But it's good to like look into this and Steve brought up a good point. Like, could we shove more humans that are something else somehow? Tithe Taker actually might work in a Pyre of Heroes build, but the during my turn their spells costing more could be relevant, right? Could make them casting their removal spell or their counter spell a little bit tougher when I try to do my thing, right? This could be good. It kind of serves a similar function as the Geists do, where it's like we get a creature even when we sacrifice it to these things. Oh yeah, Tithe Taker could also be sacrificed to the Eldritch to go get WINota. What about Kessig Malcontents for the finisher? You checked all the different sets even. Kessig is the deal direct damage equal to the number of humans I'm playing. Kessig Malcontents. We've talked about it. It's a 3/1 deal damage. Yeah, the direct damage is sweet. We're not really scared of Ensnaring Bridge, though. But I do like that this can hit Planeswalkers as well. But I don't know. We haven't played with it in the past. I don't think we need it. I kind of like the finisher humans we're playing. Let me show you the finisher humans I'm playing Black Iron before we start talking about Kessig. Just riddle me for a moment. Lena, mostly for her selfless spirit ability, the creatures you control with power less than her power. She doesn't protect WINota, but she protects everything else. And she makes 1/1 white soldiers. They're not humans. She makes soldiers equal to the number of non-token creatures I control. Kenrith, we're playing for the trample Also, the haste, the fact that he gains this life, the 1/1 counters sometimes come up. But we're really just playing this because he's a big, beefy 5/5 that has, for 1 red mana, make all my creatures have trample. We're playing a Mirror Entity. This came back because I'm playing Pyre Fears and it lets me pyre up the chain all the way to the WINota. But it's also a human anthem, right? It's also simultaneously make our creatures huge. We're playing Blade Historian because, and these are all, with the exception of Lena, you could also argue Kenrith, these are all not that much mana. The Heron's Grace has been really clutch. Heron's Grace Champion is kind of an unassuming human anthem. It's when it enters the battlefield, other humans I control get +1/+1 on lifelink until end of turn, so it's going to lifelink my WINotas, my Spyros, etc. So I actually kind of feel like I already like my anthems. We kind of have like 5 different human finishers, kind of. I don't think we need the Kessig Malcontents, but you also haven't seen us go off. I'm actually really interested in this Tithe Taker idea. There's a red card that makes orcs. Spins off token creatures. Are you mean goblins? I'd love to lower our curve. I'd love to reduce our green on turn 2 mana requirement. Could we actually consider Taker? I mean, it's just a matter of, okay, how many humans do you want to be playing? These are really bad if I don't find an evolution or a pyre, right? These are really, really bad. So we have messed around with this card and this archetype before, but I just think it's just really bad. Why don't you just play Llanowar Elves? We were. Arbor Elf is kind of acting like a Llanowar Elf right now. This is untapped target forest. What's cool about Arbor Elves, perhaps, and might make it better than Llanowar Elves, Steve, is I can untap Stomping Ground, which is a red-green source. So I can use Arbor Elf. Arbor Elf can actually help us cast Seasoned Pyromancer, which is a red-red card. You can also use Arbor Elf with the help of a Temple Garden, because this is a white source, but it's also a forest. I can untap and tap again Temple Garden for like Skyclave or Grand Abolisher or Linvala. Voice might be sweet. Yeah, we've played with Voice too. It's just a matter of, are we trying to get the human count up, or like what are we trying to do with these like decisions I'm making? Tithe Taker can also be potted into Spyro, and Geist can't do that. Just a little something to think about. I'd be down to like try it. I think we tried it before and I just didn't have enough sacrifice outlets and it just was a bad card. I'd be interested to try it again maybe. I think it works better now that we have 6 sacrifice outlets. I do think this might actually work. I think these are good right now just because there is a lot of people trying to jam Counterspell. I might actually like these better than Strangleroot Geist. This making our mana a little bit easier is cool. This bumps our human count up to 18. So, you know, we're a lot less likely to whiff. When we're assessing this WINota deck, I kind of like to move the tutors away. And I kind of like to put things like Spyro. I would even put Recruiter in this pile of humans that are also generating or finding us non-humans. Play Centaur Scout. Find some lands. All right, let's actually give these guys another try. We did test them, but I just didn't have enough. We didn't have enough sacrifice outlets. And I think it would have to be like a meta call. It would certainly not be something I would be doing normally. This is just everybody is trying to jam their counterspell deck right now, just because they want to be doing the things. So increasing the number of humans is also good since we're playing more caverns. Certainly I could name elf because these are all elves. I could even name bird sometimes on this. We don't want to be doing that. Obviously I want to be naming. Did I consider Rabble? Yeah, Rabbles we've played. I do like Goblin Rabblemaster. I actually prefer the Mentor one though. Mentor, Goblins, Goblin Token, Haste. So check this one out. I actually prefer, and you actually see that I have a copy because I was testing with it a while ago. I actually prefer Legion Warboss because Warboss doesn't force me to attack. Like, in other words, if we have multiple Goblin Rabble-Masters, although it's the more aggressive card, Warboss gives me more control because it's just for that one turn the token has to attack. It's just the token you're making that turn. So if the token lives, I don't actually have to force it to be attacking. Warboss gives me a little bit more control. It's a very similar card to Rabble. What about Lingering Souls? If I was going to play just a straight-up token spell other than Timely Reinforcements, which, by the way, we have to make room for. I mean, I really might not have room to try Tithe Taker. Really, I'm thinking we're just going to main deck the Teague, and we're going to main deck the Selfless Spirit or the Phyrexian Revoker. I'm thinking that's actually what we're doing. Sorry, Tithe Taker. We're still not playing you. I forgot I needed to make room for the Timely and the Veil of Summer. We could also consider playing the Convoke, Lifelink, Soldier spell. We've played Convoke spells in the show. We used to be playing. It has anti-synergy for Gaddock Teague, of course, but I did consider playing like a Singleton March of the Multitudes. This is the X green white make X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens with lifelink. The fact that they're soldiers is great. They're gonna work with WINota. I think this is like kind of win more though. You see that I bought a copy of it because I was trying it. What about just Tender Shoot Dryad? It makes a token creature each upkeep. Is this modern legal? It's 5 mana though, Steve. We could Eldritch Evolution into it though, off of a. I would rather be playing. What is it? Manifest. And it has Sacrifice on it. Check this card out. I see what you're saying. Like find something that makes things each turn. Check this card out though, Steve. Similar mana cost, right? 5 mana for a 4/4, granted it's green instead of the card you showed us. At the beginning of my end step, I manifest the top card of my library, put it on the battlefield down as a 2/2 creature. Then I can turn it face up anytime for its mana cost if it's a creature card. Sacrifice Whisperwood Elemental. Until end of turn, face up non-token creatures I control gain. Whenever this creature dies, manifest the top card of your library. So this is a very good anti-sweeper card. This is a very mid-rangey card. They're both probably too much mana, but if I was to play that effect, I would play Whisperwood before I play Tender Shoot. I'm fine with mid-rangey cards. We've played like Huntmaster in this deck too. Huntmaster of the Fells. Like, Huntmaster of the Fields. Sorry, Fells. Yeah, we could play more mid-rangey cards. I'm not opposed to it. I own a Huntmaster because I love this card. So it comes in as a 2/2. It makes a 2/2 Wolf. At the beginning of each upkeep, this counts for both of us, my opponent and myself. If no spells were cast, transform Huntmaster, and then it becomes a 4/4 trampling werewolf. It is a werewolf. It is not a human werewolf anymore, so it would trigger WINota when it flips. Whenever this creature transforms into Ravager of the Fells, it deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker, and deals 2 damage up to 1 target creature that player or that planeswalker's creature. I've loved playing this card in the deck. Like I do miss playing around with Huntmaster. I think it's just a good card to be playing in WINota. I do think it's a good, not necessarily a finisher, but just like a good like middle ground choice. Llanowar Elves plus, what about Charming Prince? Yeah, we've played with Prince before, Black Iron. Yeah, you flicker the Spyro, flicker the, yeah, it's very good. Huntmaster would be another reasonable recruiter target. I'm not all that into Shale. I'd love to even like be brave enough to just cut birds and play, because like birds is really important to the deck, but I'd like to move into Visionary as like our Pyre of Heroes target. I do think that we're still clinging to Birds of Paradise as we're waiting to play but we don't need Shale, because birds can already turn into Masked Vandal. We don't really need to play Shale. I'm fine with just Visionary as an Arbor Elf target, but we also don't need to play Visionary, right? But then we're starting to run into the issue of I don't have enough 2-drops now. As you can see, this archetype usually runs anywhere between 7 to 8. So let's probably not run Whisperwood, but that's a cool idea. Different 2-drop. What about Mayor of Averbrook? Yeah, Mayor of Averbrook is sweet too. We've played with Mayor. I do like that Mayor is going to come in and give us that Anthem effect. I don't own one right now, but I could get one. So the cool thing about Mayor is this is a juicy hit off of WINota. It has to flip to give me the Wolf token, but when it itself flips, it does give us a non-human in and of itself. So yeah, this is human count that generates tokens. I think we've tested Mayor before. I do like Mayor. I do like Mayor in some ways even more than Huntmaster. I know that sounds hard to believe, but just because it's lower on our curve. What about Ethersworn Canonist? Yeah. We've played Canonist in the sideboard. I'm playing Eidolon of Rhetoric right now, but if we're cutting the number of spirits we're playing with, then Canonist might be better. It is a human, that's true. This might be better for us than Eidolon. I was excited to play Eidolon because we were running we were playing as filler. We were playing some number of Strangleroot Geists, but maybe if we're not going to play Strangleroot Geist, we should just be playing Canonist. That's a good point. It's also a 2-mana 1/1. So spot like what? Mayor of Averbruck? It is a 2-mana 1/1. It is a 2-mana 1/1, yes. What about Samet? That's the untap something, right? Other creatures have haste, blah, blah, blah. Probably not. We've played Nissa. We've played 3-mana Nissa. I've considered 3-mana Chandra. I actually think I have a 3-mana Chandra right now. There's lots of different cards that could fill up these last few slots. Not creature Nissa, actually. 3-mana Planeswalker Nissa. This one, Voice. Voice makes plants. Plants work with WINota. She's also an Anthem. Her -2 is put 1/1 counters on everybody. Yeah, I like Nissa. We've played a singleton Nissa before, but she's not helping my Eldritch Evolution problem and my Pyre of Heroes problem, so I think that's not what we're going to do. Maybe I'm not going to run the Huntmaster, as excited as I was to maybe be doing it. I think I want to fill up our deck. These last 2 slots, I think they need to be 2-drop creatures. Or I want them to be 2-drop creatures. What about a continuous token maker? Play Master of the Wild Hunt. Yeah, that's a spicy one. For those of you that don't know Master. Well, if we're gonna play Master, we would want to be playing Hunt Master. So Master of the Wild Hunt is at the beginning of your upkeep, make a 2/2 green wolf. We can tap the Master of the Wild Hunt. He's a 3/3 human shaman on his own. We can tap all untapped wolf creatures that I control. That would include my mirror entity and other changelings and such. Each wolf tapped this way deals damage equal to its power to target creature. That creature deals damage equal to its power divided as its controller chooses. This is a fun one. But I think I want 2 drops. I mean, I was happy to maybe get our human count up. I was excited by that. Like, the Tithe Taker does actually do that. I think it's a bad card, but I think it fills the role that I was looking for, which is I want to increase this number. Like really what I'm looking for is like a Blade Splicer kind of thing, right? I'm looking for a 2-drop human that guaranteed, even if we have to sacrifice it, which is the case with Taker. Why don't you just play a Utopia Sprawl? Oh, we could. That's not typical for WINota to play Sprawl. We would finish off our playset of Arbor Elf if we played Sprawl. Sprawl is secretly, or not so secretly, one of the best green ramp in the meta, but it's also not a creature for WINota. What about Nest Invader? Yes, Nest Invader is awesome. We've played with Nest Invader a lot, Dos Equis guy. A lot of the builds of this deck have featured Nest Invader. So yeah, I'd love more cards for this section. I think Recruiter's a lot of mana, so I don't know if I want more than 1 copy. Why don't we just test it? I think it's bad. I think it's good though in a meta where everybody's trying to test their counter spells. I think it's a bit of a meme. We have tried it before. Like the issue is these cards work without any other help. Tithe Taker needs the help. It needs assistance, right? Tithe Taker needs one of these 6 to get popped, to be sacrificed to give us the spirit. Now it is a flyer. The fact that this like leaves us with a flyer, this is increasing my human count up to 19, right? No, sorry, 18. This is not a human. We've tested the card before. I just think we didn't have enough sacrifice outlets for it before. Let's give it a try. What about Aegis of the Gods? The hexproof, I don't know, it's nice against burn, I suppose. What about Safi? I do like Safi. Safi because it puts the WINota back on the table. And maybe Safi is like better than the postmortem lunge idea, right? Safi is a way to put the WINota back on the table from our graveyard. Granted, she had to be on the table when this left. Yeah, Safi's sweet. Safi has synergy for a few different cards in the deck. Yes, Charming Prince was something that we talked about. Black Iron was suggesting Maximodes. Yeah, Charming Prince. And Charming Prince might still just be a better than Taker, right? Because Charming Prince has what? Has synergy. We have Charming Princess, I think. Charming Prince doesn't need the help of Pyre. Yeah, we could go back to playing the Charmings. What was the synergy for this again? Let's count the ways. Let's look at our. Let's count the synergy. It lets us reuse the Vandal. It's bad with all those other cards. Okay, it lets us reuse the Apparition, the Recruiter. It lets us reuse Spyro. It gives us another. Oh no, it doesn't actually work with Heron's Grace like I hoped it would, because I don't have like Aether Vial or whatever. It's return it to the battlefield under your control at the beginning of your next end step. So we're actually not going to count Heron's Grace. Yeah, that's about it. It does have some synergy with something else, right? Oh, Lena. It has synergy for Lena. We get to make tokens again. That might be enough synergy. I do like that it just scries, right? It's a human that's scrying us. What about Hanweir Militia Captain? Hanweir has to flip though, right? I think I've looked at this card before. Hanweir Militia Captain. This is an interesting 2-drop. So it's a 2-drop human soldier. At the beginning of my upkeep, if I have 4 or more creatures, which we do often get the transform for this. So I get an XX human. At the beginning of my end step, I make a cleric. The problem with Westvale Cult Leader is it is a human cleric, unfortunately. I do really like this idea. Even like Garrison might be sweet. Garrison makes... Oh no, Garrison makes humans. Never mind. That's too bad. It's also win attacks. Yeah, we've played Charming Prince. Like it's a scry 2. It's a scry 2. Gains me life, makes us better against burn naturally. It's a scry 2 against control. It's a gain 2 life against burn. This might be exactly where we want to be. Flickering these 8. Even just like when we're like kind of going off, like as we WINota trigger, you can just alternate Spyro Prince. It's really good. Being able to blink the Lena could be cool. Yeah, I mean we could go back to playing Charming Prince. It looks like we have more gas for these than we have in previous lists. So why don't we go get another Sworn Canonist, and we'll go back to playing Charming Prince, perhaps. I have liked the card. I do think it's just very flexible. I think it's just a good Magic card. And we want to just play some cards that are just good, right? Human count is... don't want too many cards that are not creatures in this deck. We're running quite a few more spells than maybe I should be. Like, if I add the 3rd Pyre of Heroes, I kind of have to consider cutting the 1st Postmortem. Is a human, non-human, always a human. Changelings are always humans. They count as all things at all times. Arbor, Giant Arbor is a... okay, so these 5 are kind of in the middle. These are always humans. These are always non-humans. Human count is 18. That's really healthy for WINota. We went into that league that we 3-2 just now tonight with only, I think, 15 or 16 humans. Do you want a Finks in the sideboard? Oh, what? Play Finks instead of second timely reinforcements, or even play an extra Finks? Yeah, Finks plays well with Evolution. Is there a 4-drop that Finks can get? I don't think so. Funny enough, I could turn the Collector Oaf into a Kitchen Finks. They're both oafs. Yeah, Kitchen Finks is just a good card. Do you like Finks more because we could... Ooh, you know what? Zine, you're brilliant. I can Pyre of Heroes my Masked Vandal into Kitchen Finks. Yeah, maybe this is better. Maybe this is better than something else, or even the second Timely Reinforcements. They do similar things. I do like the Timely Reinforcements gives me a bunch of non-humans though. We could just cut like the Phyrexian Revoker. That's maybe the most specific card that I'm playing. Revoker sometimes is just kind of like we're just getting Apparition anyway when it comes to Revoker. There are exceptions to that. We could cut the Revoker. Yeah, maybe we should just get a Kitchen Finks up in here. It's a good sideboard card suggestion, actually. I like the way you think. I like the way you think, Zine. I like it. I like where your mind's at. Ooh, we can get a pretty one for cheap. Full art one. Sweet. There's been so many printings of Kitchen Finks is most of the reason why. I kind of like that they would need to kill it twice. They might bring in Path. Some burn lists play Path, but... No, I like the split. Or actually just having way more cards to bring in. Like, Fiery Justice is something else that I kind of miss for my sideboard, but we're not going to play it, I think. Sweet. Let's run another league. I have plenty of points. Yeah, let's bring back the Charming Prince. Charming Prince has synergy for the Finks we're adding as well. Reset the Finks. Reset the Persist counter on the Finks. Although you could just gain 3 life if you had a Charming Prince. But we did like the Prince. We did like the Fresh Prince. Prince be fresh. All right, let's see if this runs a little bit nicer with the basic mountain. I get the point that, what was it, Gallagher? You were making the point that the first basic mountain, although it's a bit greedy, it's a bit tough on our mana, could be really, really good for making us not take as much damage on the Spyro. Our opponents are playing Paths. Our opponents are playing Field of Ruin, Ghost Quarter, right, on occasion. So maybe that's how this gets searched out. Or Prismatic or Foothills. Let's jam. Thanks for waiting, folks. We are playing one new card. One card new to our deck, as a reprint, rather, I should say. Kind of disappointed you can't see the Postmortem Lunge. Let me do that. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Hope you guys are having a nice evening. Or wherever, maybe it's morning where you're at in the world. Thank you so much for coming to the Brew Spy Show. So thankful for the support and just the viewership. You know, yes, I'm thankful for the subscriptions, but really one of the best things you guys can do for me is free, actually, is just come, hang out, enjoy yourself. Maybe consider joining the Discord if you use Discord, and post your lists, or you can borrow my lists or other lists from our little community here. I am trying to build a feel-good environment on the Magic Online, you know, archetype or situation on Twitch. You know, not all the different streamers in the Magic category are going to have that, you know, family-friendly label or just feel-good. Or I hope you guys see, you know, as I play my character, that I don't salt when we play, even if we're getting crushed. I want to show you guys that because it's really important to me. So that's what we're really about. Playing weird brews, having a fun time, and just feel good community. That's what we're trying to do. Hey there. Good luck and have fun. All right, so this opener is pretty good, even though it's got the Lena. It's a bird ooze hand. We're also on the draw. Why don't we keep this in the dark? Let's keep this in the dark. Ah, Jund. Can't go wrong with Jund. This is a very dead bird. Probably very glad that I drew second land. This is probably a dead bird. Maybe they're just... Okay. I was about to say maybe they're just playing Confidant. Probably just play Ooze. The thing is, okay, Bruce Spy, what's your 3-drop? I don't really have one yet. I haven't drawn into one. We don't want to take damage, right, if I can help it? Ooh, you know what? I should have played out my Windswept and gotten Basic Plains, actually. Could still get Mountain here, actually. And then we have White. Or Temple Garden here, and that's green. So I should just get the Mountain. Because, like, red is actually something I am very much interested in because we have the playset of Spyros, so I think we're okay with it. Eating a Decay rather than Bolt feels good. Well, we don't care about Decay, though, when it comes to WINota. Screw. I think I'd rather just have double Ooze activation. We should see them Bolt here, right, in response. Okay, they don't. White is really just for Skyclave. Let's go ahead and grab another Forest. Oop. I think this is safe. Could grab the Decay and shrink the Goyf. I think that's greedy. And it's not growing the Ooze for me to make that play. There's a very high chance they just kill my Ooze right here. Bolt. I'll grab the Decay. We're just playing WINota, right? Ouch. Fatal Push gets her. Liliana gets her. There's a lot of things that kill her. Jund can be tough for us because they interact with us on multiple angles. Multiple avenues. Some of the shadow decks can be like the absolute worst for us. We were playing against like an Esper. No, I think it was a 4-color shadow. And so they had counter magic and they had... Oh, wow. That's fantastic for us. I can lunge the Skoos. This is awesome for us, maybe. Right? And maybe I even play out the Teague. I guess I don't have to yet. I guess I don't have to play Teague yet. We could see what we hit. I don't care if the Scavenging Ooze dies to the Tarmogoyf. I think I will play... Well, let's see. We maybe hit something different. Right? Don't we just see what we hit before we play Teague out? Yeah. It's not like it has haste. It's a pretty safe attack here. We're going to see a Spyro, or we can grab Recruiter. I'm going to go with Spyro over Recruiter. And dump the Lena, and maybe not Grace. Maybe I dump Entity in this matchup. See, I'd almost rather play this Arbor than Gaddock Teague. What am I stopping? Damnation? I doubt that they're playing a main deck Damnation. That's not typical. Oh, you know what? I may have just screwed us over. So I dumped over too many humans. I think we're actually going to lose the WINota now to the... I actually was supposed to take the Recruiter. I forgot. I didn't have different things to dump. So we're going to lose the WINota here. But I have another one in my hand, so maybe it's okay. It is okay because I have the other one in my hand. But that stinks. So we're not growing this. We're probably just playing Teague. No, we're going to play Elf. We're still looking okay. They need a Thoughtseize here. What is going on? What is my Jund opponent doing? They have little to no respect. So just chump. What do I die to? Bolt. They're at 12 though. I might just kill them. Maybe they have another land and Bolt, but I'm at 4. I mean, it stinks that the Heron's Grace is in my hand. Little wary. 2 triggers. 4 damage already. Let's see if we can get the rest. No. Oh, please, deck. Really? So, Moon might be the pick. I don't think so, actually. Moon might be the pick. That's really disappointing. I don't have a second to go get the Arbor, but that would put me in bolt range. I don't really want to be in bolt range. They just kill Magus, and then they hit me with the Raging and the Goyf, and I'm just dead, right? If I take Spyro, I'm not letting myself just be dead to bolt, right? Yeah. It's Spyro. I was trying to see if it was Magus of the Moon. It's pretty clearly Spyro. Maybe they know exactly what they're doing. I'm sitting here like saying, and like maybe their hands just double bolt. Bloodbraid Tarmogoyf. This has been an interesting game. Oh no, the mismatch. Been an interesting game. I don't want to go into bolt range just to go get Dryad Arbor. That seems foolish. Let's go to combat. See if they let me attack with the WINota. Wow, they're letting me attack with the WINota. Is there a universe where they're not just dead? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they block. Sorry, block, block, block. They're still taking 1, 2, 3, 4, and I just hit a couple of humans. We win. Sweet. So there's the Kenrith, and now they're just dead for sure. There's the Blade Historian, double strike to everybody. And this is us even with Lena and Mirror Entity down. Like I don't need to hit many. Sweet, we beat Jund. I don't usually beat Jund round 1. Awesome. Kitchen Finks is resilient. That's a good card just to bring in. Veils of Summers for obvious reasons. Awesome, we won. Mark, Favor. What else do I want for this matchup? They do have some life gain, but I'm not going to bother. Timelies are interesting, but probably not. Glyph Weaver, yes. Ethersworn Canonist stops the Cascade off of... oh, come on, Sean. Use your brain. It stops Bloodbraid Elf. I don't know if that's worth it, though. So we don't want Vandal. Don't need Teague. Well, Teague does stop Damnation, but I have other ways to stop Damnation that also stop other things. So that would be why I'm going to do that. Against Jund, you can even consider cutting a WINota. But that might be wrong. Magus of the Moon doesn't always get them, mostly because they're a Lightning Bolt deck is why it doesn't get them. Apparition might be fine to still play. Princes are just filler. We can cut them. If these other things are more interesting to us, we can cut the Dryad. Actually, before I cut Dryad, I would probably cut a bird or an elf, actually. Because I want to be able to go from Arbor up to something with Pyres. Canonist is probably too neat. Yeah, it's probably too cutesy. Probably. We don't actually need Heron's Grace, usually. I mean, famous last words. Kenrith also gains me life. Let's play the Postmortem. I feel like I shouldn't cut any WINotas, actually. I think that's maybe a trap. It's a trap. That's a trap, Bruce Spy. Don't be trapped. Alright, fortunately, got to head out. You have a 10.5 hour shift in the morning. Ooh, Black Iron, did I ever show you the podcast? Podcast might be good. Can you listen to podcasts while you're on your shift? Do you like podcasts? I guess that's the first question to ask. Do you like podcasts? And B, are you allowed to listen to things on your shift? Oh, you can't listen to anything? Lame. I mean, that's lame. I'm not saying you're lame. I'm saying that's lame, just to be specific. I know how you guys can sometimes maybe misconstrue something I'm trying to say. I think I'd rather actually have the Arbor Elf than a bird. And then that gives me room for what? Prince? I don't even know. Maybe with them on the play, I actually do want Heron's Grace. Because Jund can give you the beatdown sometimes when they're on the play. This hand is basically just a Pyromancer. Guess I'll keep, though. I really don't like mulliganing against Jund when I can help it. This hand's not great, though. This is turn 1 Inquisition, take my Pyromancer, make me a sad boy. Yeah, see you, Black Iron. Have a nice night. Yeah, thanks for the good luck wishes. Ooh, Thoughtseize bug, right? Isn't that sweet? Sweet of our deck. Nick says your slowness to press submit is giving you anxiety. I'm sorry. Fatal push. Pretty anticipatory. Oh wow, there's the Veil of Summer. Hey, go. Thoughtseize me again, please. I don't want to fetch because I just hope to draw 3rd land. I'll play out a Spellskite. It's probably going to get destroyed. That's okay. That's what it's for. That's what Spellskites are for, folks. They're for getting destroyed. We don't have the luxury of mana for me to hold up the Veil forever. Abrupt Decay. I'd love an Assassin's Trophy instead of an Abrupt Decay. They do nothing. They need red mana. Go. Let's draw a go. Let's draw a go. Gonna cycle the Veil. Gonna dump this 6-drop. Sad that we are drawing all this really expensive stuff. Land, please. I just need a cycle to a land is a lot of the reason why I did that play. They kill my ooze off their Lily. They dumped a Spyro. There's their red source. What is this, a Bloodbraid Elf? Shocking. Looks like it. A Grafdigger's Cage. It's great against us. Stops my WINota triggers. Stops my Evo. I am worried about cards like this. Sacrifice. Did I leave ways in to remove that? Not as many. Not as many as I'd like. Birds. We're probably just losing the second game, but we can compensate for this a little bit. Not every Jund build is going to have Grafdiggers. Cages. Maelstrom Pulse. Whew. Rough. With WINota not working, I'll just ditch one. Rather have the Kenrith. Come on, red source, please. Not going to show them the Recruiter. We're just probably dead. That's really too bad. Do we get back in this if I draw a red source? You know what? That's fine. We're not showing a whole lot of new information. Kenrith. It's very good that we took a game against them. We may just get pulled apart here, folks. It's lethal on board. Wow, we were not going to see our second land this game. Turn 8, turn 11 was our 3rd land. Sorry, I said second, I meant to say 3rd. 3rd land was over the Yonders. It was so far away. So very far away. Let's play Vandal. I want to kill that card. Absolutely. Let's not play Grace. We're on the play. Let's not play it. Let's jam. Alright, this hand could do it. 2 lands, 2 dorks. I'd rather get my Arbor Elf killed than my Birds of Paradise. If I had to choose between the two. Wow, they don't do anything? That's fantastic for us. I just play Spyro, right? So I'm going to shock red, untap. Spyro. Let's get rid of birds and entity. Keep the Scavenging Ooze. Drew a Veil, can't cast it yet. Tarmagoofy. Goify. I think this turn is just Spyro hold up Veil. Unless we want to go with the Ooze plan. The Ooze plan can be good against Jund. I was literally about to ask if you ever plug the Damage Guild on here. I just did. I actually just made a command for it. We could shrink this down. You could get an Ooze going, but then it just dies, potentially. It might be, the best line actually might just be play Ooze, leave Veil open. That's what I think I'm going to do. Steve is a fan. Steve's a fan of the show. Post-combat you can kill, says Doseki. Hey, I should have swung and then played Ooze, right? Now we just lose because they're going to name... what? Elemental? That's what I would name. I would name Elemental. It also makes my other Pyro in my hand bad. They name Elf. Okay. You know what would be really greedy for me to do is go get the Dryad Arbor in this matchup. I decided to name Elf instead of kill my 2 Elemental tokens. Eldritch. Awesome. Yeah, they could have a Damnation, but let's just go for it. Because we could hit Lena. This is 4 triggers. We're looking 24 cards deep. I'll take Glyphweaver. That also gives us a Lena effect. It gives us the indestructibility we're looking for. We could even make it so that we don't lose out on our dudes. Do I want to just attack with a hasty WINota, or would I rather just have the Vandal? I think I'd rather... They're at 18. I'd rather just attack with a hasty WINota, wouldn't I? Than a 1-3. No, I know I'm here for WINota. It's just... since it's legendary... You're here for WINota. Since it's legendary, all that I'm doing is just getting to attack with this sooner. But that's relevant. So it'll be indestructible as well. Sometimes you just get a hasty WINota going, oh, we hit the Lena. Oh, this is so game over, right? Even if they have Damnation. Even if they have Damnation, like, I can't see them beating us now. We have 2 selfless effects. I make 5 soldiers. I don't have mana open for Kenrith. We get Blade Historian, right? This is just lethal. Double strike our whole team. They're at 18, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they scoop. We win. Hey, Jund. Get out of here with your Grafdigger's cages. Stop it. Just stop it. That was very lethal. Just stop it. Stop it with your silly Grafdigger's cage. Jade says, I respect the elf name, though I would have wanted it. We also had a lot of lands that game that we drew naturally. We were very happy to see them. Makes me wonder if I should just be playing 23 lands, seriously. But anyway, yeah, I think them killing off Arbor Elf made sense to them. I think maybe me making that call and saying, oh, that's a mistake. It's like, no, like, I mean, naming anything on Plague Engineer kills my mirror entities. Shrinks my Masked Vandal. So we are pretty susceptible to Plague Engineer. Kind of glad that a lot of decks aren't playing it so much anymore, but maybe Plague Engineer's up because a lot of people are brewing, and something that people are going to maybe brew are different tribal decks, like Merfolk is up. I think both were justifiable. Yeah, I think maybe I was quick to call them out on something that I shouldn't be calling them out on. Alright, so we're 1-0. Poor Jund. Poor Jund. I wonder if there's going to be like a Delirium Jund that tries to do things with the new Cascader. Alright, this hand looks pretty bad. Opponent says, hope you're playing, as do I. I actually could maybe keep this on the draw. Mountain's coming up here. You'd probably mulligan this hand though, right? Because it's got two, like, pretty much duds. Am I playing against Jund again? Nope, Utopia Sprawl deck. They named White, so they're playing Enchantress. We played against an Enchantress deck earlier today. In our last league, we played against Enchantress. Do like this Utopia Sprawl because it's got the watermark from the original set, which is sweet. Yeah, Heliod. Oh no, they're just playing Heliod. Opponent's like, oh, I hope you're playing new cards, and then they're just playing Heliod. I'm not convinced you're running anything new. Just looks like Heliod to me. Alright, probably play Pyre of Heroes and the Windswept Heath. Opponent said I made some cosmetic improvements and then, ooh, spicy. There's the Conclave Mentor. We lose this next turn if you're wondering. They have enough mana to do that. If you guys are unaware, actually, there's a couple folks in the chat that I'm aware of that might not be familiar with Heliod Wombo. Matchup's tough. We have things that come in. This is why I'm playing Ferocidon and Linvala. I do kind of wish I still had the... They decided not to kill me, though. I mean, I have no reason to show them what I am. I don't even want to show them the white splash. Do the combo kill, my friend. I don't got this. Alright, you're up to 76,000 bow ties. I feel like I should have more. I feel like you watch you more. Oh, thanks, Jade. I got to figure out something for you to do when you get to 1 million, right? I mean, they can just go for the kill during my end step. They're trying to get more information out of me that I don't plan to give them. They have lethal. We're learning a little bit also about their playstyle. They're being a very, 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 very cautious ballista player. You just have to stream for the next couple of decades. Are they just not going to go for this because they're convinced that I have Lightning Bolt? They're just playing very careful. Shoot me 4 times. I'm just playing very, very, very cautiously around Bolt. Collector Oath turns them off of Walking Ballista. Might be worth it. Ferocidon stops both sides of their combo, though. Opponent says, I have no idea what you're on at least. That's good, I suppose. It's kind of a consolation prize. I do have the Teague in the main board for such purposes. My guess is goblins, but we'll see. Yes, we will see, opponent. We will see. Spellskite does protect my creatures from Masked Vandal hits Heliod. Magus can go. Recruiter might be too slow. Herons, they're kind of all or nothing, my opponent's deck. I don't think the life boost is important. How could you guess goblins from that? Because they saw Pyre of Heroes. Goblins plays Pyre. Yeah, I wish I had more stuff for turning off company just than the random Teagster. The Teagster. Do they have any graveyard synergies? I'm trying to remember. They play, some builds play Eternal Witness, but not all of them do. I mean, we could just play like Ooze. Oh, I think we'll just play Oath. Like, yes, Oath turns off my Pyres, but me turning off their Ballista, being able to shoot is probably more important than losing out on a couple of my cards. Yes, it also turns off the Spellskite, but Spellskite can still block. I think that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Goblins would have played something. They think I'm like red-green goblins. I'm fine with that. Magus of the Moon can sometimes make their Utopia Sprawls fall off if they put it on a Temple Garden, but that's pretty minimal. Favor of the Mighty. Funny enough, this does work better for us than my opponent. Their curve stops at 3. Mine doesn't. We could play this. We could play the Kitchen Finks. It's just a general good evolution target. Could play the Abolishers so they can't company during my turn. They can't activate Ballista during my turn. Just things to think about. So it's maybe this, or... yeah, a few different choices. I think I maybe just play Ooze. It's another 2-drop creature that... and both of our decks are all in on creatures. Let's just play the Scavenging Ooze. Alright, if they think you're red-green goblins, try to keep the impression. Oh yeah, certainly. Like this hand, though, I can't really keep, though. No acceleration, no white for the Teagster. Like, I'd love to keep this if we knew we were drawing to white, right? But I don't know. This hand is even worse. There's no lands in this hand. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. Mulligan. We can keep here, and I probably throw back the Recruiter. I'm sad that we're, like, not enjoying this card. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm going to keep, and I'm going to throw back... I have one with fewer. Just go easy on me. Winky face. Alright, let's keep the Recruiter because this is what we're going to be evolving. Let's dump the Arbor Elf maybe. And a bird. Oh boy, this is tough. This is tough. This is tough. I already played a birds last game, Jade. Ah, Abundant Harvest is now in the... oh, that's true. You know what? We could have readjusted our deck to play Abundant Harvest. I forgot. We could be doing that. Maybe it's wrong in a WINota deck, even still, to do Abundant Harvest. Say crazy now that it's crazy that it's in Pauper now. I might just sacrifice the bird to Eldritch into a Spyro. That's not true. I can't afford to do that, right? Maybe I should Recruiter for Spyro and keep the evolution. I do have green. I have red here. I think I'm going to go get Spyro. Maybe I don't. I can't get the Ferocidon. Teague is good in this matchup because it turns off company. Opponent says they're still very confused. I'd probably just get Spyro, though. It sets us up the best. Oh, you know what? I messed up, though. I got the wrong land, so we're going to have to dump this evolution because I'm a silly one. There's an Auric champion. I can power through an Auric champion. I'm being silly. I got the wrong land. I wasn't supposed to get planes. My bad, folks. And we're going to dump 2 evolutions and just hope to find WINota or another evolution. What's the better thing to evolve, Recruiter or Spyro? Probably Recruiter. Because, like, yes, Spyro I can generate tokens off of, but, like, this could just die in combat. Opponent's going to grab my bird. That stinks. Okay. I guess I can just Charming Prince my Spyro, though, or the Recruiter. Probably Spyro. Or just draw a bird. Alright, so let's Charming... Actually, let's go bird and then Charming the Spyro. Right? Just churning through our deck. Third evolution down. I mean, we have a lot of redundancy now that we've added the Pyres, though. So I do think we can get away with just churning through the deck, or not, or we hit some lands. Yeah, we could be playing Abundant Harvests, maybe. I don't know. Steve says, remind me tomorrow. Sean, I have an idea for getting us better internet. I'll try to. Resident Madman with the follow. Welcome to the Bruce By Show. This is a collected company, and now I'm very sad. They hit Conclave, Arbor. Okay. Company's so good. Really is. We drew a Loam Dryad. Oh boy. Don't have any reasonable attacks because they just block like that. We can go over the top of Heliod, but traditionally this is a tough matchup, like especially if I can't get like Linvala on the table or anything. This is a Heliod. This is a Skyclave. Is this Skyclave my other Spyro? They hit my Recruiter. Okay. If they're playing another champion, it doesn't look like it. Looks like they're casting Heliod. Should be an animated Heliod. I mean, I really can't complain. Like, because we did double Spyro, like, we threw away 3 evolutions. I don't think I actually should have Charming Princed the Season Spyro. I could have Scryed. Like, I could have done other things with the Charming Prince. I was too tempted to do this synergy, but, like, throwing away a tutor like that just to gain some advantage was probably wrong. Don't have enough mana to bring back the Spyro here, which is what I'd rather do. I just don't have enough mana to do it. Let's grab the Dryad Arbor. They gain a life. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You'll gain lots of life. You need to put counters on things. Oh, I meant to do that. I meant to do that before they got the Heliod out. That's my bad, chat. Drew a Pyre. Awesome. I did make a mistake. I don't have a 3-drop anymore. I can Pyre the Charming Prince. Or I can just go get Teague. I could go get Collector, but then my Pyre doesn't work again. I think I'm just supposed to pot up the chain, just hope for the best, hope they don't assemble their combo. So I just have to hope they don't assemble their combo. We've got a pretty juicy mirror entity going on here. Lots of mana. I could have played out my Dryad Arbor. I think I was supposed to. I had plenty of mana to do so. Yeah, I should have played either the mirror entity or the Arbor Elf here. Whoops. We're drawing. Company. Yeah, I should have absolutely played one of these out. My gosh, like that could have made a huge difference. That was a really weak company. They just hit a Heliod. But I'm really maybe punting this, folks. Is there a way to make my Amazon Prime sub automatically recur? There is not, unfortunately. I think I would have like a monthly sub from like Jay and some other family members and friends, and I'm at 15. Do need to at least block here, because I can play out the entity and pod it for WINota. I don't have to pod the Spyro. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Go to 3. Drew Lena, that's really unfortunate. I messed up. I should have played out the mirror entity last turn, folks. Just messed up. Happens. I'm sad to throw this matchup away. I do think that we actually have a reasonable chance. I could go grab Linvala there, but I think we just need the value off of WINota. Am I going to generate enough blockers? Not necessarily. Most of our Spyros have been used up already, right? So I think we are just losing this. I don't think I'm going to be able to, because like the Lena's in my hand. Like we needed a few different things to break our way. I mean, Charming Prince could give me a blocker, right? WINota's a blocker. Prince could refresh one of our creatures. Could refresh the Loam Dryad. Or just gain me 3 life, but this actually gains me more life since their creatures are pretty huge. So strangely enough, I'm actually going to blink my Loam Dryad. Or could be Dryad Arbor, either or. Vandal can take out the Heliod. We definitely want to do that. I can't imagine we win this, but it's still enjoyable to play it out, I suppose. So Vandal hits the Heliod. We'll say yes. We do hit a whiff. That happens. Blade Historian. Nope, that's some blockers. We have Kenrith. I think I have a land drop. They block one of my indestructible creatures. They're changing their mind. They want to kill... Nope, yeah, okay. I would maybe consider killing it. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. I would just kill off an elemental if I were them. That's what they're going to do. I think I'm still dead. Yes, I'm still dead. Oh, that's not true. I have one more blocker coming back, but I think I'm still dead. Yes, we're still dead. I needed to take a little bit less damage earlier on or something. Charming Prince will return the Dryad. Maybe they don't notice. I'd be very surprised if they didn't notice. Good games. Yeah, that's a little disappointing. I think earlier in the game I was a little greedy with my... I think if I changed that one play when I went to Charming Prince, our seasoned Spyro, and I dumped the 3rd Eldritch, I think we actually might have won. Good games. Good luck with the rest of your league. I don't feel too bad. Our league's actually going pretty well so far. I usually lose this matchup anyway. Their deck's just more linear than ours. It's fine. It's the same thing that happened last league. We lost to Elves. If I want to be better against... like, we do have things to bring in. Like, I think if I just grabbed the Ferocidon or if I just grabbed Linvala, like, that's what we're supposed to do in that matchup, and I just didn't do what we normally do. Could I blame it on being tired? Sure. A little bit tired. But I think that's a pretty clear play pattern that we have for that matchup is I just go get the Hate Bear for that matchup. There's not a lot of thought involved. So no, we just made a mistake. I got greedy. Wasn't supposed to flicker the Spyro. As sweet as that interaction is, it's not like I needed to test it. I know exactly what it does. Hey, good luck. It's not like we needed anything new. Alright, so this opener is pretty bad. It is 4 tutors and no creatures. We're going to mulligan this. This hand's a little bit better. We'll put the Lena back into the deck where she belongs. Put her back into the library where she wants to be, really. Alright, Sean, you told me to stream backgammon. If I started doing that, would I host you? Sure, man. Keep. Put this back. I don't know how many folks in my community would be interested in backgammon, but I'm sure they'd be interested in you. Steve's a good friend of mine. Steve's a pretty interesting guy. That way you could double dip your backgammon content, which I do think is a smart move. Like, cause then you're turning a hobby that you enjoy into also a revenue stream, and then it could maybe support itself. It's a luck and skill based game. They might be interested. Yeah, I mean, like I don't think I ever really thought that I would enjoy backgammon, and then backgammon was something that you got me into. So we're playing against humans. They don't actually hit with this freebooter, which is funny to me. I don't have a lot of hits for freebooter, but when they do hit, it's pretty painful. So we can go get the Dried Arbor. Ooh, or I can deploy Spyro. That seems better. We have a lot of redundancy. Let's just hope that the deck gives it to us, right? I guess I don't have to dump the WINota. I could just dump a land, like dump the plains. I think I'd rather have plains in this matchup than the canopy. We could keep the WINota and make one less elemental. Or we could go full greed and hope to hit the other piece. There's a reasonable chance they just name Medley Mage on WINota. They do play a playset. Might be better for me to find a tutor or an Eldritch evolution instead of this. Let's just make the extra. Ooh, we found Pyre. Sweet. All right, don't freeboot me again. Don't name this. Don't name this. Don't have the read. Don't have the read. Champion. I'm very glad that's what you're doing instead, opponent. This is Thalia's lieutenant. All right, we've probably got him. We've probably got him. I think we've got our opponent, folks. And I don't want to speak too soon. Soonly. Pyre the Pyro. Untap. Pyre the... Oh, man. Love me some Pyre of Heroes. Love me some Pyre of Heroes. Ha! Yes, they'll die. One of them will die. But check out what we're doing. We can just take them off of playing cards. Did you know that you can Magus of the Moon Did you know that Magus of the Moon can be really good against humans? Did you know? The more you know. The more you know. Did you guys know that? Some of you probably knew that. I knew that. You actually might even leave it in this matchup. Maybe Recruiter's too slow. Definitely want to leave in Grace. Teague goes. We might bring back in the Recruiter. That's a maybe. It's just a good filler card. Finks. Oaf stops Aether Vial. It's a maybe. Unless they have Aether Vial. Yes, we want to stop their vials regardless. So, like, Masked Vandal stays for Vial. Selfless Spirit can go. Favor's interesting. We go bigger than them, but when they're on the play, I don't know if I like that. Timely's probably. Abolisher stops them from vialing during our turn, but that's minimal. It's not very good. Apparition's probably just too slow, right? No, we still play Skyclave. Skoos might be too slow. I feel like Skoos is actually in the category of too slow. It's kind of not fast enough for us to just like slowly gain that life. I think we just need to kind of gain all of it. And then let's not play the Recruiter. I think it's too slow. They do sideboard into Dismembers. They'll have at least... My opponent's going to have at least 2 Dismembers. I mean, are you looking to stream late tonight, Steve? Are you looking to make a stream setup and you want to start streaming backgammon as early as tonight? I mean, I usually host over to a Magic stream, but we could coordinate that at some point. Mulligan. Keep this. It's got Collector for their Aether Vial. Yeah, I know. Collector for my own cards, right? We'll keep this, and I'm going to tuck the Temple Garden, I think. Aether Vial. Nope, Champion. Cavern, okay. Bird is the word. Bird is the word. The bird is the word. Am I doing Idyllion anymore? I'm not. I don't have it running in the background. I think I'm just not as much of an idle gamer. I might give it another try at some point, but I don't know. It just wasn't holding me. And I know that's like one of your favorites or one of the best ones out there, right? Ooh, Thalia's Lieutenant. Maybe their hand is just a bunch of lieutenants if they're doing this. This seems like very... Like, they're not getting a whole lot of value out of this. I feel like their hand is just lots of lieutenants. Or maybe 3 drops. Might be too much. Might be too idle. Too Idyllion. I mean, the Collector Oath could trade with the lieutenant. Lieutenant could certainly grow twice, though, this next turn. I mean, Oath is just here to stop them if they have an Aether Vial. I'm fine just letting it die. It says Medley Mage, and they're going to name WINota, right? Can't just let me cast her. Can't just let me do that. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. So they Medley Mage, my build around card. We have other ways to get her on the table. Like Eldritch. Like you do. Sweet. We also don't have to take a lot of pain. This probably is Dismember, though, right? But we have to hope that it's not. Don't be dismembering. Don't be dismembering. Don't... Hey, sweet, we got our triggers. Don't be... Spyro, make 1 token, but draw through the cavern I don't really need. Another Seasoned Spyro. Not bad. Drew into the Lena. It happens. Happens. We're not out of the woods yet. If they bounce this, I can't cast. Well, if they Reflector Mage it, there's not much I can do anyway. Yes, take damage on your canopies, please. This looks like a Reflector Mage. They're tapping their island. Nope, this is something else. It's an Imperial Recruiter. So they are also rocking Recruiters. I love it. Recruiter seems excellent in humans. A very obvious inclusion to some number of Recruiter. We, too, are playing a Recruiter. I mean, I sideboarded it because it's kind of slow against them, but... Sweet. They need a 1-mana human answer to my WINota. They choose Noble Hierarch. We might have to do some trumpage here. I mean, that's not lethal. I might just take it. So bird, bird. No way to have haste. You're at 11. Here we go. All right, we're looking 6 times 5 deep. So we do have some open mana. Entity could be a thing, but let's actually just take the Blade Historian, right? Well, I've got so many 1/1s. I actually think I take the Mirror Entity over Blade Historian in this case. Blade Historian really only soups up my WINota. This is an instance where I probably have to take the Entity, which is fine. That happens. So there's Kenrith. So that's a tough call. I can't both pump the mana that I need to into Entity that the Kenrith requires. Might be correct for me to take Spyro even. No, let's take the Kenrith. No, Kenrith is going to get shrunk because I'm probably doing this, right? Unless I want to activate my Entity. I can't actually now. So we're going to go Spyro. Dump these two. Spyro. Dump these two. Charming Prince, WINota. What do I prince if I prince anything? I can prince... I might just want to grab a new WINota that's going to be indestructible, even. Or I could even Charming Prince and blink my own WINota. This might be an instance where we go with Charming Prince, but we blink this WINota. So it gives me another blocker. A, B, it's going to give me a WINota that's not going to just get eaten up here. I think I like that. One more trigger. Heron's Grace, that's game. Now watch this. This is the full combo. Watch this. So we're going to let that go onto the stack. I'm going to activate my Mirror Entity for 3 before this trigger goes off. Everything's going to be a human. Everything's going to get +1/+1 lifelink, and I'm attacking with an army of 4/4 lifelinking all-type creatures. That was a whammy. Very, very glad that we selected the Mirror Entity earlier. Like the obvious choice is usually the Blade Historian, right? But even with just 3 mana open, the Mirror Entity was clearly the right choice. Who's the human deck now? Who's oh, that's kind of funny, isn't it? Who's the humans deck now? Humans. We're the humans deck, actually. I'm the humans deck, actually. That was funny. Sweet. I know, Bruce By, like, being all mean and talking pretend trash. You're so mean, Bruce By. That might be what you're thinking. Guys, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't want to completely contradict some of the things I was saying earlier, right? The mission statement. I didn't type any of that to my opponent. I don't think that's worth doing. Not worth doing. All right, hey. Good luck. We'll throw in a smiley face. They left before I could say good luck with the rest of their league, my humans opponent. This hand's fine. It doesn't have a 1-drop, but I think we could keep it. My opponent's name is Space Pirate. I like it. Isn't that a sweet little interaction? Like, make everything a human, because the Changeling Mirror Entity makes everything else also all creature types. Just kind of neat. Oh, we're playing against blue-white. I would assume that we were going to hit blue-white at some point in this league. We played against blue-white last league. We did manage to win. We do have the Cavern of Souls in hand. They do play fields, but Bird is the word. That was a great top deck. It's when you want to top deck it, if I'm going to top deck it at all. That's what I'm interested in it. You gonna path my bird? I would assume that would not be a thing. If they're gonna path it, they do it during my upkeep or my draw step. They're playing Esper. We played against plain blue-white last time, so like Cavernous Soul is gonna be really sweet here. They don't. I mean, like, yes, they sometimes do play. Let's play another bird and see if we can't get them to fight over this. I doubt it. Uncounterable. I am sad that they're Esper control for my Eldritch Evolution, though. But hey, uncounterable Scry 2, 2/2. Sweet. So Scry 2. We're looking for WINota herself in this matchup. Hey, there she is. So let's bottom, top. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yes. You wanted to counter this, did you, opponent? I mean, they certainly could have a path. I mean, almost assuredly, if they have path works, right? But make it uncounterable. Ah, go for the throat. Yes. Okay. I didn't want to take a turn off to do Selfless, just because typically the Selfless Spirit isn't enough because they play paths, but they did have go for... Actually, Esper sometimes plays more, even more Fatal Pushes than they play Path to Exiles, sometimes. Oh yes, please tap out. So I'm going to dump these two and keep the Eldritch. Awesome. Land was actually very good for us here because I needed green. Don't really want to get our other basic. We get Stomping Ground, right? I guess I'd want to be able to cast Apparition if I draw. I already have red for Pyro. Why don't we go Temple Garden? Green. Evo, the Charming Prince. I mean, there you have to hope they don't have force, basically. Go get WINota, go get 2 triggers, maybe we moon them. We're looking 12 cards deep. We don't hit, do we? We didn't. Do I want Blade Historian or Charming? Probably going to take the Historian. We do whiff. But even if they remove WINota, they need a sweeper here. That was a little disappointing. I was all excited. I was like, man, are we going to take game 1 against Esper off of the back of this Cavern of Souls? I'm playing 2 Caverns now. So they need to remove the WINota. They just need a Snapcaster. Do you like that I called it? Anyone? Bueller? This matchup's tough. We have some stuff to bring in. Kitchen Finks also can give them fits, maybe. Alright, deck. Give me another WINota, please. Nope. Okay, I don't know if I want them to know that I just drew planes. Swing for 4. They might block. I think blocking is reasonable. Well, we're out of gas. Opponent has 4 cards. Need them to not draw Field of Ruin. They do sometimes play some number of Field of Ruin. Fetch, do nothing. Okay. Is this like a Vendilion click? Don't really want to get this Eldritch Evolution countered. Let's do combat first and see if we can figure out what's in their hand. Oh, they just take it. I don't think this is worth getting countered. We'll hold it. Okay, so they just have Snap Charm me. Maybe they draw cards. Yeah, maybe I should have just gone for it. And given up a bird. Like, turn a bird into a Spyro. No Spyros in my bin. We actually haven't drawn a single Spyro. It's one of the most important cards in our deck. Certainly a very important card in this matchup. Would love to draw our best card. Please. I'll take a WINota, but I'd almost rather just have Spyros. Drew Lena. Uncounterable Lena. That's not bad. Uncounterable Lena is going to make some... This is a pretty decent card. Gives me some resilience to like a main deck sweeper. Alright, we are going to Archmage's Charm my bird. I'm with you. I'm with you, opponent. Wouldn't you rather just draw 2 cards with that? Why did you take my bird? Just to make me make 1 less token? This seems really ambitious what they're doing, but okay. So opponent takes... Instead of drawing 4 cards, my opponent decides to take 2 Birds of Paradise. And any Esper control players out there know what you're supposed to do in this situation? I don't think it's what my opponent did, but watch me be wrong. So we're gonna block. Opponent is on top deck mode, not pure top deck mode. They have a Vantress Scry 2. Like my opponent just exchanged 6 mana for 2 1/1s with flying. I just don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. My opponent just played 2 Archmage's Charms to take 2 Birds of Paradise. Let's see how they scry. They bottom both. It was an island. I don't know what to think anymore. Like what is modern? What is reality? This cat comes in, these come in, maybe we play the Kitchen Finks. Maybe we play this so they can't gain life. They have some ways to gain life. Ethersworn turns off Snapcaster. So the Shame Concession. This comes in too in this matchup. We can already bring that in. I'm sure that comes in. Selflesses, Abolisher. Cleric turns off. Cleric can exchange itself with a Snapcaster. I don't like my mana dorks as much in this matchup. I'm going to bring some of them back in, so don't freak out. Recruiter's kind of slow. Apparition just maybe trades with a Planeswalker. That might be good enough. Teakster's good. Ooze is like another avenue, another way that I want to fight. They probably don't play Cage. I'll cut the Vandal. Charming Princes are also just filler. We can cut some number of them. Alright, so we have 3 slots that I want to bring it back to. So what are those slots? Oh, Eldritch Evolution goes down some number because they're a very high ratio of counter magic. Have a high ratio. Let's play Birds before we play Arbors. Let's play the Loam Dryad before I play the first Arbor, actually, because of its synergy for Pyre, the Dryad Arbor, which is off of any green fetch. Go get Loam. Loam Dryad becomes... Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah. I'm still playing the Spellskite. Perfect. Now, I can't pod these, right? So the Birds, unless I play the Masked Vandal, they can't be Pyres. Maybe I will play it. There might be something I get to hit with this. But I'm feeling like maybe I won't. I mean, I literally would just be playing it to what? To pod into off of Bird. That's kind of why I like having the Shale. Makes me wonder if that's maybe a wrong decision. And just in the... Not in sideboarding, but just in deck construction. Do we want the Ferocidon? This kind of can give them fits. They can't gain life. Has menace, so it's hard for them to block. Maybe they do want this. They do bring in some number of timely reinforcements, maybe. So this is a favor hand, but it's a pretty weak hand. It's basically a one-lander. Let's mulligan this. This is an all-lander, but it has a cycle land. It has Veil. This could draw into the goods. I know you're like, Bruce Spy, there's no way you're going to keep an all-lands hand, right? You're a crazy person. They're playing Esper Control. And it's not. It's a Veil of Summer Cycle of Horizon Canopy hand, but I don't know. Maybe if this had Cavern of Souls, this is a reasonable 6. Like, how much better, though, is my 5 going to be? We couldn't keep our 7. Let's just draw not lands. Also, with me cutting that many mana dorks, right? We're cutting all the arbors here. There's a very good chance that I just need my land drops. So I actually don't think this is all that bad. See? There's a creature. It's not the creature we want, but it's a creature. Let's try to cycle this aggressively. Maybe turn 3, turn 4. Alright, as a person who hates mulliganing, nothing wrong with a solid 6 or 7 lander keep. I mean, but it wasn't. I have one of my more important sideboard cards. Granted, I took out some of the things that it's meant to protect. It's hard to have triple green for evolution, though. It's not fetch yet. Actually, no, I maybe should have. I did already bottom a land, though. Drew Cavern, fantastic, awesome. Rewarded, right? That's how this works, folks. Rewarded. Let's not forget that Magus of the Moon is still in. I do already have a basic plains. I'm thinking of getting the Dryad Arbor and seeing if I can get them to be a little aggressive with what's in their hand. And I'm sure you're like, Bruce Bide, no, don't do it. I don't have to do it. Bruce Bide, no, don't do it. Draw. I mean, if they have path, that's fine. They need, like, push counterspell. It's actually very possible that they have push counterspell. It's not time. It's not time. I'm sorry, Dryad Arbor. It's not your time. It's not your time. Foundry, right? It's not time. Not yet. So WINota. I think I'm just going to go Stomping Ground. Like, yes, I was saying I kind of want to aggressively do this, but, like, now our hand is looking like it's just uncounterable WINota. They try to Esper Charm me here. I Veil of Summer. My opponent really seems to like doing that. They decide to draw 2 cards instead, though, instead of making me discard cards. I'm with you. Your cards are better than my cards. That's a good Esper philosophy. I like it. They might even have, like, Thoughtseize or something in. I'm not in a rush to necessarily cavern in this WINota. Could just play the Canopy, say go. Canonist. So I don't really want to expose the cavern to a Field of Ruin, but our opponent, like, made it seem like they don't have any. Field of Ruin is like a 1 or 2 of in Esper lists usually. I think I'm just going to go Canopy go. Your turn. We might just go with uncounterable Ethersworn Canonist first. Like, a WINota that doesn't have any other creatures with her is really not scary. Esper Charm me. No, they just want to draw cards. Okay. We're going to have, like, an uncounterable Kenrith maybe as well. The obvious Veil of Summer, right? Show me Teferi. Oh, I mean, I'm terrified. Like, thankfully we have a game to give. I mean, a hasty Kenrith, is that really going to get the job done? I really don't know. Veil of Summer doesn't protect WINota from Path, so not much I can do there. I mean, maybe we really should lead on the Ethersworn instead of WINota. But I feel like WINota almost doesn't merit the Path. It's just a 4/4. Drew Foothills. I think this is what I'm doing. They're contemplating their path to exile off this glacial fortress. They decide not to. They could also just Teferi minus tuck the WINota. They could play a Jace and tuck the WINota. Now remember, if I go to cast the Canonist, I won't have the Veil of Summer up anymore. It's something I need to contemplate. I think it's just uncounterable Kenrith, right? They're scrying 2 now. That's strange. Oh, maybe that's actually okay because they're gonna untap 2 lands. Still looks a little strange, doesn't it? A little sus. Yeah, I may not be able to have the Veil of Summer up. I may just have to go Kenrith, like a hasty Kenrith, try to punch the Teferi. I think we're in trouble. I think as excited as I was with this mostly land hand, I think this actually betrayed us. Either Sworn's an artifact spell. Oh, you're right. So I still could Veil. What do you got here, opponent? Gust. Oh, you know what? I just messed up. This still tucks the WINota. That was my bad. Oh, no, it doesn't. It has hexproof, duh. If it's on the stack, it doesn't work, but it's not a hasty Kenrith. But at least this makes the Teferi unable to -3. But I didn't, because I veiled the Gust, I didn't have, and Gust is good against us, especially when I still have I just cut evolutions in this matchup. They're just too much of a liability. All right. Supreme Verdict, make us go ahead and go next game, right? Just verdict me, bro. Yeah, you're right, Boxel. This looks like Snap Gust, tuck the WINota. Do we even want the WINota? I have too many humans in my hand for her to be good. Might be correct to just bottom her. I know it's my build around, but I need non-humans. I don't know. I guess I could fetch a non-human here. I could get a non-human off the recruiter. Maybe that's wrong. Uncounterable Peasy is good, right? Might actually just keep the recruiter. It's more Spyros, and Spyro is one of the best things in this matchup, quite frankly. Drew a WINota. It's not uncounterable, though. Kenrith, they cryptic me. We move on. Pretty reasonable chance they have a cryptic command at this point. They play 3 at least. Yep, that's a cryptic. We finally are probably going to be cycling this canopy. I could put a counter on something. Might be better than cycling. Put a counter on like the Giant Arbor, or put a counter on the Elemental with Kenrith. Nah, they're firmly in control. I mean, they've had several extra draws with the Teferi. I never pressured them. We kind of had a slow draw. Maybe I waited too long to set up the Cavern. I mean, we had like a WINota draw that didn't have the non-humies. Now, I'm sure you're like, well, obviously, Bruce Spy, you trimmed some of your mana dorks, right? Jace. Jace. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Like, it's a tough matchup. I'm glad we took game 1. Glad there's another game. They only have 13 minutes left. Like we may lose this battle, but I think we're set up to perhaps win the war. We just need to make this game take a while for them to win, if I can. They're gonna Jace seal me. Okay. They bottom. All right. I think the 1/1 counter on something is less interesting to me than cycling the canopy, but I could be wrong. Like, we still are benefiting from having access to this much mana, because I could double spell this next turn. I think I have to. They have Jace. So let's put a counter on an elemental. I think this is what I'm doing. Let's I'm not going to waste the mana on the Kenrith, because I think there's a good chance that they are crypticking me. So no reason to... Yeah, no reason to do so. Okay. At this point, I'm not necessarily trying to win like I was just describing to you folks. I'm just trying to make it take them a long time to beat us this second game so that we can get game 3 either on beating them or on winning on the chess clock. Is there another way to call that, by the way? Is there another thing to say? I wonder if that goes by a different name, like intermittent clock or game clock. Chess, like when I say chess clock, I think you guys know what I mean, though, that it's when their clock is running, mine's not. It's hard for Esper to win 2 games in 12 minutes because we did already take game 1. It is difficult. Thoughtseize me? Sure. Probably take Recruiter. So they did bring in their Thoughtseizes. I mean, sure, I'd love to still win this. I mean, we do have a Cavern, but a Cavern alone is not enough. Like, their deck, once it gets going, is very hard to catch up to. Cryptic tap, you know? Maybe they start attacking. Yeah, them attacking, like, Signals, Sweeper, or, more likely just more cryptic tapping. Gosh, they just must have a glut of resources if they're spending their snap this way. You want to make me discard 2? Sure. Do all the things, opponent. Do all the things. We're going to cycle the canopy now, I think. We just want them to take, like, kind of... Like, I have plenty of clock to spend over them. We have 17 minutes and 35 seconds. So, like, what I want to do is kind of get them to do more game actions than they would otherwise want to do. Make them, you know, like I said, use up their clock. All right, so let's go to combat. They should cryptic us. Certainly single. Wow. I just ignore their planeswalkers and go face and maybe kill them here. Three triggers coming. Seeing games like this. Do they have that exile all your attackers? Maybe. But at least then we get to learn. Settle the wreckage. Yeah, it's very possible they have settle. It's not like I'm playing Ranger or anything that could save us from settle either. I'd love to know if they have settle. That's true. It's very possible this is a settle. We won't rebuild from a settle. Holy cow, we just win. Sweet, they don't have it. Yeah, settle the wreckage I think is great. We may see that card show up in these Esper control decks. How did we win? My opponent had 2 active walkers. I think they were very greedy a couple times, right? Because that Snapcaster that they spent on the make me discard 2, they knew my hand was Vandal Birds of Paradise. Like, they used a Snapcaster on a charm. Hey, good luck and have fun. Like, opponents can have powerful decks, but certainly just like we do, I do make mistakes myself. Like, they can certainly make a mistake. The sand's actually not as bad as it looks. I don't know. They drew a ton of cards. That's very true, Jade. They drew a ton of cards off of those Planeswalkers. I don't know how we won. That's sweet. I'm thankful that we didn't have to slog through that and play Game 3. We probably had a reasonable chance to win just off of the clock, like I was saying earlier. That's not the way I prefer to win. I want to add that as a disclaimer. Just time out. That's not the way that I really want to win games of Magic. But it is something to think about when it comes to Heliod matchups, Esper control, etc. That is certainly something that we can do. But it's not what I prefer. Misty Rainforest, eh? Misty Rainforest, eh? What you got there, opponent? Ah, that's what they're playing. Living End. Electro Dominance Living End, in fact. I probably shouldn't get the Dryad Arbor, but I just did. Wow, another fetch. Oh boy. I don't think I'm really supposed to play out the Mirror Entity, actually. Right? Oh no, we should. Our hand just loses to what they're doing. It's fine. We'll just die, show them some weird cards, move on to the sideboard. I need more tutorable Graveyard Hate, which is the Remorseful Cleric. Yep, cycle. Cycle. Do their thing. Their deck is a 2-card combo, but they probably have it. They also could be playing like Shardless. Yeah, Shardless, sweet. Hammer dead. Oh, you know what I just misplayed. We had it. I could have killed my whole team, and we could have gotten our whole team back. Let's see what our next draw was. I actually could have won. I forgot that Mirror Entity could let me put all my dudes in the bin, and then they're actually in the bin for Living End, and we actually win. That's so sad. Let's concede and draw a few more cards. I could have gotten my creatures back. Hang on. If we see a WINota... Okay, it was a little ways away. Could we have survived against... Hang on, let's think about this logically. Could I have survived against a 4-3, a 5-5... a 4/4 flyer, and a... I mean, I would have had the Entity. We actually kind of had the tech. I know you're like, wait, what? Entity's actually a cool way out against Living End. I'm sad that I didn't remember that. Yeah, I'm sad I didn't remember that. But let's bring in the Remorseful Cleric and maybe win. It's okay. Indestructibility doesn't really help us. So, like, the Selfless Spirit doesn't help us. Neither does Selfless Glyphweaver. I'll still probably play Lena. Ethersworn Canonist stops their Cascade shenanigans. That's great. That's a very great card in this matchup. Teague doesn't do anything, really. Vandal doesn't really do anything. Mooning them works. Their mana's a little greedy, as we saw last game. Skyclave can go. What else can I do in this matchup? Abolisher would make it so they can't Cascade during my turn. Fails. I don't think those do anything. Make it so when they put all those creatures back into play, they lose life. I don't know. Timely could help us rebuild after getting swept. All right, let's run it back. I'm actually very hopeful. I'm sad that I missed that I could have used that to... I don't think I can keep this. Even if we, like, scry into the goods, this is not a very good. This hand is a turn 2 moon. Let's keep this and tuck the Stomping Ground, right? Yeah, there's plenty of graveyard things you can be doing. Turn 2 Magus to the Moon? Anyone? Bueller? They could be playing Dismembers, of course. That doesn't interrupt their Cascade. There probably is a Dismember in their hand, but I think I still go for this, right? Or do we want to spend a turn Spiraling? They don't go off till turn 3. They don't have a way to accelerate that I'm aware of. There's no Simian Spirit Guide right now. We could go Spyro, dump some of these lands. It would mean getting away from having more access to more basics, though. I don't know. I'd almost rather Spyro after we Moon. Isn't Magistus safer? Yes. It's also maybe just better. Let's get a white source here. Basic planes. Show me Dismember. Which member? Oh yeah, Dismember. Show me Dismember. They can still cast their Dismember, of course. It's a Street Wraith. There's a Street Wraith. Basic Island. Okay. WINota. So here's the sad thing. I think it might actually be correct for me to play WINota instead of slamming the Spyro. If I play Spyro, I lose the WINota. Granted, we could draw to another one. I think it actually is better for me to attack and play WINota. Is that a newer art for Street Wraith? Yeah, it is. Newish art. Let's actually play the WINota. I know that might seem like a weaker line, but I think I learned my lesson earlier in the league that I really shouldn't be throwing away. And like I can cast Pyro off of this next turn. Is this getting countered? Target creature gains flying. Thank you for the flying. They're trying to cycle to a Dismember. That's what they're up to. Maybe they have basic forest and they don't even care. Maybe they hit As Foretold, Living End, and they don't even care. Maybe my opponent don't even care. Well, let's attack. One WINota trigger coming. Canonist, the easy grab. Easy peasy grab. My goodness, that's the easiest choice of the night. My goodness. This may be one of the best hits we could possibly have off the WINota, right? They go to 6. I play a Spyro. Leaving open green because I could hit a bird. It's not that I would play it, I think. I can't actually because Aethersworn. Hey, there's our Remorseful. Hit their graveyard. Sweet. I'm sad that game 1 I didn't see that I could have killed all my own creatures by paying 0 mana on the entity and then they would have all come back. We would have needed to make some tough blocks the next few turns, but I would have had an entity. Oh, this is awesome for their deck. That's fantastic. We might see them go off next turn actually despite my Canonist. Like they could just kill Canonist, go off. Maybe. How many cards did they draw with that just now? They just drew 7 cards with this. That's fantastic. I imagine they may have just found... Wow, we win. Awesome. Lucky, lucky. Always lucky, right? I'm sure somebody's like, Bruce By, you so lucky. Opponent drew 7 cards, you still won. Yeah. Yeah, we're lucky sometimes. Opponent drew 7 cards. Bruce By win. Well, they cycled 7 cards, right? They tucked what was already in their hand just to be... specific. Let's submit. I don't think Teague stops anything in this matchup, but I could be wrong. Man, I'm kicking myself that we didn't kill all our own creatures game 1. Oh wow, we just have the Cleric in our hand. That's fantastic. They have to go off twice. This hand we can keep. Surely we can keep this. Awesome. Possum. Opponent mulligans to 5. Their deck mulligans quite well. Living End mulligans quite well. Opponent's also really kind, just by the by. We said, hey, good luck, have fun. They said, hey, GG, have fun. Good games, have fun is what they're saying, if you're wondering. Good games and have fun. Sucks that they're mulliganing to 5. I feel a little bad for them. By the way, Jade, did you ever figure out how to share with other folks? I know I've been asking you a lot this lately. Did you figure out how to share the avatars with other folks? Really need to look into that. I need to re-up your moderatorship, don't I? I think I shock in the stomping. It's okay if they kill birds. Arbor Elf is pretty much just as good as birds here. You talked to the other guy how to do it. And I've never been a mod. I've refused. Oh, yeah. It's been too long. Yeah, I forgot. So we just slam this, right? I wish I could wait for them to have more stuff in their bin, but I can't really wait. They could certainly just have a dismember for this, but I don't think I can wait. We'll rebuild okay. I'm just worried about what they're going to fish out of their bin. It's an extension now? Okay. Is the extension on my stream, or do I need to get it? Do you know? Pyre of Heroes, right? Elf. There's Vandal. I can't get the Ooze. I do have Vandal, right? In? Vandal's not in. Can't pot up the chain. I'm trying. I don't want to overcommit here. Let's just go to combat. Swing for 3. They could use their first Living End to get rid of the Remorseful. That's something else. I don't know if I want to commit this peasy. I might just want to play Pyro, play Foothills, honestly. Because I want to be able to rebuild if they do sweep us, which oftentimes the first Living End is just to like sweep their board sometimes. They might not be getting a lot of Reanimator value out of it. Certainly, I'm going to try to not let them get any Reanimator value because I have Cleric. But I think I'm just going to maybe go get Dryad Arbor. I could start potting up that part. I'm not playing a Fauna Shaman anymore, so don't actually have that as something. All right, so we get the Pyre on the table. This also does set me up for WINota, because I could shock this in, Pyro, crack Pyro to the Pyre. That's hard to say. Yeah, it's right under Stream Decker for you. Okay, so it's an extension. Ingot Chewer. I'm with you, opponent. So I'm going to go after my Pyre. I'm with you. City of Brass, huh? Okay. It's going to kill the Pyre. It's fine. No biggie. I think we're good to go. I think we just go for it, folks. Oh, wait, I can't. They killed my Pyre of Heroes. Never mind. I guess we just Spyro. I should do this. Well, I don't know if I'm attacking with Arbor or Dryads. So that's why I'm doing it now. We can make 1 token. There's a post-mortem. Okay. Maybe we're just going to win off the back of this Remorseful. This doesn't need to attack. Swing for 4. A modest 4. I always feel like our deck is the underdog until we get the WINota on the table, and then I feel like we're just, whoa, why'd you shock? That's terrifying. I'm a little terrified that they just shocked. Why did you just shock? Go to combat. I'm assuming they're cascading into their thing right here. I'm assuming this is the instant speed cascader. Right? And they're going to have me pop the Remorseful. And then they're going to cycle a few beforehand. I don't have a way to kill any of my dudes. If I had left more mana up, I could have floated and done the Spyro thing. As it stands, all I could do is like crack this canopy. I don't think I want to do that. I do have a third land though. I could post-mortem the Spyro and try to rebuild. Yeah, maybe we should just crack this. Yep, so they're going to get back some stuff. I'm going to get back the Remorseful Cleric, though. I wish I could get more of my creatures into the bin somehow. I don't have a way to do it. So we get back the Cleric. I do have a second main. Second main, I could get back Spyro. The uncounterability is kind of irrelevant. But, like, so is just another red source, really, here. I kind of want to go get basic forest even and ditch these two. They're going to be a little painful, folks. Post-mortem the Spyro. It's going to cost me a couple life to do this, but... Alright, so... we're not completely out of gas, but I'm kicking myself that I didn't take game one when I maybe could have. They've got two big things coming our way. We take it. I'm at 2. If I place... These are both flyers. So they consider blocking... Well, I have to Charming Prince gain life or we're just dead, right? I don't see how we're going to win this, do I? You have to hope, though. Nah, I think we've lost this. Wish Postmortem was instant. I feel like more decks would play it if it was instant. Block one of them, doesn't really matter which. Oh, I needed to crack that. I meant to. Lots of little things I made mistakes about. Blah, 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 blah. Mistakes. Can't talk tonight. Lots of little mistakes there. Game one, the big mistake was I could have still had my board. Good games. Good games. And I hope you have a good rest of your league. On the night, we're still doing pretty well. We had a 3-2, which is fine. Another 3-2, which is fine. I mean, that's where I think this deck is at, honestly. It's cool that we're playing with a new card, right? I'd love to get my hands on. All right, let's open that chest. It's kind of fun to do that together. Why not? Oh, I just cut a card accidentally. I think it was the Imperial Recruiter that I accidentally cut. A Tectonic Giant and some play points. Okay. Tectonic Giant's kind of fun. I don't know. The Imperial Recruiter was actually really slow. I feel like it's happier in... and maybe it's too early to say. I feel like this is a lot happier in Aethervial decks. Alright, so why don't we open a new copy? Or sorry, why don't we start? It's 2 in the morning, so let's start working on that Zombardment deck, right? So I actually should have just started a completely fresh list. It's fine, I'll just pull all this over. Actually, the Zombardment deck could just be a Spyro deck. Could just be playing Spyros. Like, wait, Bruce Spy, are your decks all starting with Pyre of Heroes and Seasoned Pyromancer? No, it's just if there's cards that carry over, it's better to not start from complete scratch. I think it's just a red-black moon list is where I'm thinking what I'm thinking this is going to look like. I'd love to play Zombardment just like red-black moon style. Yeah, Ferocidon could stay. Let's cut most of this stuff. You could also just call it Black Moon. That's where I'm thinking this is going to go. feel like after you get a chesty, you should do a celebration brew. I have to spend 10 minutes brewing whatever I just pulled. Oh, yeah? Kind of like this art, actually. I don't know. Gargamel, thanks for the follow. I don't know if we want that many grave crawlers. Maybe 3 is good. Stitcher's Supplier. Spellsky could be in the sideboard if we play it at all. Stitchers. Goblin. Bombard. Do we actually just go the direction of... how many bombardments do you even play? Just the 3? Both Pyre of Heroes and Goblin Bombardment are both kind of pseudo-legendary. I don't want to play the playsets, I don't think, even though they're build-around cards. Okay, so what am I zombarding besides Gravecrawler? Should we be playing that one zombie that's like... Well, Cosmic Storm didn't win. I'm still proud of that one. Alright, zombies. What about that black zombie? Granted, I don't know if we're going to play this mountain, by the way. Oh yeah, Magus of the Bridge. People were so angry about that card. Ooh, the Nested Shambler looks pretty. It's a zombie that if I kill it, we get squirrels. But how do I make it bigger? That's the real question. How do we make this bigger? But it is a zombie. That could maybe work. Zombies. Red-black zombies, nonetheless. Jailer is a zombie. Sweet. It's a zombie I can find off of Pyre. That's cool sideboard tech. Dreadhorde Arcanist, also a zombie. Wonder if that's sweet. Card strong. Tidehollow Sculler is a greedy fun of, even though it's outside our colors. Maybe we could Pyre into it, like sideboard matches. Disrupt them. And I'm sure you're like, whoa, Bruce by, hold on, time out. How does Seasoned Pyromancer make sense in your maybe Pyre of Heroes deck? I don't know if it does yet. I don't know if there's going to be, you know, a 2-drop human zombie or changeling, or I don't know how we're going to make this work. I think it might just be good. I think it would just be good in this deck to play. I don't think we necessarily have to be able to pot into it. What is that 2-drop black zombie that I can't think of right now off the top of my head? Fleshbag's an interesting tutor target. Marauder. The zombie when it enters the battlefield. And I'm sure you're like, Bruce, by wait, you're brewing another Pyre of Heroes deck? Well, not every deck I brew is going to be Pyre of Heroes. Undead Augur, thank you. Is that what we want to be doing, though? I also might be really limiting our space by thinking it's going to be like an Augur deck. All right, whenever this or another zombie I control dies, I get to draw a card. Sweet. You were thinking... Undead? Corpse Augur? No, you're fine. Blood Moon. I do own 3 Blood Moons. We could play some number of Blood Moons. Thanks for that follow, Mountain Splash. And Dropless, if I missed you. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. Welcome to the Brew Crew. We have some moons. I don't know how many moons I want to play. Probably also want Fatal Pushes. Maybe we play Kroxa. Play some Fatal Pushes. Kroxa. And Lacrosse, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Bruce By Show. How many Kroxa do we play? This is an Elder Giant, so I don't think either types are going to be relevant for the Pyre of Heroes. And maybe we only play 2 Pyres. I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are supposed to be here, as you can see. Like, what is Dreadhorde Arcanist even flashing back? Are we supposed to be playing Inquisitions and Thoughtseizes? Like traditional Black Moon? Probably just 2 Pyres? Okay. Maybe 3 or 4 even Inquisitions? Nah, 3's good. Thoughtseize. I don't know if we play Nest Shambler at all, by the way. I also can't get my hands on them yet. How many Thoughtseize would you play? Would you do like 3-3 split, 3-4 split? Disrupt them, do our thing. Let's play, sorry, not Kozilek's Return. What was I thinking of? Kolaghan's Command maybe was what I was thinking of. Do we want to run a companion? Which one? Do you want to swap out of Spyro and just play Lurrus? Is that what you're thinking? If you trim Season, you get to play Lurrus. Is that where we're seeing a lot less Season Spyro? We wouldn't get to play the Flush Bag either. But yeah, we could play a Lurrus. We wouldn't get to play the Ferocidon either, but maybe that's okay. Oh yeah, we wouldn't get to play the Moons either. Then we're not really Black Moon anymore. We're just zombie Lurrus, basically. Which is fine. We'd play Baubles. Briggs says, but Lurrus and Pyre seem like they don't belong in the same deck. Well, let's at least flesh this out, and then we can take it out and... Yeah, I mean, like, Pyre really wants me to go all the way up to, like, Grey Merchant. Ghast seems good. Yeah, Bloodghast seems great. Grey Merch. So, yeah, maybe we want to make it so we can pod all the way up. So that would be like a Grey Merchant. That would be the Flush Bang in the 3-slot maybe. Is there a 4-slot zombie we could be playing? Anybody know? Be cool to be able to pod up to Grey Merchant, like 1 or 2 copies. There's like that zombie that has ninjutsu that's nutso, but it's not in our colors, but we could play it anyway. Maybe Dreadhoard's just as a fun of. What does it even cast? It just casts Fatal Push. It just casts, yeah. Diagraph Colossus. Good suggestion. Isn't there also just like the Undying 3-drop? We probably wouldn't play Mountain if we play it though, but this is a brew and a half now, right? Yeah, Messenger. Play Fallen Shinobi. Shinobi's sweet. Shinobi's really spicy. We're not really in the colors for it, but like this thing's powerful. It has to deal combat damage though. I don't know. That's in the think tank. Play Giraffe's Messengers, yeah. Get flesh. Oh, I need 2 drops. These are the 2 drops. Hang on. We need 4 drops. Excuse me. There's the Shapeshift Gravedigger. Yeah, the Changeling Gravedigger. That's a good idea. Maybe that's what we want. Are there some other spicy zombies? There's got to be some other zombies. Yeah, Graveshifter, good call. Is there another zombie that's... There's also the Champion. Oh, you know what? I saw a zombies list a long time ago playing this. They were playing the red... They're playing this to reset Messenger or some other cards. I don't remember what other cards they were using. But they were using this, the Champion, to reset something. I can't remember what it was. I guess you could reset a supplier. What were they resetting? I can't remember. Not going to play Carrion Feeder? Oh, we will. Thank you. Yeah, we need other sacrifice outlets besides... And again, Goblin Bombardment is essentially legendary, right? Maybe we only play 2. Like, just because I'm calling it our build-around card doesn't mean we want the playset, right? Do you play 2 feeders, 3 feeders? Bombard's good, though. I mean, no, Bombard is good. It is good, but I don't know if we play, you know. So what do we got here? We've got zombie, 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 Elder Giant Zombie. Wizard. I could get a wizard. Like these do turn into Magus of the Moon. They're wizards. This is a wizard. Hold on. We could still play Magus of the Moon, maybe. Skin render. Isn't it like really bad? It's not. Chupacabra is not a. The chupa is not a zombie, right? Chupacabra. A chupacabra. It's a beast horror. Chupacab. Yeah. Yeah, skin render maybe. It's more of a sideboard card though, isn't it? You're right though, it's essentially legendary. Yeah, I mean Spyros. Blood Moons. So that's 43 with 2 lands, so we already have too many cards. I don't know, we're not really resetting anything. I mean, if I play Spyros, I kind of want the Berserker. It's like, but Bruce Spy, you could just play Kiki Jiki at the top of your curve. I mean, I could, because these are just both changelings, right? They're not zombies anymore. Neither of them were zombies. So it's like, well, Bruce Spy, why don't you just play Kiki Jiki? I actually kind of like the Changeling Berserker better than the Graveshifter, but maybe it's good to have two 4-drops. Maybe play Relentless Dead. And maybe Croxa should just be a singleton. Nah, that's probably not true. Maybe we don't play that many Spyros. This is a fun one. I don't know how I like it, though. I guess because you can crack it to the pyre and then you go get something else. Relentless is just super grindy. It is very grindy. There's still too many cards. How am I getting to the Spyro? I don't think I have anything that actually goes to Spyro. It's a human shaman. But that's okay, because it goes to these. It's just a good card. Jund plays only 2 Spyros. Like, it's good, but you only play 2. Fleshbane could be a sideboard card. It's really only good when we know we're making them sacrifice things. Same with the Skin Render. Right, these are more like a sideboard card. Maybe instead of 2 Kolaghan's commands, I could just play like an Abrade. Liliana's Reaver. It's a sideboard card if I've ever heard of one. Isn't there also that one zombie that's like a 3-drop that like takes a green card from their hand? Yeah, this is a fun 4-drop. Isn't there that look hand zombie besides Sculler? And the Sculler is super greedy. Maybe we should just play a singleton. Not you. Thank you, Lifebane. That's a saucy zombie to have as a sideboard card. So this is the way back when Intimidate was a thing instead of Menace or whatever. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. Choose a green or white. Are you bringing this in against like Heliod? Maybe some other decks? Yeah, I can. Not a problem, Steve. All right. Jailers, that seemed fine as a 2 of. Sculler maybe should just be a fun of, right? Graveborn Muse. Don't I lose life though? I don't know if I like the Graveshifter. I'd almost rather, yeah, this is a 4-drop. Sweet. At the beginning of my upkeep, I draw X cards and lose X life. This actually seems sweet though. We're already in like magical Christmas land status. What lands do we want to play besides some number of caverns? What about Haunted Dead? It's an interesting idea. I mean, I like this in the grand scheme of things, right? Trying to be a 2-drop. Lacrosse says this seems fun. Yeah, this list seems sweet. Fun is maybe the better way to describe it. Do like me some goblin zombardmenting. What am I even flashing back on the Arcanist? Just pushes and inquisitions and thoughtseizes. Do we play Bolt? Good 4-drop zombies are tough to come by. Yeah, I would say so. You're kind of legendary carrion feeder. I mean, I think you're good. We do have quite a few sacrifice outlets though, right? Let's count the ways. Maybe we even want the first Vizera Seer, because I do think that Seer is actually better than you would guess. It's also a wizard, isn't it? So, ooh, there's a full art one now. I almost would rather, instead of playing 3 feeders, I kind of would rather have the Scry. You should just play Crypt Breaker. You have Crypt Breakers? These are not a sacrifice outlet, though. I'm just trying to see how often I can do that. 7 seems pretty good. We're just trying to crack our suppliers, right? That's what we're just trying to do that. Add 20 land, call it a deck. I know I didn't seem too sure of myself there. We can't get the Spellskite off of Pyre. That's okay. It's not always going to get us the things. I think this is a good starting spot. Tide Hollow. Do we want a? Well, what fetches do we start with? We play Blood. We play Bloodstained. I do actually think this is a fine start to the archetype. Bloodstains. Play Marsh Flats. I was saying Inquisition out, Crypt in. I kind of like the disruption, though. Don't we like some disruption? You're saying don't play any hand disruption? You could play Prismatics. Would this deck even want 3rd Swamp because we're a messenger deck? Is that nutso? But Vista seems better. Oh, better than different. Yeah, let's play the first mountain if we're going to play Vistas. And then, but maybe not the second. And then I want 3 Swampies. Play 4 Blackleaf. Yeah, that seems good in the meta. Good meta choice. Let's play how many? At least 2 Blood Crypt, right? Blackleaf Cliffs. Should we be playing like Sunbaked? What about an Urborg? Yeah, the first Urborg. Yeah, first Urborg could be good. Oops. Do have an Urborg. That's 20. I don't know if we bother with any Horizon lands. I think I'm more interested in the Black Moon aspects of this list. You think nope? $20 lands is probably wrong, right? Don't play any Horizon lands. I think 20 is not enough for what we're doing. Let's change the name. It's not a WINota deck anymore. This is Zombards. No, Zombardment. Pyre of Heroes. 22 min I would run. Yeah, definitely want at least that many. I just don't know what I'm supposed to run. Do we max out on the Vistas even? Is that strange? I don't think I can play more than 2 or 3 of that. We do have to start playing different black fetches at some point, right? Maybe even this many vistas is wrong. They just need to be black fetches. I have some pretty verdants. I have some polluted deltas. I have some marsh flats. They just need to be black fetches. Alright, play 2 Vista and then play those. Yeah, probably probs, right? Just want black fetch. Okay. 62. So, do we want to make some decisions about our... I like the Graveborn Muse idea, but maybe it's even a sideboard idea. It is boltable. So, I mean, so is the Berserker, but at least Berserker we get some value out of it, right? Because it's going to blink something. Get to reuse the Pyros or something. Reset a Messenger. Yeah, I don't know. We're playing the full 4 pushes. Oh, you know what? We were supposed to add a greedy Godless Shrine. I was supposed to add a Singleton Godless, right? For the Tide Hollows, or Tide Hollow. Cut the Arcanist. Do I play Godless over the second Prismatic Vista? Maybe I should commit to the Scholars if we're going to bother to play the... Like, what sources... So we can get Scholar off of Pyre. I think this is a great option for controller combo. Yeah, I have 2 Scholars I kind of want to play. I mean, you could put the Godless Shrine in the sideboard. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather it not take up the space. So maybe we cut a Vista. You don't know if it's worth. I mean, that's the other direction we could go, by the way, is instead of bothering with Hand Hate, we just play Scholars. Because Scholar is like one of the strongest zombies, even though it takes us into a 3rd color a little bit. You don't like Todd Hollow without any blinking? Okay. So we don't like this idea, maybe. I mean, that's a 60 with 22 land right there. And we have the Graveborn in the sideboard for when we know we're going to get away with it. Maybe. Looks fun. Definitely looks fun. Certainly have no idea if it's good or not, but definitely in the fun category. Yeah, exactly. It's just a start. A Braid in the sideboard for sure. Chalice will be rough. Yeah, I have an Abrade. And a K-Command. Oh yeah, I mean Chalice turns off a whole heck of a lot in this list, right? Do we want to play even more stuff for Chalice? Do we want to play what is that card? It's red black, makes them sacrifice creature, artifact, or planeswalker. Angrath's Rampage. Yeah. Nope, that's Angrath's Fury. This one. I'm a little tired for games tonight, but I think this is a great start to Zombardment. What's cool is I could actually get all the cards for this. I think we're not playing... This is just a reprint. We're not playing anything that I wouldn't be able to get... get my hands on. Angrath's is alright. Do you have a different idea? Is there something better? I wish we had something that was like something I could go get with Pyre. Am I excited? Yeah. Definitely. I mean, this is a result of Modern Horizons 2. Abrade's probably just best in slot though. Instead of Rampage? Oh, you know what? I get why you're maybe saying that though, because I get perhaps why you're saying that. Simply because they may have another artifact in play, and I don't get to just toast the chalice. So maybe because it's targeted artifact hate. Yeah, this actually doesn't look like a terrible start. Again, the Magus of the Moon is something we can get off of the Undead Augurs. I think that's sweet. I've really liked the ability to pyre into a main deck Moon effect in our WINota deck. This deck looks like it'd be a lot of fun. We want 3 Gravecrawlers, right? Because of its synergy for both of our engines, right? Yeah, I actually think this is a better start than... This deck looks a lot better than I thought it was going to. I do like that we can pod all the way up the chain, which is nice. I think it's important to have a shapeshifter so I can pod up this way too. Play the 4, in my opinion, full 4 grave. I'm going to be greedy. You're probably right though, Nixer, but I'm going to be greedy at first, I think. I know, greed gets punished. Do we want the 4th push in the sideboard? Or should this be something else? Should you be something else? Oh, could be like a Dreadbore. Could be like okay, what beats us? Let's do that question now. Put a path in there. What beats us? Decks that can anger us. Do we have ways to not get angered in this color combo? Probably not. We probably just get angered hard. Graveyard hate is something you don't have an answer to. Right. I'm answering all the hate and I'm not fighting over it. We could play that 1 card. The enchantment deal damage. And maybe we don't play Thoughtseizes 3 and 4. Maybe we play, not Feast, what is it called? Just play Jailers. We are playing Jailer. Does Jailer turn off though? Jailer does turn off my crawlers, but I think in the like against Dredge we'll want this. I think that's fine. It turns off a couple of cards in our list, admittedly. Maybe too many. Maybe these should just be like Nile spell bombs. I think the first one's fine as a tutor target. What is the card I'm thinking of? It's like you destroy. It's like creature or enchantment. Or enchant. Lose life. It's the 2-drop. People were kind of angry that they printed it because it kind of ruins the color pie a little bit. It's a removal spell. Yeah. We should play 1, maybe even 2 of that. The black sorcery. We'll find it. This card's going to be sweet. This card's going to be excellent. Actually, this deck will probably play Griefs once I can get them. Thank you, Feed the Swarm. This deck would probably consider Grief. Grief will be tight. Yeah, Grief will be in this. I have one. Do we play 2 feeds instead of the push? Feed, abrade. These seem more like sideboard cards to me. An extra Thoughtseizes may be fine. Oh, Grief is nuts. Grief will be nuts. It's too bad that I can't pyre Grief into something. We could try to find something that Grief, when we do play it, Grief could pod into. So many 1-drops. What is it? It's an elemental. There's got to be like a 5-drop elemental or changeling or something. Yeah, Chalice, man. Chalice. What other graveyard hate do we want to fight over? We could play a Pithing Needle. We could play Revoker. Revoker also fights over some of the same stuff that Needle does. I don't think there's really many cards we can play that like fight Anger the Gods. Can you think of any in this color combination that do a good job fighting Anger the Gods besides Hand Hate? Like, I'm a little wary of like them top decking like Angers or other sweepers, relevant sweepers. I don't think there's anything I can do, right? Is there any like way to have like an instead Anger's bust, sack the team in response? Yes, yes, indeed, it does, Lex Cross. Yeah. Yeah. Does just indeed screw us over. Excuse me. Sorry. Well, this seems like a good baseline. Why don't we stop here? This looks dope for show. I kind of want to play it. I mean, we've been jamming and working on WINota for a long time. This is something I could play right now that is playing new cards. Need to play it to figure it out now. Yeah. So let's play Needle over the Revoker. Play Plum the Forbidden. Oh, Plum is a sweet card. That's a sweet sacrifice outlet. This is a cool card. We may not have room for all those main deck pushes or, like, okay, what are we going to trim then? What are we going to trim? I do like this card. So this is the, as additional cost, you could also just play, instead of Plum, we could just play, what is that card? Actually, we probably should already be playing them. The, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Yeah, actually, we actually need to retool this a little bit. Yeah, Village Rites, yeah. Yeah, Rites is really, really good in this archetype. So hang on. I'm having some second thoughts. We could play the pretty ones. Not that matters. Like, yeah, we could be playing bolts. There's a lot of things we could be doing. I mean, I know folks, maybe we should just be a little bit more like, this is what we're doing, and just try to go face more easily. Maybe all this stuff just like isn't really the thing. I don't know. Lex Cross says, yeah. You like that? Rights and lightning bolts, and I bet these bolts are really expensive, the pretty ones. These new ones. Pretty bolts are always expensive, right? Yeah, I do. I think you're right. I think it does look like it. Yeah, it does almost seem like, I'd love to test a Singleton Plum. This card's sweet. It's kind of like a supercharged Village Rites. I don't mind the split of Thoughtseize, the incidental seas. We could also play a collective. I mean, like, I'm pretty dead against. I think the Skin Render's too slow. Let's just play Marauder. I'm sorry, I thought that was a cool idea too, but let's play a Collective Brutality or two. Yeah, let's play some Brutes. Let's play some Brutes. If you go too reactive, a decent chance you just get angered. Yeah. I think the Graveborn Muse is kind of a meme too. I really like that suggestion though. Thank you guys. Thank you folks for doing the research and trying to find me some sweet cards. All right, so let's export this. Now, it may take me some time to get out of the deck that I was previously in because it's kind of piecemealed. Oh, by the way, listen to my podcast if you haven't already. There's me as a Rock Gnome fighter. You guys play D&D, right? I play D&D. I got into it thanks to the podcast, admittedly. I mean, yeah. I had some friends who invited me to do it. I need to give back some of my decks, so let's give back the WINota deck. It's been a long time since I've given it back. All right, return this order. Like, I'll just show you, it's a little embarrassing. I have lots of, like, low ticket orders. It'll just take me forever to send all those back. I'm relatively sure that this deck is not going to require me to use up my entire budget. Famous last words. Let me just try to give back the ones that are the most ticket value. Nice, it's this one. Return this order. You've got a WINota list? Oh yeah, that's what we were playing tonight, Nixer. I can show it to you while we wait. This is where we're at with the WINota list. So I'm calling this WINota Castables. It's a little bit different than you've probably seen other WINota lists. So yeah, Heron's Grace. In other words, like, I'm trying to get there off of Anthem effects instead of just the big old Pirates. And the Pirates may be a better build, but I've really liked this build. We threw in an Imperial Recruiter just to start to maybe test it. But yeah, you pyre up the chain by going Dryad Arbor, which goes and gets the Dryad, Loam Dryad. Loam Dryad can become Spellskite or can become Vandal. Vandal or Spellskite can become Mirror Entity, which is our 3-drop. Or Vandal can become Spyro, which is usually better. Spyro or Entity can become WINota. Yeah, the Kenrith is sweet. I used to have a Trample Over package. I was playing, what is that card? Proud Wildbonder or whatever. Really bad, actually, in retrospect. But we tested it for a while. So this is the Trample with creatures you control with Trample have. You may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. So it has synergy with Kenrith's first ability. All creatures gain Trample and haste till end of turn. So you could just, like, swing through your opponent's blockers completely, which is really cool. I also had, like, a Legion Loyalist. And for a while, we were playing Ranger. Like, we had Rangers, and I was playing Legion Loyalist. So, like, 3-mana Ranger. So you play Ranger. These Rangers, of course, this is the 3/3 human. We get to search. So you go search for a non-human. You go search for, like, Legion Loyalist. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. We actually, I took this to a prelim, and we actually did pretty well with it. I took this to some other... we did 2 preliminaries with this. I went 2-2 and 3-1. I took it to a challenge. It didn't do nearly as well, unfortunately. Took this through several leagues. Our best, we had 1-5, a couple 4-1s, and then mostly 3-2s and 2-3s, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to oversell this deck. If you don't already own most of the pieces to something like this, don't play it. WINota's a fun meme, but it's a meme nonetheless. But I mean, if you like playing sweet decks like I do, I mean, certainly do that. Yeah, it was fun. Let's go back to our zombies bombardment. Where we're playing, like, good cards like Lightning Bolt. What was the 4-mana hybrid card, the red-white one? Oh, that is the build-around card. That is WINota. Oh, this one? Never mind, sorry. Blade Historian. Attacking creatures you control have double strike. I was a little perplexed when you said... Yeah. Sorry, when you said hybrid, I thought of WINota. Yeah, Blade Historian. Yeah, so this is another way to double your damage output without playing 7-mana creatures. I can't really call this WINota Castables anymore because Lena kind of falls outside of that purview. The Sacrifice Yourself, give everybody indestructible has been really clutch. A lot of matchups, actually. Against, like, the Bring to Light decks or the Supreme Verdict decks, well, those are sometimes one and the same. You can have a main deck... you get, like, essentially a main deck Selfless Spirit effect. I'm actually just main decking a Selfless Spirit now. I have another Selfless effect in the sideboard that's a human, just for redundancy. So yeah, I really have enjoyed that deck. We played it a lot, but it'd be fun to play something different. This might be fun. Sorry, I've got a few more lists to give back, a few more trades to do. What else was expensive? Give this order back. I've got a Cavern of Souls to give back. Or I guess I don't need to bother giving that back. Should give this order back. It's a Sunbaked Canyon Horizon Canopy we're not using. What does the red changeling do? It's a zombie. It's really, honestly, changelings oftentimes are... So what this does in this list anyway is resets the Spyros, the Messenger. It really doesn't do much else other than lets us go up the curve from Pyromancers and Magus of the Moon. It's really just a placeholder. We could be playing the black changeling instead of Berserker. I do like that this is aggressive. So there's a couple reasons why I like it. I like that it's aggressive. It's a 5/3 haste, and we're in an aggressive deck now, certainly if we're going to be going to bolts and rights. And I like that it has haste and that it hits hard. I'm less interested in the fact that this like resets our pyros and stuff. I'm more interested. I'm more interested in that it. I mean, I guess it resets the Life Banes and the Marauders, and it's got some synergy in the sideboard too. So it looks like a little bit of synergy out of the sideboard, but it's mostly here because of the two options. I was less excited about the change. So there is the Grave Changeling. Life Bane's dope. Yeah, I think Life Bane will be sweet. We bring it in against like Heliod and such. Used to use that card back in Standard. Yeah, it was in Standard at one time. Yes, it was. Submit. Return this order. You guys are being so patient as I get this deck ready. Thank you for that. Okay, Auric Champion. I can get rid of that too. Let me pull this chat bar. These chat bars over here. You don't need to see all that. You can just look at the list. I do need to get another Magus of the Moon. We'll figure out what cards are missing. Or get Magus of the Moon again, as you can see, and 2 Spyros. Oh, yeah. It's a shame that Calidus isn't a zombie. Yeah. Bone Crusher Giant. Could we be doing that? Return this order. Another Sunbaked Canyon to give back. I'm just trying to give back, like I said, the most expensive. Keep the 2 Pyre Hero, obviously. Hopefully you guys are having a nice night. You excited to see Zombardment in Modern, perhaps? I mean, I know I'm only playing a 2 of, but... I think 2 is a good starting spot. Maybe it ends up being 3. You having a pretty cool night, Lex? I'm glad to hear that. Imperial Recruiter. We're not going to play that in this, are we? I don't think so. I think that the Recruiter was kind of slow. I do like Recruiter in like a Kiki Jiki Shell. I like Recruiter in like an Aethervial deck. I think it was actually a bad idea to add it to my WINota deck. It didn't really add as much as I thought it might. Let's return this order. Alright, Lazy says, this style of deck is way more my jam. Dorks and turning dudes sideways doesn't do much for me. Incremental advantage, recursion, that's magic. Recruiter too slow, yeah. I think I agree that it's too slow. I don't just think I do. I do agree. Too slow for both decks, actually. It's cool in Humans, though. Humans is playing it, and that's sweet. We just played against somebody jamming Humans. Returning. I'll need to get another Prismatic. Actually, this didn't really save me any tickets. That was dumb of me. I didn't need to give that order back. We do need to give this order back. Sunbakes. Yeah. Recruiter's a build-around card. A lot of cool things you can get with it. Yes, but I feel like Recruiter decks start with. I mean, like, yes, we have Mana Dorks in the WINota deck. I think even still, I don't like it that much. I feel like our Recruiter deck has to start with Aether Vial almost assuredly. So, like, it goes into Taxes. Like, there's going to be a red-white Taxes for sure, right, in Modern? Gotta be. Gets you your Leonin Arbiter, so the deck has more consistent mana disruption. Like, consistently gets you Thalia when you don't have one. I think that's going to be great. All right, let's try to get this deck now. So let's, I think I already exported it, didn't I? I did. Well, let's overwrite it because I think we changed a couple cards. And then I just pull this into Card Hoarder. Really simple. Just going to show you real quick. Deck Editor. Clear. That was a way earlier build. Browse. Bombardment. Load. And then now I'm going to kind of go through and... Well, let's can I optimize it? Cool. Now I just go through clicking off what we already have. I don't care too much if the arts are different, just because I want us to get rolling sooner than later. I think, well, let me just pull aside what I have already. That's the better way to do this. I think I'd rather get us rolling than worry too much about the arts. Maybe the exception being like these pretty village rites. I already have some lightning bolts, so that's just kind of vanity. Vanity of vanity. All right, let's see. What do I already own? These. I need this. I need most of this deck, don't I? Wow, we need so much of this deck. Okay. I have a Changeling Berserker, apparently, strangely enough. Sideboard, I have an Abrade, I have a Feed, I have Thoughtseize, Needle, the Blood Moons. Okay, cool. So let me just click through the things that I have. It's not, doesn't take me that long. Needle, Feed, Thoughtseize, Blood Moons, one Abrade. Cool. Yeah, so I need 8 cards. That checks out. Pretty much have most of the lands I need, right? I already have the Caverns actually rented. Good on Bloodstains, good on Blood Crypts. Need the Blackleaf Cliffs, have a Mountain, have the Delta. Need both Prismatics, have my Swamps, have my Urborg, have my Verdant Catacombs. Have the Berserker. Sorry, it does help me to say this stuff out loud. I apologize. I'm sure that's annoying for at least one or more of you. Forgive me. We already have the Pyres. Cool. Village Rites. Need them. I mean, I don't really care if it's the pretty ones. I guess I could search those out. Those are really cool to get to play with. Plumb the Forbidden we're going to try as a singleton. Need the Goblin. Bombardments. Yep. Cool. Yeah, I guess I'll search up our couple of pretty cards. Wouldn't take me long. Oh, wow, this deck's, like, not very expensive because I already have, like, my fetches and my Blood Moons. Look at that, only 133 tickets so far. That's very not that much. It's really not that much. I think Taxes will be the best. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really, really good shell for Recruiter for sure. Wow, these Strixhaven bolts are really not as expensive as I would have thought they'd be. They're 0.45 tickets a pop? I should maybe just own some. No wonder I've seen some other streamers streaming with them. I thought they would be might be expensive. I was wrong. Yeah, they're really pretty looking. All right, a couple of Village Rites, because why not? Card seems great. Those are also super cheap. Okay, check out. Sorry, deck editor. Add to cart. If I missed a card or two, not a big deal. Let's just get these cards. It takes a little bit of time for the bots to, and I still have 374 tickets left on our loan balance. By the way, the brewing that I do live with you folks would not be plausible without Card Hoarder being able to get in and out of cards as quickly as I do, in and out of cards without needing to spend dollars. I mean, at this point, I'd own like. Wouldn't I own like a full play set of Modern or Legacy at this point? I'm just kidding. I haven't brewed every deck that exists. It's kind of impossible, but yeah, I would not be able to. Oh yeah, I was gonna get the Viserys here. I did like how the full art one looks. Why not? Why not? All right. Any other cards from Modern Horizons 2 you want to brew around? I mean, I think everybody's thinking about building around Grief. That's an easy one. Other cards? What are some other cards I want to build around? Thanks for the question. Let me just do a quick cursor review. I mean, certainly we'll be playing Endurance in the WINota deck, probably in the sideboard. Build around cards, huh? Bloodbraid Mirage, like some of the Delirium cards are fascinating. Oh yeah, Titania. Titania is an easy one. Somebody was joking around with like Titania Scapeshift, right? You just Scapeshift and then... It's too bad they don't have haste though. But Titania Scapeshift, card's so good. There's lots of just like good cards. I'm sad that there's not as many like cards that scream at me like brew around me. Of course there's like graveyard decks like Unmarked Grave and the new Persist reanimation spell. Well, I don't understand why some of the art isn't loading. That's weird. It's weird that it wasn't loading. There is a new Infinite Squirrel combo, but I already heard about that from somebody else. Noticed that. Seth from Saffron Olive from MTG Goldfish was talking about that card. I might even try to incorporate that into a WINota shell, perhaps, or something else, because the Infinite Squirrels seems like a fun thing to be doing. Not good, fun. What was it? It's this guy, right? Yeah, Scurry Oak plus there's like a 4-mana 2/3. They make Infinite Squirrels, infinitely large Scurry Oak. Set's probably one of the best Magic sets ever made. Yeah, maybe I should like consider drafting it. I don't know what else would be like screams at me is gotta play this, right? Oh boy, excuse me. I don't know. I'm sure everybody has their go-tos as far as what they want to brew around or build around. Like Collected Company Grist. There you go. That's a thing. It's tempting to do things with Shardless or some of the other Cascaders. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things to think about. Oh, Dermotaxi. I keep thinking of that card. I do think I need to do a Dermotaxi build. We talked about this earlier today. Imprint. It reminds me of Mimic Vat. I mean, I think it's supposed to. Imprint a creature card from any graveyard. Tap 2 untap 2 creatures I control until end of turn. The Dermotaxi becomes a copy of the imprinted card, except it's a vehicle artifact in addition to its other types. I think Dermotaxi would be sweet. Taxi's goofy. I think that's cool. I mean, it could be a Grizzlebrand, but you could do something else weird with it. I don't even know what I want to do with it, right? Zuran Orb. Zura's Weirding comes to mind. Obviously, this is more so for eggs, right? Modern eggs would play it. Any weird lands? I mean, there's like... Yavimaya almost wants you to do a build. Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth, and play like something that makes all of your forests creatures. Could be something. What about an Upheaval build? Right? Or is the Saga's just kind of nuts? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best Upheaval shell is going to look like. I don't know. I'm not sure what the best Upheaval shell will be, or... Yeah. Karmic Guide is now in Modern. Are there things to be doing with Karmic Guide? There's people trying to jam Enchantress in Modern. The Voidwalker seems nuts. Black Shadow, Dalthy Rogue. It's a reference to an older Dalthy Rogue card. If a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead with a Void counter on it. So he just hits our opponent's graveyard just straight up, and then you can sacrifice him to choose an exiled card and cast it. Yeah, this card's crazy. This card's really good. Oh, this card's great. It's essentially just a, what is that, 5 drop? Oh, gosh. Bribery. There we go. Like a Cascade Bribery is kind of sweet. I mean, it's more like a sideboard card, right? But this is kind of fun. Cabal Coffers is an interesting addition. Oh, yeah. The land. Yeah, there could be something you could do with that. Pretty disappointed about Fury. These are just pretty nuts, and Endurance certainly has sideboard implications. It's sad. Again, Red got shafted, right? Will Fury see play? Yeah, it will. But it's just not that great. Oh yeah, new Delve threat, Murktide. Sorry, I need to keep up with these trades. Like I said, I had a lot of trades to give back, and it's really slowing me down. Voidwalker plus Stoneforge Mystic plus Swords. Oh, this is our order. Excuse me. I'm like, I need to give back cards. No, I don't. Oh, I didn't take out the Urborg. Whoops, it's fine. Not a big deal. Ragavan may be one of the best red drop creatures. We could play it in our WINota deck. Yeah, that card's sweet. The fact that it makes you mana is awesome. So what do I mess up? Let's update with versions. What did I mess up? The Vizaraseer? No, I got the Vizaraseer. Okay. Cool. We have our deck. Awesome. You guys ready to GM? Do we just jump into a league like just blindside? Just not even any tweaking? Just like crazy people? Just jump straight in? Just do it? We've got some play points to burn. We've got some play points to burn. Maybe somebody will feel bad for me after we lose, and they'll... What's the worst that could happen? All right, last league of the night, though. It's 3 in the morning for me, so... Thanks for staying, guys. It's been fun. Brewing a weird bombardment. I did when I saw that Goblin Bombardment was going to be in Modern, I definitely wanted to consider building this archetype. I think it'll be fun. Not necessarily good, but hey, we have a bunch of Blood Moons, so got that going for us. Lacrosse says, oh man, wait, what? Guys, we have strong cards like Lightning Bolt. Can't lose. I'm not going to pray to Richard Garfield. I have enough faith in... Well, I certainly think that this deck isn't nearly as bad as it might look on the surface. Like, we're playing good cards, right? We're playing with powerful cards. We're just playing with powerful cards. I think the playset of Undead Augur is absolutely correct for this, right? I mean, sure, it doesn't trigger off of the Pyros, but I think Pyro's just a good card, so... Hope you guys are having a nice night. By the way, if you guys didn't hear my little mission statement earlier, I've been trying to like put that out there a little bit more often. Sorry that I took the camera off the deck for a moment. My name's Sean. This is the Bruce by the Magic Guy channel. Been streaming for about 7 years now under both the Spawn of Virtue and now Bruce by the Magic Guy. Sorry, I switched over because we got an opponent. But I'm trying to carve out a feel-good, family-friendly area on the Magic the Gathering Twitch streaming niche. Hey friend, good luck and have fun. And it seems to be working. I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's my goal in life. I have many other aspirations, but thanks for being here, folks, and being along for the ride. And oh, look at that, Magus of the Moon. Look at that. We can keep this hand, right? 2 fetches and a Magus. Keep 2 bolts. Nietzsche. and somehow you're still here. What's up, Jade? And yet somehow, ooh, we could turn on Thoughtseize though, our control opponent. Maybe I want to turn to the Thoughtseize. No, we want to stick this before the counterspell, right? Right? Throw them off with the Polluted Delta. Thanks for streaming. Always very much enjoyed. Thanks, friend. I am glad that you also enjoy. But I enjoy doing it. So, all right. So we could take their counterspell. Could just take their snap. If I take the Thought Scour, the Drown doesn't work as easily on this Magus. I guess it's more tempting to take Drown because Drown actually answers the Magus. I don't know you, but you seem like a nice guy. Ooh, they milled over my Croxa. Thank you. Card Hoarder Bot is asking for things from me. Random things. Alright. I asked it to do that earlier. I forgot. You're disrupting our match, though. Alright. They have Counterspell up. What do we want to play? What do we want to offer into the Counterspell? Don't have my... I don't really want to offer anything into the Counterspell, right? Not really. Don't really want to. They thought scoured, and they thought scoured us. Don't really want to jam. Smiley says, I followed you a long time ago and you're brewing really dope Painter's deck for Legacy. Long time ago, one of the favorite brews I've ever seen. Well, cool, friend. Why don't we jam Cryptbreaker into this Counterspell, maybe? It resolved. This would get countered, though. Maybe I just go Vista Go. Vista Go. I don't know why I just did a Super Mario impression. Start chucking bolts at them, make them feel nervous. Make you feel a little bit of nerves, opponent. You want to try to take my Cryptbreaker with your Archmage's Charm? There's the Vantress. We already saw the Sunken Ruin. Push this, fine. Some of our best engines for this matchup I don't have in my hand. The old Bolt. It's not like there's a Lurrus. What are these going to do? Hit Snapcaster Mages? Cryptbreaker. It was back when the only cards he owned were Tesserator and Gifts. Iterated the hell out of them. Oh, well, thanks, friend. Maybe I do finally want to just jam into this Counterspell off of the Augur. Maybe it's time. It's not like we have nothing. I do have the Croxa in my bin. I'm trying to resolve the Magus. Trying to. So we're just discarding a card and making a zombie, right? Is that all I'm doing? I can't really... We know the opponent has a Snapcaster Mage, so I'm just making tokens? Yeah. Sweet. Glad that we get to do things. And maybe they'll consider snap pushing the Cryptbreaker. Just making tokens. Just make a token. We could draw a Cavern of Souls. I'm playing 2 copies of Cavern. Could name Wizard. Yeah, we play 2 Caverns. Wanting to do things in a Counterspell meta. I know, right? Ooh, we drew a Gravecrawler, though. I could draw 3. I mean, I could draw a card. I could draw a card, opponent. Oh, this is a cool art. This zombie token. This is sweet. You let me draw cards? Can I draw cards? Or is it better for me to attack? You also could have pitched to Cryptbreaker, then cast it from the yard. Oh, the Gravecrawler? I'm stupid. Maybe. Yeah, I could have... And then I could have... I should have attacked with this, pitched the Gravecrawler, then tapped it. Yeah, my bad. I forgot about the synergy. My bad. My bad, chat. That's my bad. Maybe it'll give us a window to play the Magus. I'm kind of waiting for Cavern, right? Is this them Archmage is charming my Cryptbreaker? Snap, push my Cryptbreaker. there's the Snapcaster we knew about. Yeah, I feel a little silly that I didn't make the extra token. I'm sorry, folks. That's my bad. We had plenty of mana to do it. They're going to draw 2. 22 lands, and this is land number 6. I know, right? Augur. I mean, we know they're holding up a counterspell for the Crocs if they can, right? So maybe playing Augur pre-combat is sweet. Maybe they consider countering this. I know, the counterspell meta, right? That's what this is going to be for a bit. Because the other cards aren't out yet, even. Cryptic. Okay. Block the Tolkien. You'll yield blue-black controls. Don't really want to give them the option to sit back on the Vantress. Let's attack first. Gravecrawlers are actually kind of a problem for them. Slam Croxa. If he counters it, run it back. That's true. I have enough in my bin now that I can just go Croxa, right? He's fatal pushing a Gravecrawler. Alright. We do, right? Yeah, I think we do have enough to do back-to-back Croxa. Ooh, but they have Cryptic, though. Snap Cryptic, even. Gross. I mean, at least our consolation prize is they don't get to sit back on the Vantress. If we'd played the Blackcleave Cliffs earlier, I would have been able to play the Gravecrawler here. It probably was correct for me to play out this land a long time ago. It's just my bad, folks. I don't know why I was holding it. I guess I was thinking about cards like Cryptbreaker, but we only have one other Cryptbreaker. So that's maybe dumb. This deck could also maybe be an Unearthed deck, by the way. Hey, what's up, Cylon? And that's just my inexperience, I suppose, so forgive me. Forgive me. Actually, both of our Cryptbreakers are in the bin. Croxa? Another Snapcaster? Brutal. We'll build up to it again. Gravecrawler. Just want to make it so it's hard for them to use the castle. Crocs, like the escape cards are so silly. Maybe we should have been playing 2 of this card. Take it. Go to combat. Drew all 3 Gravecrawlers. Augur? Magus? Yeah, 2 cards in hand. There's a reasonable chance this doesn't resolve. It also doesn't do all that much at this point. It's just stopping the castle. There's a big silly something they're doing. Some sort of an X spell. Typhoon. I don't know why I didn't predict that it was a shark. A sharky shark. I'm at 12. They kill me in 2 swings. I don't kill them in 2 swings. I need, like, something amazing off the top. None of this does it. I I guess if they block with snap on one of my Zoms, I could draw a card. Do I run push? I think we put it into the sideboard if we run any. We decided to go more for a synergy deck, which just didn't happen. We didn't draw either of our build arounds. It's okay. Concede. We were originally going to play 2 or 3 pushes, and we decided against it because we're idiots. No, I'm kidding. We're not idiots. We're not. K command because it's grindy. Needle has things to name. Thoughtseize, brutes. Right? Jailer turns off Snapcaster Mage, but I think it turns off too. This is like for Dredge, right? Have I run into anyone with new cards? We just played against one just now, Mana Traders. Cut the Berserker. No, I want to be able to pot up. Do I, though, in this matchup? Do we? I don't know if I want the Colossus. I like Messenger. I like the Spyros. Plumb the Forbidden's maybe kind of cutesy. Isn't this too slow? The Relentless Dead? It's really grindy, but let's cut a Feeder. Let's cut the Seer. Let's cut the Bolts. Some number of bolts we can cut. Do I have a sideboard plan for Rest in Peace? How popular are the Rest in Peace decks right now with people testing their counterspell deck right now? I mean, like, that's what people are playing and testing right now, right? And that's what we figured out when I queued WINota. We actually did a lot better than I thought that we could or should have. People are testing... They're testing decks that have reprints, right? So that's one of the things that I'm doing even with this bombardment deck. So, like, there's a ton of counterspell decks right now because that's what's that's what you can actually get your hands on Magic Online, and it's the thing that people want to be, playing around with. That's what they want to be playing around with. So that's normal, right? Let's not cut a sacrifice outlet. Griefing as in right, using grief. Yeah, that's where my mind went to. Very clever pun. Let's just cut the dead, right? Let's run it back. Maybe take out the Changeling. I'm going to play the Changeling, I think, over the Haunted Dead, but maybe that's wrong. This is a no-lander. This has lands. This has one of our best cards. Keep. Do you put the Plum back? Probably put Plum back. We do need to consider getting Blood Crypt on this, but we can start with a basic. We churn over Blood Moon. Plum somehow got back into the deck. We can grab this. We could play this Crawler out next turn instead of slamming Augur. I'm probably supposed to slam Augur, though, in this matchup. I don't know. Control's tough. Not impossible. We predicted that there'd be control. I mean, I think we could have been playing more hand hate than we decided. Folks were all excited about me playing the bolts. And I don't think they were wrong in that excitement. I don't think you guys were wrong to get excited about, ooh, Bruce Spy is going to play Lightning Bolt. When was the last time he did that? I mean, I play Lightning Bolt sometimes. Swing. Next turn, do we try to resolve the best card in our deck? This is them drawing me a card. We should plan out a way to stream Castle Ravenloft. Yeah. All right, let's resolve this. Best card in our deck. One of the best cards in our deck. I know, I'm biased. I might just let go of the Crypt Breaker, or we would rather... Maybe I keep the Crypt Breaker. No, I kind of want to make the extra dude. Kind of sad that I made that decision now. A little sad about that. I don't want to play out the Urborg, actually. If I can help it. This is going to get countered. Why don't we just return Crawler and set up for the Colligan's command? Could get back the Undead Augur during their end step. Swing, 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 swing. All right. Well, yeah. End step command, right? Get back the Augur. Make you discard? You have 7 cards. Surely this gets countered and then I get to resolve my brutality and take more counters. I might just convert this Urborg. I'd rather not play Urborg. I think it helps them too much. Let's dump the Urborg. Looking strong here. Well, we also were on the play. Oh. They scoop? Okay. I know I'm playing drums. Steve's right. Maybe hang on. Would you folks that's a great question. Guys, folks, would you come back to the next stream and watch me finish this league? I do really like this bombardment deck. Steve brings up a really good point. I forgot. I am playing music. I'm playing drums this weekend. So I actually think, oh wow, it's 3:30. Yeah, I think this is actually our last game. I thought I had it in me for another league, but no, I appreciate that, Steve. Steve brings up a really good point. I do have music we're doing. I wish we had more like hand hate and stuff. We looked strong there. Yeah, do you think it's Haunted Dead over Berserker? Actually, maybe I was greedy. Just do another league, right? And maybe Grey Merchant is like a pipe dream against Control, right? Maybe this is also stupid. Haunted's more grindy. I mean, like, this is sweet as a pyre target and we just go up the chain, right? But it's like, this is a pipe dream, isn't it? I think you should stop rooting. But well, I can't stop now, Steve. I'm in the midst of a match, but I can stop in between. Leagues you can put on pause. You can walk away from and come back. As long as the league isn't ending, I can come back. This deck is a pipe dream. Run it. Let's do it. Can we see, like... Oh, okay. Maybe we keep this. Village Rites, Crawler, Cavernous Souls. Yeah. Yeah. This is what we want to be doing, right? Pathway, huh? They do play some number of Field of Ruin, right? Right? Let's just get the Gravecrawler going. We're not even bothering with Bloodghast. Maybe this deck could and should have had Bloodghast. I know somebody, I forget whom it was. Who it was? Somebody suggested that I play... I'm actually not going to put the Crypt Breaker onto the table until I can draw a card off it. Let's just play Supplier. And maybe that's a waste of the Cavern. They probably wouldn't counter this. Whomst. No, our build around. One of our build arounds. No. I don't know if we're going to get to resolve the Village Rites, actually, against my opponent. Oh, maybe we do right here, actually. Are we killing something right here? Shark Typhoon. Okay. Do we want to crack the Supplier or the Crawler? Didn't know you're a drummer. It's surprising since you don't have tattoos or do drugs. I don't think either of those things have to be... I actually do want to crack the Supplier because I want to see more cards. I don't think those things necessarily correlate. Just want to resolve this while they're tapped down. Ooh, Pyre of Heroes. That'd be so rad, right? That'd be sweet. Ooh, we drew the Zombardment. Oh. Oh, so good. Do you want to counter my Gravecrawler? Do you want to let me draw a card? Ooh, you know what? Let's go Vista. There we go. Do you want to watch me draw a card, opponent? Can I draw a card, opponent? Bass players are the most chill. Drummers mostly love to party. In response, I would like to draw some cards. We have more cards than our control opponent. Too bad that they are mostly lands. It's in Maryland. Second cabinet for wizard is nice though. Yes, or not wizard. Sorry, I messed that up earlier. Didn't I say wizard? Wizard is for both augur and magus, but Spyro is what my hand has. We could try to just resolve both of these here. I actually think the Pyre might be... Well, he's control. Let's go to combat. Yeah, we'd have to name human, right? Or shaman. Games are going well, Phoenix. How you doing, friend? This is our last game, though, I think. I think we're okay slowing it down. We could resolve one or the other. Which do we need to resolve here, folks? Just wham jam this through their 2 counterspells. And we could play the Black Cleave or Crypt. Yeah, human is better. So... Pyre's better than Bombardment, right? Because I have so many lands. Pyre's actually better, right? Yes? Yeah, Pyre's gotta be better. Pyre's way better. Wow, Pyre is so much better. Pyre's way better. Let's go get our basic mountain that we still have in our deck. Just making sure. Goblin Bombardment? But really what I wanted to do was this. But you thought this was what I want to do. This is what we want to do, actually. This early Shark Typhoon cycle signaled that they were a little bit dry on land. Get it? Dry on land? Anyone? Bueller? Is this Fatal Push? Cling to Dust, my bombardment to draw a card. Think you go into Relentless, card is going to be unkillable with Cavern? We can do both of the things. We can Spyro and also go get that. Or I could Spyro and go get... Oh, I can't get the Berserker. Shoot! That's why we needed the Berserker. I can't go up to the thing. I can't go all the way up to 5 off of Pyro. It's fine. Card's still bonkers. I know. That's why I wanted the Berserker. We can still lose this, folks. Cling, draw some cards. Cling, draw some cards. Let's not get got by this card. They just can't find their 4th land drop. Maybe we just lost because they kind of kept a sketcher. Alright, so... I mean, it's still Cavern for human, right? Game does indeed look over. Alright, so human... We have both of our Caverns, too. Swing. No, maybe this is a really good thing to be on in a sea of counterspells. Actually, maybe we oh, let's do it before. Let's Pyre before we yeah. Let's Pyre first. Whoops. Gravecrawler is good. Yeah, Gravecrawler is quite good against these counterspell decks. Maybe we should get Augur, though, instead of Relentless. You said Relentless is just so good, though. Maybe you're right. Although, Relentless is a lot worse than... No, he has 2 clings. We're going to lose this Gravecrawler in my bin, right? Maybe I don't want to put the other one in the bin. Maybe this was even wrong to do in the first place. I'm kind of regretting my decision, actually. He needs 1 more land, but maybe they finally hit it. All right, we win. Opponent said can't draw lands. I saw. Good luck with the rest of your league, though. I hope it goes better. I'm being legit there. Opponent said they can't draw lands. I said, I saw. Good luck with the rest of your league, though. Hope it goes better. And they said you too. So, I mean, like, they didn't, you know. Oh, I'll reveal hand too. They revealed theirs. Double Damnation. Thanks for hitting that button, Yavanko55. Go to sleep, you nerd. Yeah. We need that sleep command, right? We need that sleep command. I am really up quite late. Messenger's so gross with Mountain and Cavern. Oh yeah, Messenger would have been a terrible draw. My goodness, yeah. I think we still could have played it though. Black zombie, another black source. Yeah, but not great. These 2 lands definitely don't. Yogo's the 1 million. Yogo's the 1 million. Thank you for hitting that button. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. Welcome to the Brew Crew. This has been fun. So we played a WINota deck, and we ended the day on this sweet zombie bombardment thing that we built together. And I don't take credit for these lists, right? You guys helped me to build them. You guys are helping me to maybe see lines that I wouldn't see otherwise if I was just playtesting in paper by my lonesome. So please don't think that when I say, ooh, this is my deck, or, you know, it's our deck. That might just be, you know, a mistake. But yeah, this is a really fun thing to put together. I liked how this turned out. This was just I was like, hey, why don't we build around this? Somebody asked me earlier in the night, like, oh, Bruce By, like, what are you excited about from the new set? And I was like, I kind of like some of the reprints. Honestly, one of the other reasons being is that we can't play with some of the new cards just yet that are new printings to Modern Horizons 2, but I can play with reprints, and it's cool to be even just jamming, just scratching the surface with some of the new cards that are entering this format. I know we beat our opponent without ever resolving this. This was actually the better card, but what have you. It's nice that you empathize with the opponent's bad luck. I've seen people take I'm Mana Screwed as a personal attack. No, he just couldn't draw his 3rd land, and it looks like he did everything he could to try to draw to it, from what I saw. So their deck really does need the 4th land. They need to be able to... Now, granted, Damnation wouldn't have done all that much against the Gravecrawlers, but would have done things against some of our other threats. Anyways, I will see you guys on the next Bruce By the Magic Guy. I'm going to take us over to another Twitch stream. I'm going to find another worthy stream for your eyeballs. So sit tight. We're going to go there together. I'm actually going to raid over to another Magic stream if I can find one. Menguchi's playing. There's got to be some other people jamming Historic, right? I mean, I almost said Historic. Horizons. Ooh, Abundant Harvest. Harvest was something I was thinking about doing something with. Card's pretty bonkers. This person's playing Control. Was that our opponent just now? I feel bad if it was, a little bit. Probably not. Oh, he's playing Mill. He's playing Mill with the new cards. Cool. I think I'm more interested to show you guys Jeskai Ascendancy, though. I used to play Jeskai Ascendancy myself. Wow, wait, Ascendancy makes you not brick. Wow, wait, whoa, Abundant Harvest in Jeskai Ascendancy? Oh, this is sick. This is sick, right? Think about it. Abundant Harvest, like, makes you either get land or non-land. That seems so good for this deck, right? That seems so good for this deck. Oh, we gotta host over to this. We gotta host over to him. Or raid, I'll raid. Let's say hi to our friend, Mr. Taddy. say hi for me, okay? Give him a nice Brew Spy hello from your friend Sean here. I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy the Magic Guy. We will be finishing our black-red Zombardment deck, so definitely hit the follow so you know when I go live, and you got to click the little thing that says notifications, but say hi for me. This deck looks awesome. Oh, wow, he's casting an Underworld Breach. Let's not miss out. Thanks for hitting that follow, Rathulon. Welcome to the Brew Crew. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Have a nice night. Oops. I didn't spell his name right. No. All right, see you folks on the next stream. Have a nice night. I'm going to go take out some trash. I'm going to go take out the trash. See you on the next show. Right now. You guys have a nice night. I'll see you. I'll sees you.